Hello everyone, I'm the sleep storyteller, and I'm here to help you relax tonight. Many of you listen to these stories to fall asleep, so before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're from and what time it is as you listen. Now get cozy, take a deep breath, and let's begin. It was a chilly afternoon when I first arrived at the tiny village nestled in the shadow of a jagged mountain range. The houses, built from heavy stones and small wooden beams, seemed like they hadn't changed in centuries. I had come to learn more about the mysterious legends that surrounded this place. Stories of whispers echoing through walls and shadows moving without cause had piqued my curiosity. I rented a small stone house for my stay. The owner, an older man with sharp eyes and a stiff demeanor, said little as he handed me the key. His silence unsettled me, but I brushed it off. The house was simple: a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a stone fireplace in the living room. The air inside felt heavy, like the house was holding its breath. That evening, after unpacking, I sat at the wooden table, jotting down my first impressions of the village. The quiet streets, the reserved people, and the cold air all felt like a piece of some larger secret. As I wrote, a soft tapping sound caught my attention. I froze and listened. The sound came from the wall behind me. It wasn't loud, but distinct. 3 slow knocks. I turned, expecting to see something out of place, but the cold stone wall was as still as ever. Telling myself it was just the settling of the old house, I tried to return to my notes. But then it came again. Knock. 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 This time, I pressed my ear against the wall. The coldness of the stone sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, I thought I heard a faint sigh, like someone exhaling just on the other side. I stepped back quickly, trying to calm my breathing. That night, sleep didn't come easily. The tapping returned sporadically, moving from one wall to another. Each time I got up to investigate, the sound would stop as if it had never been there. When the tapping grew louder near the fireplace, I gave up and stayed awake until dawn. The next morning, I asked a villager about the noises. He looked at me with a blank expression and said, "The walls here are old. Sometimes they talk." Then he turned away before I could ask more. Determined to find answers, I spent the day exploring the house. I knocked on every wall, searching for hidden compartments or loose stones. The structure seemed solid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That evening, as the sun dipped below the mountains, the whispers began. They were faint at first, just a soft murmur. But as the hours passed, they grew clearer. I couldn't make out words, only the tone, a pleading, mournful sound. It was as if multiple voices were trapped within the walls, calling out to be heard. "Help! Us!" one whispered, so faint I almost didn't catch it. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice trembling. The response was another soft knock, followed by silence. The nights that followed were no better. The whispers became more persistent, and the cold in the house seemed to deepen. One night, while leaning against the wall near the fireplace, I heard a voice say, "Trapped." I tried to stay calm, asking again who they were and how I could help. But all I got were disjointed murmurs and sighs, growing more desperate each time. On the 5th night, I lit the fireplace, hoping its warmth and light would chase away whatever haunted this place. But the whispers only grew louder. I couldn't bear it anymore. Grabbing a small hammer from my bag, I started chipping at the wall where the whispers were loudest. Bits of stone fell to the floor, revealing a hollow space behind. And then, the whispering stopped. For a long moment, the house was deathly silent. I shone my flashlight into the hollow space. It was empty, just darkness and cold air. But as I leaned closer, a voice clearer than ever whispered in my ear, "Too late." The chill that ran through me was unlike anything I'd felt before. I fled the house that night, leaving everything behind. I never went back to that village. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I still hear faint knocks on my bedroom walls and whispers that seem to say my name. The lighthouse stood alone on the edge of a rocky cliff, overlooking a restless gray sea. It hadn't been used in decades, its light long extinguished, its stairs worn and creaking. Locals warned visitors to stay away, claiming strange things happened there after dark. But curiosity got the better of me. I was an amateur photographer, always searching for eerie places to capture. The lighthouse seemed perfect. I arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky painted in soft oranges and purples. My gear felt heavy on my back as I approached the rusted metal door. Pushing it open, I stepped inside. The air smelled of salt and damp stone. My footsteps echoed faintly in the circular room, where the walls were lined with peeling paint and old hooks for lanterns. A spiral staircase wound its way up to the top. I set up my tripod and took a few photos of the entrance. The light from the setting sun barely reached inside, casting long shadows. Something about the shadows seemed odd. They didn't move quite the way they should, lingering in corners where there was no light. I shook off the unease and began my climb up the staircase. Each step groaned under my weight, and the metal rail was cold to the touch. As I ascended, I noticed scratches on the walls, deep gouges, as if someone had dragged something sharp along the surface. At the top, the room housing the lighthouse's old lamp was dusty and empty. The massive glass panels were cracked, but they still offered a stunning view of the ocean. Waves crashed against the rocks below, and the wind howled faintly outside. I began taking pictures, adjusting the angle to capture the moody seascape. As I focused the lens, I thought I saw movement reflected in the cracked glass. A figure, dark and indistinct, standing at the base of the stairs. I lowered the camera and turned, but no one was there. The silence felt heavier now. The air seemed colder, and the shadows in the corners felt darker. I tried to focus on my work, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing minute. As I packed up my camera, I heard it, a soft scraping sound coming from the stairs. My heart raced as I peered down. The steps were empty, but the sound continued, faint and rhythmic, as if someone were climbing slowly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable. I stood frozen, every instinct screaming at me to leave. But when I turned to head down the stairs, I froze. A shadow stood at the bottom of the steps. It wasn't cast by anything. It was upright, human-shaped, and darker than the dim light around it. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention, cold and heavy, fixed on me. I stumbled back, nearly dropping my camera. The shadow began to ascend, gliding soundlessly up the stairs. I bolted for the other side of the room, my back pressed against the glass. "Who are you?" I shouted, though I doubted it would answer. It didn't. The shadow stopped halfway up the stairs, and for a moment I thought it might retreat. But then it stretched, growing taller, its edges blurring as it reached toward the ceiling. The room grew colder, and I could see my breath fogging the air. I fumbled for my flashlight and shone it at the shadow. The beam passed through it, illuminating nothing but the wall behind. The shadow didn't react, but the air seemed to grow heavier, pressing against my chest. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. Grabbing my camera, I bolted down the stairs. My footsteps echoed wildly, overlapping with the faint scrape that followed me. When I reached the bottom, the door I'd come through was ajar, swaying gently in the wind. I ran outside, not daring to look back. As I reached the safety of my car, I glanced over my shoulder one last time. The lighthouse stood silent against the darkening sky, but in one of the broken windows near the top I saw the shadow again, watching. I drove away as fast as I could. The image of that shadow burned into my mind. I never developed the photos from that evening, but sometimes, when I look at my camera, I swear I see something moving in the reflection of the lens. On the edge of town, hidden beneath the shade of ancient trees, stood the old clockmaker's house. For years it had been abandoned, its windows covered in dust, and its once bright paint faded to a dull gray. The townsfolk avoided it, whispering tales of clocks that ticked on their own and chimes that rang in the dead of night. I didn't believe in ghost stories. As an antique enthusiast, I was more intrigued by the possibility of uncovering forgotten treasures. So, when the opportunity came to explore the clockmaker's house, I eagerly accepted. The door creaked loudly as I stepped inside, and the scent of aged wood and rusted metal filled the air. The main room was cluttered with tables, shelves, and dozens of clocks in various states of repair. Some were ornate and gilded, others plain and utilitarian. Their hands were still, and the silence was profound. I wandered through the house, marveling at the craftsmanship of the clocks. Despite the years of neglect, many were intact, their faces gleaming faintly in the dim light filtering through the cracked windows. In the back of the house, I found a staircase leading to the basement. A faint, rhythmic ticking sound echoed from below. I hesitated. None of the clocks upstairs were working, so where was the sound coming from? Curiosity got the better of me. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended, flashlight in hand. The basement was colder than the rest of the house, and the air felt damp. At the far end of the room was a large workbench covered in tools, springs, and gears. Hanging above it was an enormous clock, its face cracked, but its hands moving steadily. I approached it cautiously. The ticking grew louder as I neared. It was mesmerizing, each tick seeming to echo not just in the room but in my chest. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my fingers brushed the cold metal, the ticking stopped. The silence was deafening. Then, all at once, every clock in the house began to chime. The sound was overwhelming, filling the basement with a cacophony of mismatched tones. I stumbled back, clutching my ears. When the chimes finally stopped, the room felt different, heavier. The air seemed thicker, and the shadows in the corners looked darker. That's when I noticed the faint impression of footprints in the dust on the floor. They weren't mine. The prints were small, like those of a child, and they led toward the far wall, where an old grandfather clock stood. Its door was slightly ajar, and from within came a faint whisper. "Help me." I froze, my flashlight trembling in my hand. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. There was no response, but the grandfather clock began to creak. Its pendulum, which had been still, started to swing, slowly at first, then faster. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Please, let me out." The air grew colder. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. Against every instinct, I stepped closer to the clock. I reached for the door, my hand shaking. As I pulled it open, the pendulum stopped abruptly, and the house fell silent once more. Inside the clock was nothing but darkness. No gears, no weights, just an empty void that seemed impossibly deep. I leaned closer, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me. A hand shot out from the darkness, pale and cold, grabbing my wrist. I screamed and pulled back with all my strength, falling to the floor. When I looked up, the clock door had slammed shut, and the whispering was gone. The footprints in the dust had vanished, and the house felt still again. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran up the stairs, through the cluttered main room, and out the front door. As I stood outside, catching my breath, I heard one last chime from the house, a single deep note that echoed through the still night. I never returned to the clockmaker's house, but sometimes when I'm alone and the room is quiet, I think I can hear the faint ticking of a clock that isn't there. The boarding house was old but charming, with creaky wooden floors and wallpaper that looked like it had seen a century pass. I had rented a small room on the second floor while working a temporary job in the town. Mrs. Whitmore, the elderly owner, was kind but a bit odd. "Stay out of room 6, she warned when she handed me the key to my room. "That one is unpredictable." I thought it was just an old woman's superstition. The room across the hall from mine, Room 6 had a heavy wooden door with a tarnished brass handle. It looked no different from the others. The first few nights were uneventful. My room was cozy, the bed firm but comfortable, and the soft sound of the wind through the trees outside helped me drift off easily. But every night as I passed room 6 on the way to the shared bathroom, I felt the strangest sensation, as if someone were standing on the other side of the door, watching. On the fourth night, I heard it for the first time. A faint tapping sound coming from room 6. It was soft, irregular, like someone gently knocking on the wall. I paused in the hallway, staring at the door. The sound stopped. "Is someone in there?" I whispered. No answer. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the house settling. But as I lay in bed later, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The next night, as I returned from the bathroom, I found the door to room 6 slightly ajar. I froze. Mrs. Whitmore had said the room wasn't rented out. Who had opened it? I peeked inside. The room was small and sparsely furnished. A bed with a faded quilt, a wooden dresser, and a single chair near the window. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting pale shadows on the floor. Everything was still, yet the air felt wrong, heavy. I quickly shut the door and returned to my room, locking it behind me. That night the tapping returned, but this time it was louder. It didn't stop when I covered my ears. The following day I asked Mrs. Whitmore about room 6. "Oh, you heard it, didn't you?" she said, her voice low. "That room's it changes, always has. People who stay there don't stay long." I laughed nervously. "What do you mean it changes?" She leaned closer, her eyes sharp despite her age. "Furniture moves, walls shift. Sometimes people swear it's bigger on the inside than it should be. I don't rent it out anymore." That evening, curiosity got the better of me. I waited until the house was quiet, then crept across the hall and opened the door to room 6. It wasn't the same room I had seen before. The bed was gone, replaced by an old writing desk and a high-backed chair. The window was boarded up, and the wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of bare wood underneath. A single candle burned on the desk, its flame flickering despite the lack of a breeze. I stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind me. I turned, heart pounding, but the door wouldn't budge. I banged on it, calling for help, but the air seemed to swallow my voice. When I turned back to the room, it had changed again. The walls were closer now, the space tighter. The desk was gone, and the chair sat in the middle of the room, facing me. The candle had moved to the floor, its wax dripping onto the boards. Then I heard it. A soft, raspy whisper. "Why are you here?" The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. The shadows on the walls seemed to stretch and twist, taking shapes that made my stomach turn. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I'll leave. Just let me out." The room didn't answer, but the chair began to slide across the floor toward me. I backed into the wall, my hands scrambling for the doorknob. Suddenly, the door flew open and I stumbled into the hallway. Mrs. Whitmore stood there, her face pale but calm. "I told you not to go in," she said softly. She didn't seem surprised. I packed my bags that night and left without looking back. Years later, I heard the boarding house had been torn down. They said the demolition crew found an extra room inside, one that wasn't on the blueprints. No one could explain it. In the small town where I grew up, there was a house everyone avoided. It sat at the end of an overgrown cul-de-sac, its paint faded and windows clouded with grime. No one lived there, not for decades. Yet, there was a single window on the top floor that never stayed dark. Some nights a faint light would glow from within, even though the house had no electricity. Kids dared each other to get close, but most of us stayed far away. The stories about the house were always the same. A figure in the window, watching. I never believed the tales. As an adult, I thought it was just superstition. So, when the house went up for sale at a ridiculously low price, I couldn't resist. It needed a lot of work, but I had time. The first day I stepped inside, I noticed how quiet it was. No birds outside, no distant hum of passing cars, just silence. The house smelled of dust and old wood. Cobwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. I spent most of the day cleaning, starting with the ground floor. By evening, I was exhausted. The top floor could wait. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag in the living room, I felt uneasy. The air seemed heavier and shadows from the moonlight stretched longer than they should. I told myself it was just my nerves. First night jitters in a new old house. But then I heard it. A faint tap. It came from upstairs. I froze, holding my breath. The sound came again, rhythmic, like someone tapping on glass. Slowly, I got up, flashlight in hand, and climbed the stairs. The hallway at the top was narrow, with peeling wallpaper and a single window at the end. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. It was coming from the window. I approached cautiously, the beam of my flashlight trembling as I pointed it ahead. The closer I got, the colder the air felt. When I reached the window, the tapping stopped. The glass was foggy, but as I wiped it clean, my breath caught. Outside, in the reflection of the moonlight, I could see a figure standing in the yard below. It was facing the house, but its head was tilted upward as if staring directly at me. I turned quickly to look down into the yard, but no one was there. When I turned back to the window, the fog had returned, thicker now, obscuring the glass completely. I hurried back downstairs, my heart racing. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. The next few days passed without incident. I spent them repairing the floors and scrubbing the walls, trying to distract myself from the unsettling feeling that lingered in the house. But every night I heard the tapping. On the third night, I decided to ignore it. I stayed in my sleeping bag, refusing to investigate. But the tapping grew louder, more insistent, as if daring me to look. Then came the whisper. "Why don't you come closer?" I shot upright, my chest tight. The voice was faint, like a breeze slipping through cracks in the walls. I didn't sleep that night. By the end of the week, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I climbed the stairs again, flashlight shaking in my grip. This time, when I reached the window, I didn't hesitate. I opened it. The cold air rushed in, sharp and biting. The yard below was empty, bathed in pale moonlight. But as I leaned out to look around, a shadow moved across the glass. I spun back toward the hallway, and there it was. A figure, dark and featureless, stood at the other end of the hall. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze, heavy and unrelenting. "I see you," it whispered. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. My flashlight flickered, and the shadow disappeared. That was enough for me. I left that night, abandoning the house and everything I'd brought with me. Now, whenever I drive past that street, I avoid looking at the house. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of the window, and I swear someone is still there watching. At the heart of an old village stood a crumbling church with a tall bell tower. Its bell hadn't rung in over 50 years, not since the last priest had vanished one stormy night. The villagers avoided it, muttering that the silence of the bell was a curse. I had come to the village to study its history for a book. The church was the perfect place to begin. Its Gothic arches and weathered stone walls were a historian's dream. The caretaker, an elderly man named Thomas, warned me. "Stay out of the bell tower," he said firmly. "No good has ever come from disturbing it." I smiled politely but didn't press him. I'd heard too many old ghost stories to be easily spooked. The first day, I explored the nave and the dusty pews. Faded murals on the walls told stories of saints and sinners. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and forgotten prayers. In the back, I found the spiral staircase leading up to the bell tower. The iron gate barring the stairs was locked, but the key hung nearby on a rusted nail. Thomas must have forgotten to remove it. That night, As I reviewed my notes in the small inn where I was staying, I couldn't stop thinking about the bell tower. What was so dangerous about it? I decided to find out. The next morning, I returned to the church. Sunlight filtered through the cracked stained glass, casting fractured rainbows on the stone floor. I hesitated at the base of the stairs, then grabbed the key. The gate groaned loudly as I pushed it open. The staircase was narrow and steep, each step coated in a fine layer of dust. My footsteps echoed as I climbed, the sound swallowed quickly by the thick walls. Halfway up, I noticed scratches on the walls, long, deep grooves, as if someone, or something, had clawed at the stone. At the top, I entered the bell chamber. The bell hung in the center, massive and rusted, its surface covered in strange, faded etchings. A wooden beam ran along the ceiling, from which hung the frayed remains of the bell's rope. The air was still, but it carried an unnatural chill. I stepped closer to the bell, running my fingers over the carvings. They weren't words but symbols, jagged, looping marks that seemed to shift when I looked at them too long. As I studied them, the air grew heavier. A faint humming sound began to fill the chamber, low and rhythmic like the distant toll of a bell. I turned toward the staircase, my pulse quickening. That's when I saw the figure. It was standing in the corner of the chamber, shrouded in shadow. Its outline was barely visible, but I could feel its presence, cold and oppressive. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The figure didn't move. Instead, the humming grew louder, resonating deep in my chest. The bell above me quivered as though it might ring. I backed toward the stairs, but the air seemed to thicken, holding me in place. "You shouldn't have come," a voice rasped, low and hollow, like the echo of something long buried. The figure stepped forward, and for the first time I saw its face, or the absence of one. Its head was featureless, smooth and pale, with no eyes or mouth. The humming swelled, and the bell began to sway. It moved slowly at first, then faster, as if pulled by an invisible force. "Leave," the voice commanded. I didn't need to be told twice. I stumbled down the stairs, the air around me growing colder with every step. Behind me, I heard the bell begin to toll, its sound deep and mournful. When I reached the bottom, the bell's toll stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. I locked the gate and threw the key into the shadows of the nave. Thomas was waiting outside, his expression grim. "You opened the tower, didn't you?" he asked. I nodded, my hands trembling. "It's awake now," he said quietly, "and it won't rest again." I left the village the next morning, but even now, far from that cursed church, I sometimes hear the faint toll of a bell in the dead of night, and it sends a shiver through my soul. There was a story about the forest on the edge of town. People said that if you walked far enough into the woods at night, you'd see a lantern swinging gently in the darkness. It was said to guide lost travelers, but those who followed it never returned. I didn't believe the tales, of course. I was visiting my cousin's quiet village for a week and, curious about the stories, decided to explore the woods myself. Armed with a flashlight and my camera, I set out just after sunset. The forest was dense, the trees tall and ancient, their gnarled branches twisted together, blocking out most of the moonlight. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow path ahead. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and damp earth. At first, everything was calm. The sounds of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves kept me company. But as I ventured deeper, the forest grew quieter. The chirping stopped, and an eerie stillness settled over the trees. That's when I saw it. A light, faint but unmistakable, flickered through the trees ahead. It swayed back and forth, as though someone were carrying a lantern. I hesitated. The stories flashed through my mind, warning me to turn back. But curiosity got the better of me. Slowly, I followed the light. The lantern moved deeper into the forest, its warm glow casting long shadows on the trees. I quickened my pace, calling out, "Hello?" Is someone there? No answer. As I drew closer, I realized I couldn't see the person holding the lantern, just the light itself, floating in the air. It danced just out of reach, leading me farther and farther from the path. Something about it was hypnotic. I couldn't bring myself to stop. Eventually, the light led me to a clearing. In the center stood a large oak tree, its trunk twisted and blackened, as if burned. The lantern hung from one of its low branches, swaying gently despite the still air. I stepped closer, drawn to it. The flame inside the lantern flickered, but it cast no heat. Instead, the air grew colder the nearer I got. Suddenly I heard a voice, a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Stay with us." I froze. The whisper was joined by another, then another, until the clearing was filled with overlapping voices, murmuring words I couldn't understand. The lantern's light brightened, bathing the clearing in an unnatural glow. Shadows stretched out from the tree, twisting and writhing like living things. "Stay," the voices said again, louder now. Fear gripped me and I stumbled back, nearly dropping my flashlight. The lantern swayed violently, as if shaken by an unseen hand. The shadows began to rise, taking vague, humanoid shapes. My instincts screamed at me to run, but the lantern's light held me in place, pulling me closer with an invisible force. I finally tore my gaze away and bolted back toward the path. The whispers turned to wails, echoing through the trees as I ran. The forest seemed to close in around me, the branches clawing at my clothes and skin. I didn't stop until I saw the faint lights of the village through the trees. Only then did I dare to look back. The lantern's glow was gone, but I could still hear the whispers faintly, carried on the wind. When I returned to the village, my cousin stared at me in shock. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak. "You're lucky," he said, his voice low. "Most people don't make it back." I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lantern's glow and heard the voices calling me back to the forest. I left the village the next morning, vowing never to return. But even now, when I pass a dark stretch of trees, I sometimes catch a flicker of light out of the corner of my eye. And for a moment, I hear the whispers again. "Stay with us." The house I inherited from my great-aunt was charming but unsettling. It was a large old building with creaky wooden floors, high ceilings, and narrow hallways. Though I had fond childhood memories of visiting her here, I never stayed past sunset. My aunt always said the house had too much history. After her passing, I decided to spend a week there to sort through her belongings. Most of the rooms were filled with antiques, ornate furniture, faded rugs, and delicate trinkets. The attic, however, was a different story. The stairs leading up to the attic were narrow and steep, and the door was stiff, groaning loudly as I pushed it open. The air inside was stale, thick with dust. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, and cobwebs stretched across the rafters. At the far end of the attic stood a tall, oval mirror in an ornate golden frame. The glass was slightly warped, and its surface seemed to ripple faintly in the dim light. I approached the mirror, wiping the dust from its surface. My reflection looked normal, though the longer I stared, the stranger it felt. Something about the way the mirror captured the room behind me seemed off. Shrugging it off as my imagination, I left the attic for the day. But that night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. At midnight, I awoke to a faint creaking sound. It seemed to come from above me, from the attic. My heart raced as I listened, frozen in place. Another creak, followed by a soft thud, like footsteps. Grabbing my flashlight, I climbed the attic stairs. The air felt colder than before, and I could hear my own breathing echoing in the narrow space. When I opened the attic door, the mirror was no longer where I'd seen it. It was now standing in the middle of the room. I stepped closer, the flashlight beam trembling as I shone it around the attic. The boxes and furniture were untouched, but the mirror seemed different, Its surface shimmered faintly, like water disturbed by a breeze. As I stared, something moved behind me in the reflection. I spun around, the flashlight darting across the attic. Nothing. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was gone. Instead, the glass showed the attic as it was, but with someone else standing in it. A figure, tall and shadowy, stood in the corner of the reflection, its head tilted as if observing me. My breath caught. I turned to face the corner, but there was no one there. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was closer, now standing just behind where I would have been reflected. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised a hand and placed it against the inside of the glass. I watched in horror as faint ripples spread across the surface as if the mirror were liquid. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a box. The figure pressed harder, and the glass seemed to bulge outward, like it was trying to step through. Panicking, I grabbed a nearby sheet and threw it over the mirror. The attic plunged into silence. I fled downstairs, my heart pounding. I locked the attic door behind me, shoving a chair under the doorknob for good measure. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me flinch, and I swore I could hear faint tapping from the attic above. The next morning, I hired a moving company to empty the attic. When they carried the mirror out, one of the movers paused. "This thing gives me the creeps," he said, shaking his head. "You and me both," I muttered. The mirror was the first thing I got rid of. I didn't care who took it or where it went, as long as it wasn't in the house anymore. Since then, the house has been quiet. But sometimes, late at night, I think I hear faint creaks above me, as if the mirror left something behind. And in every reflective surface, windows, puddles, even my own bathroom mirror, I catch glimpses of movement that aren't mine. There was an empty field at the edge of town that no one talked about. It wasn't fenced off, nor did it have any signs warning people away. But still, everyone avoided it. Rumor had it there was a door standing in the middle of the field, a door with no frame, no walls, just a single weathered wooden door. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, I decided to see it for myself. The air was cool, and the tall grass swayed gently in the breeze. With a flashlight in hand and a mix of curiosity and apprehension, I walked into the field. At first, I saw nothing but grass and shadows stretching long in the fading sunlight. But as I ventured farther, I spotted it. The door. It stood upright, as if defying gravity. The wood was gray and cracked with age, and the brass handle was tarnished. There was no hinge or frame to hold it in place, just a solitary door in the middle of the field. I approached cautiously, my footsteps crunching softly on the dry grass. When I was close enough to touch it, I noticed faint carvings etched into the wood, symbols I didn't recognize, looping and twisting like vines. "Who put you here?" I murmured, running my fingers over the carvings. The door felt cold, unnaturally so, even in the warmth of the evening. I reached for the handle, hesitating for a moment before turning it. It didn't budge. Relieved, I stepped back, telling myself the stories were just local folklore. But as I turned to leave, I heard a soft creak behind me. The door had opened. My heart raced as I spun around. The door now stood ajar, revealing nothing but pitch-black darkness beyond. No sky, no grass, no ground, just an empty void. A faint whisper drifted from the open door, so soft I almost didn't catch it. "Come closer." I froze, my body refusing to move. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Come closer. We're waiting." I stepped back, shaking my head. "No," I said, my voice barely audible. The door creaked wider, and the whispers grew louder, overlapping until they became a chorus. Some voices were pleading, others commanding, but all of them called to me. I turned and ran, the tall grass whipping against my legs as I sprinted toward the road. The whispers followed, growing fainter as I put distance between myself and the door. When I finally reached the edge of the field, I turned to look back. The door was closed, standing silent and still in the center of the grass, as if it had never opened. That night, I couldn't sleep. The whispers echoed in my mind, and I dreamed of hands reaching out from the darkness beyond the door, pulling me in. The next morning, I told a few friends about what I'd seen. One of them, skeptical, decided to check it out for himself. He didn't come back. A search party was organized, combing through the field for hours. They found nothing, no footprints, no signs of a struggle. The door was still there, silent and unmoving. I stayed far away after that. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I imagine I hear faint whispers carried on the wind, calling my name, and I know the door is still waiting. On the outskirts of a forgotten town, there was an abandoned railway station. Its platform was cracked and weeds grew between the rusted tracks. The station hadn't been used in decades, but every so often people claimed to hear the faint whistle of a train passing through the night. I was in the area for work and decided to visit the station after hearing the stories from a local shopkeeper. The midnight train, she called it. It doesn't stop for anyone, but some say it's not meant for the living. Curiosity got the better of me. That night, armed with a thermos of coffee and my flashlight, I made my way to the station. The air was cool, and the sky was a blanket of stars. The station was even more desolate than I had imagined. The ticket booth stood empty, its windows shattered, and the old wooden benches were covered in moss. I settled onto one of them, watching the tracks vanish into the darkness. For hours, nothing happened. The only sounds were the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustling of leaves. I was beginning to think the story was just a myth when I felt it. A faint vibration under my feet. It was subtle at first, like the earth was holding its breath. Then I heard it. The distant whistle of a train. I stood, my heart pounding as the sound grew louder. A soft, cold breeze swept through the station, carrying the faint smell of smoke and metal. Out of the darkness, the train appeared. Its headlights were dim, and its body was shrouded in mist. The engine looked ancient, with peeling paint and windows clouded by grime. It moved slowly, almost deliberately, as if it didn't belong in this world. I waved my flashlight, hoping to catch the attention of whoever was inside. But the train didn't stop. As it passed, I caught glimpses of the cars. The windows revealed shadowy figures sitting stiffly in their seats. None of them moved, and their faces were pale and blurred like reflections in a foggy mirror. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. In one of the cars, a figure stood at the window, staring directly at me. It was a man in a dark suit, but his face was hollow and skeletal. He raised a hand slowly, pointing at me as the train continued down the tracks. I stumbled back, my flashlight slipping from my grasp. The train's whistle echoed one final time, and then it was gone, swallowed by the night. For a long moment I stood there, trying to steady my breathing. The platform was silent again, as if nothing had happened. But when I looked down, I saw something lying on the ground near the tracks. A single weathered train ticket. The name on it was mine. I didn't sleep that night, and the next morning, I left town without looking back. Even now, I avoid train stations. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear the faint whistle of a train in the distance, and I wonder if it's coming for me. The barn was as you left it, worn by time and silence. Inside, the smell of damp wood and hay greeted you, laced with memories of your grandfather. His old pocket watch, the heirloom you came for, was tucked away somewhere amidst the dust and decay. As you stepped deeper inside, the chains hanging from the rafters swayed faintly, though the air was still. Each footstep felt louder, the crunch of old straw echoing in the cavernous space. You remembered how your grandmother once spoke of odd happenings in this barn, stories you dismissed as folklore. But here, in the hush of the empty barn, her tales felt closer to truth. At the rear wall, you found it. A small wooden chest half hidden beneath broken tools. Its latch was rusted shut, as if the years had sealed it against intruders. You knelt, the world narrowing to the box before you. Then came the first whisper. It was faint, almost like a breath, carrying your name. You froze, heart thudding. The barn was supposed to be empty. You turned slowly, flashlight trembling in your grip. Shadows played tricks with the beams, and you shook your head, convincing yourself it was the wind. Returning to the chest, you dug a small metal rod from the ground, using it to pry open the lock. The lid gave way with a creak, revealing your grandfather's watch resting atop yellowed papers. Relief mixed with unease as you reached for it. The whisper returned, louder this time, insistent. Leave. You jerked upright, gripping the watch tightly. A shape shifted at the edge of your vision, a dark, human-like silhouette. It lingered near the doorway, still as the grave. Your flashlight caught nothing but air, yet the shape remained when you looked back. The whisper came again, surrounding you this time. Not yours. Panic surged, and you backed toward the barn doors, clutching the watch as if it could protect you. The chains above swayed violently now, clinking against one another, their sound like mournful bells. You stumbled, nearly dropping the watch, and the whispers grew into a cacophony. Leave, leave, leave. Finally outside, you turned back, expecting to see the silhouette standing in the doorway, but the barn was empty, as though it had swallowed its secrets whole. You didn't stay to question it. The watch was heavy in your pocket, its ticking loud in the quiet night. Each step you took away from the barn felt harder, like unseen eyes pressed against your back. The next morning, the watch stopped ticking. You placed it on your desk, deciding to let it be. But as night fell, you heard it again, a faint whisper, calling your name. Eleanor moved into the old countryside cottage to escape the noise of the city. The rent was surprisingly cheap, and the house, though weathered, had a charm she couldn't resist. It sat at the edge of a quiet village, with rolling hills and a sprawling forest nearby. The first few days passed uneventfully as she unpacked and arranged her life into the cozy, creaky home. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, she noticed something strange. The window in the attic, the smallest one in the house, seemed to catch the fading light in an odd way. From the yard, she could see it glowing faintly, even though she hadn't been up there yet. She told herself it was nothing, a trick of the sun reflecting off old glass. But as the days turned into weeks, Eleanor began to notice peculiar things. Every time she walked past the attic door, she felt an inexplicable chill, though the rest of the house was warm. Occasionally, she thought she heard faint tapping, as if someone were gently knocking on the attic window. One evening, as she settled down with a book, she heard a louder knock. She froze, her gaze darting toward the ceiling. "It's just the wind," she muttered, convincing herself it was nothing. But when the knock came again, steady and deliberate, she couldn't ignore it any longer. Grabbing her flashlight, Eleanor ascended the narrow staircase to the attic. The air grew colder with each step. The wooden door creaked as she pushed it open, revealing a dusty room filled with old furniture and forgotten trinkets. The window sat at the far end of the attic, its frame warped with age. It was small, just big enough for someone to peek through. She shone her flashlight on it, but nothing seemed unusual. No scratches, no cracks. Yet, as she turned to leave, she felt a presence. Someone was watching her. Spinning back around, she nearly dropped the flashlight. A shadowy figure stood just beyond the glass, its face pressed close, obscured by the grime of the window. Eleanor's heart raced as she staggered back, tripping over a stack of old boxes. When she scrambled to her feet, the figure was gone. Breathing heavily, she shut the attic door and locked it. That night, she barely slept, every creak of the house jolting her awake. By morning, she had convinced herself it was her imagination. The attic window was too high for anyone to reach without a ladder, and the house was surrounded by untouched grass and dirt. Still, unease clung to her like a shadow. She decided to investigate. Retrieving an old book of the house's history from the village library, She learned that the previous owners had moved out suddenly, leaving no forwarding address. Whispers in the village suggested a tragedy, but no one seemed willing to share the details. That night, the tapping returned. This time, it was louder, more insistent. Eleanor grabbed her flashlight again, but as she reached the attic door, she stopped. The air was unnaturally cold, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. When she finally gathered the courage to open the door, the window was wide open, its glass panes swinging gently in the wind. A single muddy footprint marked the wooden floor beneath it, small, as if left by a child. Shaking, Eleanor backed away, closing the door and retreating to her room. She didn't sleep that night, the sounds of faint giggling and tapping echoing through the house. By dawn, she made up her mind to leave. Packing her belongings hastily, she vowed never to return. But as she carried the last box to her car, she glanced back at the house one final time. The attic window was shut, yet a figure stood behind it, its shadow unmoving. She could feel its gaze even from the driveway. As she drove away, her rearview mirror caught the house shrinking into the distance. The attic window reflected the morning light, but she swore she saw the figure raise a hand, almost as if it were waving goodbye. On the rocky cliffs of a forgotten coast stood a weathered lighthouse. It had long been abandoned, its beam extinguished decades ago when shipping routes shifted to calmer waters. Now the villagers rarely spoke of it, and even fewer dared venture near it. Amira had heard the stories. As a freelance photographer, she was drawn to eerie and desolate places, believing they carried stories worth capturing. The lighthouse, with its crumbling walls and peeling white paint, was irresistible. She decided to spend the night there, hoping to photograph the ruins under the stars. She arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon. The lighthouse loomed tall against the fiery sky, its shadow stretching long over the rocky ground. A cold wind swept in from the ocean, carrying the scent of salt and decay. The door creaked loudly as Amira pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, and the sound of her boots echoed unnaturally. She adjusted her camera bag and made her way to the spiral staircase at the center of the lighthouse. Rusted metal groaned beneath her weight as she ascended. At the top, the lantern room offered a panoramic view of the darkening sea. The glass panes were streaked with grime, and the great lens that once guided sailors was cracked but still impressive. Amira set up her camera, framing the broken lens against the backdrop of the night sky. As she worked, the wind picked up, howling through the broken windows. She thought she heard faint murmurs, carried on the wind, but dismissed them as her imagination. By midnight, the stars glittered brilliantly above, and Amira lost herself in her work. But then she felt it, a shift in the air, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck. She turned slowly, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. There was nothing. Then she noticed something odd. A faint glow emanated from the lighthouse's lens. It was dim, pulsing like a dying ember. Confused, Amira moved closer, her flashlight beam bouncing off the fractured glass. She reached out to touch it, but stopped short when she saw a handprint. The print was small, pressed into the grime from the inside of the lens. Amira's breath caught in her throat. She shone her light into the lens, revealing the faint outline of a face, its features blurred as if submerged in water. The eyes were open, staring directly at her. Her flashlight flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. The wind roared louder, rattling the glass panes, and a low hum filled the air, growing steadily louder. "Leave," a voice whispered, low and guttural, echoing in the confined space. Amira grabbed her camera and backed toward the staircase. The humming turned into a deep vibration, shaking the floor beneath her. As she fled down the spiral stairs, she felt the air grow colder, her breath visible in the beam of her flashlight. Halfway down, she heard the sound of footsteps following her. They were slow, deliberate, and impossibly close. She didn't dare look back. Reaching the bottom, she stumbled into the open air, her heart pounding. The lighthouse stood eerily silent, its exterior unchanged. But when she turned to look back at the lantern room, She saw it. The lens was glowing brightly now, its beam cutting across the dark ocean. And in the window, silhouetted against the light, stood the figure of a man, his outline unmistakable. Amira didn't wait to see more. She ran back to her car, her camera bag clutched tightly to her chest. As she drove away, the lighthouse's beam remained steady, sweeping across the sea as if guiding lost ships. Later, when she developed her photos, she found an image of the lantern room she didn't remember taking. In the picture, the cracked lens glowed faintly, and behind it, the same figure stared out, his face partially obscured by shadow. Amira never returned to the lighthouse, but sometimes, when she looked at her photo, she swore she could see the figure's face more clearly, as if it were pressing closer to the lens with each passing day. Deep in the countryside, there was a forest that no one dared to enter after sunset. The villagers called it the Whispering Woods, and the name came with a warning. Never listen too closely to the whispers, or they'll follow you home. Lila wasn't one to believe in old tales. A writer in search of inspiration, she rented a small cabin near the forest. She thought the eerie reputation was perfect for sparking creativity. The locals, however, were less enthusiastic when she mentioned her plans to explore the woods. "Stay out of there," warned the shopkeeper as she bought supplies. "The forest doesn't like visitors." Lila smiled politely, but she dismissed his caution. She'd grown up in a busy city where strange noises were common and shadows were just tricks of the light. What could a forest possibly do to her? The day she decided to venture in, the weather was calm. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting golden beams across the mossy ground. Lila brought her notebook and a small flashlight, intending to jot down descriptions of the forest's atmosphere. At first it was peaceful. The trees towered high above, their branches swaying gently. Birds chirped, and the distant rustling of leaves was soothing. Lila wandered deeper, letting her curiosity guide her. But as the sun dipped lower, the forest began to change. The air grew colder, and the usual sounds of nature faded. The silence was so sudden and complete that Lila stopped in her tracks, clutching her notebook. That's when she heard it. A soft, barely audible whisper. It was faint, like someone murmuring just beyond her line of sight. Turning her head, she scanned the trees, but there was no one there. The whisper came again, this time closer. Lila. Her name. She froze, her heart hammering in her chest. It wasn't possible. She hadn't told anyone she'd be here. The sound came again, floating through the trees like a breeze carrying words. "Come closer." Against her better judgment, Lila called out, "Who's there?" The forest remained still, but the whispering continued, overlapping voices now, faint and indistinct. It sounded like 100 people speaking at once, their tones rising and falling. Panicked, she turned back the way she came, but the path looked unfamiliar. The golden light was gone, replaced by a dim gray haze that seemed to cling to the trees. Lila pulled out her flashlight, its beam piercing the growing darkness. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Stay. Don't leave. Stay with us." Her breath came in short gasps as she stumbled forward, desperate to find the edge of the forest. But no matter how far she walked, the trees seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. Then, she saw it, a figure standing between the trees. It was too far to make out details, but it was tall and unmoving. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling. The figure didn't respond. Instead, the whispers surged, now sounding like a storm rushing toward her. Lila bolted, the flashlight trembling in her hand. She didn't look back, but she could feel the presence behind her, the whispers circling her like a wind that never touched her skin. Finally, she burst into a small clearing and collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. The whispers stopped abruptly, leaving only silence. The trees around the clearing were different, thicker, darker, almost alive in the way their twisted branches loomed. In the center of the clearing was a single stone, weathered and covered in strange symbols. Curiosity and terror battled within her, But before she could decide whether to approach the stone, the whispers returned, louder than ever. "You shouldn't have come." The clearing spun as the voices pressed in from all sides. Lila shut her eyes, clamping her hands over her ears. When she opened her eyes again, she was on the edge of the forest, her flashlight lying beside her in the dirt. The sun was just beginning to rise, and the familiar path to her cabin was in front of her. Shaken, she stumbled home and locked the door behind her. She couldn't explain what had happened, but she knew one thing for certain. She had heard her name, and something deep in that forest had spoken to her. That night, as she tried to sleep, she heard a faint whisper outside her window. Lila. In a quiet town, there was an old shop with a faded wooden sign that read, "Haven Clocks and Repairs." It had stood on the corner of the cobblestone street for as long as anyone could remember. The shop was run by Mr. Ashford, a reclusive clockmaker with silver hair and piercing gray eyes. Though his work was impeccable, his demeanor kept the townsfolk at a distance. When Mr. Ashford passed away, the shop closed. It stood untouched for years, the large grandfather clocks in the display window gathering dust. No one dared enter, not even to clear it out. Whispers among the townsfolk claimed the shop was haunted, though no one could say by what. One day, Claire, a history enthusiast, arrived in town. She'd inherited a small cottage nearby and quickly became fascinated by the abandoned clock shop. Its eerie reputation didn't deter her. If anything, it intrigued her more. She decided to explore the shop, hoping to uncover its mysteries. The front door creaked open with surprising ease. Inside, the air smelled of varnish and time, wood, metal, and dust. Clocks of all sizes lined the walls, their faces staring blankly at her. None of them ticked. Claire wandered through the shop, running her fingers over the polished surfaces. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards. She noticed a door at the back, slightly ajar. Pushing it open, she found a small workshop. The room was cluttered with tools, gears, and unfinished clocks. In the center was a workbench with a single clock lying on it. Its face was strange, etched with intricate designs that looked more like symbols than numbers. As Claire examined it, the room grew colder. A faint ticking sound began, though none of the clocks in the shop had been wound. She looked around, her breath visible in the chill air. The ticking grew louder, echoing through the workshop. Then the whisper came. "Help me." The voice was soft, almost drowned out by the ticking. Claire's heart raced as she spun around, but the room was empty. The whisper came again, this time clearer. "Please, finish it." Her eyes fell on the strange clock on the workbench. Against her better judgment, she picked it up. The ticking stopped immediately, and the silence was deafening. That night, Claire brought the clock home. She couldn't explain why. It was as if the voice had planted a compulsion in her. She placed it on her desk, its blank face staring at her as she tried to sleep. At midnight, she woke to the sound of faint ticking. The clock was glowing faintly, the strange symbols on its face pulsing with light. And then she saw him. Mr. Ashford's figure was reflected in the glass of the clock's face. His eyes met hers, pleading. His lips moved, forming the same words over and over. "Finish it." The next day, Claire returned to the shop, the clock tucked under her arm. She spent hours in the workshop, piecing together gears and tiny parts, guided by an instinct that felt foreign. As the sun set, the clock began to tick steadily, its sound filling the room. The air in the shop grew heavy, and shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls. Claire stepped back as the clock's face glowed once more. In the reflection, Mr. Ashford appeared again. This time he smiled faintly, mouthing the words, "Thank you." The clock's light dimmed, and the workshop fell silent. Claire left the shop, locking the door behind her. The ticking had stopped, and for the first time the air around the shop felt peaceful. The next morning, when she passed by, the sign that had read Haven Clocks and Repairs was gone, and the shop's windows were empty. The shop itself was no longer there, as if it had never existed. Claire never told anyone what happened, but she kept the clock on her mantel. It never ticked again, but sometimes, when the room was very quiet, she thought she could hear Mr. Ashford's voice whispering a soft, contented, "Thank you." Ellie had always been fascinated by old hotels. There was something enchanting about their faded grandeur, the layers of history hidden within their walls. So, when she stumbled upon the Ravenshore Inn, tucked away on a forgotten stretch of coastline, she couldn't resist staying the night. The innkeeper, an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a weary smile, handed Ellie an old brass key. "Room 306, she said, her voice soft but firm. "Stay inside after dark, and don't open the door for anyone." Ellie hesitated, curious about the odd warning, but the woman didn't elaborate, turning back to her ledger without another word. The inn was quiet as Ellie climbed the creaking staircase to the third floor. Faded floral wallpaper and dim light bulbs added to the air of abandonment. Room 306 was at the end of the hall, its door marked by a tarnished plaque. Inside, the room was small but charming. A four-poster bed with a worn quilt stood against one wall, and a large window overlooked the rocky shoreline. The sea breeze rattled the glass as Ellie set down her bag. For the first hour, she explored the inn's common areas, snapping pictures for her blog. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere shifted. The inn grew colder, and the air felt heavy, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Returning to her room, Ellie bolted the door as the innkeeper had suggested. She sat by the window watching the moonlight dance on the waves, until a soft knock broke the silence. Her heart skipped. "Who is it?" she called, her voice unsteady. No answer. The knock came again, louder this time. Ellie stood, her hand hovering over the lock. If this is a prank, it's not funny. Still nothing. Cautiously, she peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. Confused, she stepped back, only for the knock to sound again, this time from the window. Ellie spun around, her breath catching in her throat. The window was closed, but faintly, in the moonlight, she saw the smudge of a handprint on the glass. She stumbled backward, her mind racing. The knock came again, louder, from both the door and the window now. "Let me in," a voice whispered, soft and chilling. Ellie grabbed her phone, but there was no signal. The knocks turned to pounding, and the voice grew more insistent. "Let me in, Ellie." Her name. Her blood ran cold as the voice turned to laughter, low and echoing, filling the room. Shadows gathered in the corners, and the air felt suffocating. Ellie pressed herself against the wall, clutching the key in her hand as if it could protect her. The pounding stopped, replaced by silence so thick it was deafening. Then, slowly, the shadows began to retreat. The room warmed, and the eerie stillness lifted. By morning, the events of the night felt like a fever dream. But as Ellie packed her bag, she noticed something that sent a shiver down her spine. The smudged handprint on the window was gone, replaced by a single word scrawled in the condensation: "Stay." Ellie didn't wait to check out. She left the key on the front desk and drove away, vowing never to return to the Ravenshore Inn. But sometimes, late at night, she swore she could hear a soft knock on her apartment door, followed by the faintest whisper, "Ellie, let me in." In the quiet village of Fallowridge, there was an old well that sat at the edge of the woods. Its stones were cracked and weathered, covered in moss, and its wooden cover was splintered and rotting. For generations, the villagers had warned their children to stay away from it. "They say the well is cursed," one elder told Mia when she moved to the village. "If you stand too close, it watches you." Mia didn't believe in curses. She'd come to Fallowridge for peace and quiet, not ghost stories. Still, as she passed the well on her walks, she couldn't help but feel the weight of its presence. The air seemed colder near it, the woods unnaturally silent. One evening, curiosity got the better of her. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the ground as she approached the well. She peered over the edge, but the darkness inside was impenetrable. "Just a well," she muttered, shaking her head. As she turned to leave, A faint sound stopped her in her tracks, a soft, echoing voice. "Help me." Mia's heart skipped a beat. She leaned over the edge again, straining to see into the darkness. "Is someone there?" she called. The voice came again, weak and trembling. "Please, I'm trapped." Against her better judgment, Mia grabbed the old, fraying rope tied to the well's crank. It creaked loudly as she lowered the bucket into the darkness. "Hold on," she said. "I'll pull you up." But when she turned the crank, the bucket came back empty. Confused, she leaned closer. The voice echoed up again, louder this time. "Help me." Mia's stomach twisted. The word sounded wrong, too hollow, too distant. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized the voice wasn't coming from the bottom of the well. It was behind her. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat. The clearing was empty, but the shadows between the trees seemed to shift, almost like they were watching her. Gripping her phone for light, Mia backed away from the well and hurried home. That night, she couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she heard the voice, faint but persistent. "Help me. Please." The next morning, she told one of the villagers about the voice. The old woman's face grew pale. "You didn't speak to it, did you?" she whispered. Mia hesitated, then nodded. The woman sighed heavily. "The well hasn't held water for years. What you heard, it's not human." That night, the whispers grew louder. They followed Mia from room to room, calling her name. She sealed the windows and bolted the doors, but the voice seeped through, relentless and unyielding. By midnight, she couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing her flashlight, she marched back to the well. "What do you want from me?" she shouted, her voice trembling. The woods fell silent. For a moment, Mia thought it was over. Then the shadows around the well began to move, swirling and twisting like smoke. The voice came again, louder than ever, echoing in her ears. "Come closer." Mia froze as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was featureless, a human-like silhouette of pure darkness. Its hand reached out toward her, and the air grew colder with every step it took. Mia stumbled backward, tripping over the uneven ground. As she scrambled to her feet, the figure stopped, its shadowy form blending back into the well. The voice echoed one last time, softer now. "Come closer. And stay." Mia didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the woods blurring around her. The next day, she packed her belongings and left the village. But even as she drove far from Fallow Ridge, she couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were still following her. And sometimes, when the night was especially quiet, she could still hear it. "Help me. Come closer." The house had been in Emma's family for generations, though no one had lived there for decades. When her grandmother passed, Emma inherited it, a sprawling, creaky mansion at the edge of the woods. The house was full of forgotten treasures, dusty books, antique furniture, and paintings of stern-faced ancestors. But what intrigued Emma most was the attic. The door was always locked, and her grandmother had never spoken about what was stored inside. One afternoon, while cleaning, Emma found a key hidden in an old teapot. Her heart raced as she climbed the narrow staircase to the attic, the key cool and heavy in her hand. The lock clicked, and the door creaked open, revealing a dim, cluttered room. Sunlight filtered through a single round window, casting long shadows over the old trunks, boxes, and cobweb-covered furniture. In the center of the room stood a large mirror, its ornate frame tarnished with age. The glass was foggy, but Emma could see her faint reflection as she stepped closer. Something about the mirror felt wrong. She reached out to wipe the glass, and as her hand passed over it, the surface shimmered like water. Startled, she pulled back, her breath catching. That night, Emma couldn't stop thinking about the mirror. It had felt alive, as if it had responded to her touch. She decided to return to the attic. As she stood before the mirror again, she noticed something odd. Her reflection didn't quite match her movements. When she tilted her head, the image hesitated before following. A chill ran down her spine. "Hello?" she whispered. Her reflection smiled. Emma stumbled back, her heart pounding. The mirror's surface rippled and the reflection stepped forward, pressing its hands against the glass. "Don't be afraid," it said, its voice soft and echoing. Emma couldn't speak. She watched in horror as the reflection moved on its own, its smile widening unnaturally. "Let me out," it whispered. She turned and fled, slamming the attic door behind her. She locked it and shoved a heavy trunk in front of the door for good measure. For days, Emma avoided the attic, but no matter where she went in the house, she felt a presence. At night, she heard faint whispers, like someone calling her name from far away. One night, she woke to find the attic door ajar. The trunk she had pushed in front of it was toppled over. Summoning all her courage, Emma grabbed a flashlight and went upstairs. The mirror stood in its usual place, but the glass was different. It was clear now, reflecting the attic perfectly, except there was no Emma in the reflection. Instead, her reflection stood behind her, grinning. Emma spun around, but the attic was empty. When she turned back to the mirror, the reflection was gone. The next morning, Emma covered the mirror with an old sheet and locked the attic door again. But the whispers continued, growing louder each night. "Let me out." One evening, the whispers stopped. Relieved, Emma thought it was over. But as she walked past a hallway mirror, she froze. Her reflection didn't move. It smiled. In a forgotten corner of the countryside, there stood a house no one dared to approach. Locals claimed the house was alive, its walls breathing, and its floors shifting as if the whole structure had a pulse. Its windows seemed to watch, and its doors whispered when the wind passed through. Thomas, an architect, heard the stories while passing through the village. Fascinated by the tales, he decided to visit the house himself. The locals begged him not to go, but Thomas dismissed their warnings as superstition. When he arrived, the house loomed against a gray sky, its weathered exterior warped and sagging. The air around it felt heavy, almost charged. As Thomas approached, he thought he heard faint whispers, but he brushed it off as the wind playing tricks. Inside, the air was stale and thick, carrying the scent of rot and damp wood. The floorboards creaked beneath his boots, and the walls seemed to groan softly, as if adjusting to his presence. Thomas explored cautiously, his flashlight beam cutting through the dimness. The house was empty, no furniture, no signs of life, just bare rooms with peeling wallpaper and warped floorboards. In the dining room, he noticed something strange. The walls were covered in faint, uneven scratches, as though someone had dragged their nails across the surface repeatedly. "What happened here?" he murmured, running his fingers over the grooves. A soft sigh answered him. Thomas froze, the hair on his arms standing on end. He spun around, but the room was empty. The sigh came again, this time closer, almost in his ear. "Leave." His flashlight flickered, and for a moment he thought he saw a shadow move across the room. He stepped back, his breath quickening. The house seemed to shift around him. The floor beneath his feet felt soft, almost like flesh. The walls pulsed faintly, as if they were inhaling and exhaling. Thomas stumbled into the hallway, his heart pounding. The whispers grew louder, overlapping voices murmuring unintelligible words. As he passed the stairs, he noticed a dark stain spreading across the ceiling above. It dripped slowly, forming a puddle on the floor. The whispers turned into faint sobs. "Help us," the voices cried, soft and mournful. Against his better judgment, Thomas climbed the stairs. Each step groaned under his weight, and the air grew colder as he ascended. At the top, he found a single door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, he entered a small, empty room. The walls were bare except for a single phrase scrawled in dark, uneven letters. "It sees." Thomas's flashlight flickered again, plunging the room into darkness. When the beam returned, the writing on the wall had changed. "You shouldn't be here." A deep, guttural sound echoed through the house, like the rumble of a great beast awakening. The walls trembled and the floor beneath him began to ripple. Panic overtook him. He bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping as the whispers turned into screams. The walls seemed to close in and the floor heaved as though trying to swallow him. Reaching the front door, Thomas yanked it open and stumbled outside. The air was sharp and cold, and the house behind him went eerily silent. When he turned back, the house seemed different. The windows were dark and the walls no longer sagged. It stood still, watching him like a predator waiting for its prey to return. Thomas didn't stop running until he reached the village. Breathless and pale, he told the locals what he had seen. One of the elders shook his head. "The house lets you leave the first time," he said gravely, "but it never forgets you." Thomas left the village the next day, vowing never to return. But as the years passed, he couldn't escape the feeling that the house was still with him. At night, he would wake to the sound of faint whispers, soft and familiar, as if the walls of his own home were breathing. It was a late autumn evening when Nora found herself waiting at a small, desolate train station in the countryside. The platform was quiet, save for the rustling of fallen leaves in the cold wind. She checked her watch. 8:47 p.m. The last train of the night was due any moment. The station felt strange, as if it had been forgotten by time. The wooden benches were worn, the paint on the station sign had faded, and the single overhead light flickered sporadically. Nora was the only passenger waiting. As the clock struck 8:50 p.m., she heard the distant rumble of a train. A beam of light cut through the darkness, growing brighter as the train approached. But as it pulled into the station, something felt off. The train was old. Its carriages were made of dark, polished wood, and its windows were shrouded in a misty fog. The doors hissed open, but no one stepped out. Nora hesitated before boarding, her suitcase in hand. As soon as she entered, the doors closed behind her with a sharp snap. The interior was dimly lit, with chandeliers swaying gently from the ceiling. The seats were upholstered in faded red velvet, and the air smelled faintly of smoke and something metallic. "Hello?" Nora called, her voice echoing down the empty corridor. No one answered. She chose a seat near the window, placing her suitcase at her feet. The train lurched forward, the wheels screeching against the tracks. As she gazed out the window, the countryside blurred past, but it seemed too dark, as if the train wasn't passing through any town or landscape at all. It was as if the world outside had disappeared. Minutes passed, then an hour. The train should have reached the next station by now, but it showed no sign of slowing down. Nora stood and walked through the carriages, searching for a conductor or another passenger. The train was endless, each carriage identical to the last. Velvet seats, swaying chandeliers, the faint smell of smoke. And then she saw it. In one of the seats, a figure sat motionless, facing the window. The person was cloaked in shadows, their features obscured. "Excuse me," Nora said, her voice trembling. The figure didn't move. She stepped closer, her heart pounding. "Do you know when the train stops?" Slowly, the figure turned its head. Its face was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were hollow pits of darkness. A chilling smile spread across its lips as it whispered, "It doesn't." Nora stumbled back, tripping over the edge of a seat. When she looked up, the figure was gone, the seat empty as if no one had been there at all. Panicked, she ran through the carriages, her footsteps echoing loudly. But the train seemed endless, the same red velvet and flickering chandeliers repeating over and over. Then, the whispers began. They came from everywhere and nowhere, overlapping voices that spoke in a language she didn't understand. The air grew colder, and the lights dimmed until she could barely see. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt, throwing her to the floor. The whispers stopped. The doors hissed open. Nora scrambled to her feet and stepped cautiously to the exit. Outside, the platform was shrouded in mist, the air thick and heavy. She couldn't see where the platform ended or what lay beyond. A single figure stood in the fog, waiting. It was the same figure she had seen on the train. "Your stop," it said. its hollow eyes fixed on her. Nora shook her head, backing away. "This isn't my stop." The figure stepped closer. "It is now." Before she could scream, the train doors slammed shut, and the train began to move again. Nora turned, pounding on the glass, but the platform and the figure vanished into the fog as the train disappeared into the endless night. No one ever saw Nora again. But sometimes, on cold autumn nights, locals claimed they could hear the sound of a train rumbling through the countryside, a train that never stopped. Mara found the candle in an old curiosity shop on the edge of town. The store was dimly lit, packed with dusty trinkets and forgotten relics. The candle sat on a high shelf, its wax a deep crimson, and its wick blackened as if it had been used many times before. "What's this one?" Mara asked the shopkeeper, a frail man with clouded eyes. "Ah," he said with a sly smile. "That's no ordinary candle. Once lit, it doesn't go out easily. Careful with that one, miss." Intrigued, Mara bought it, thinking it would make a perfect centerpiece for her antique desk. That evening, as the autumn wind howled outside her small apartment, she decided to light it. The flame flickered to life immediately, burning brighter than she expected. The room was bathed in a warm glow, the shadows dancing across the walls. It smelled faintly of cloves and something faintly metallic, though Mara couldn't place it. As the night wore on, she tried to blow out the candle before heading to bed. She puffed at it, but the flame remained steady. She tried again, this time cupping her hands to guide the air. Still, the flame didn't waver. Frustrated, she pinched the wick with her fingers, expecting it to snuff out. Instead, the flame burned cold against her skin, leaving her unharmed but unnerved. Mara frowned. "Strange," she muttered, deciding to let it burn overnight. But as she lay in bed, the flickering light began to bother her. From her room, she could see the candle's glow casting long shadows in the hallway. The shadows didn't seem to match the objects in her home. They moved too deliberately, too fluidly, as though they had minds of their own. She turned over, trying to ignore it. At midnight, a sound woke her, a soft crackling, like whispers tangled with static. Sitting up, she realized it was coming from the living room. Reluctantly, Mara got out of bed and crept toward the sound. As she entered the living room, her breath caught. The candle's flame was no longer small. It had grown, stretching upward like a twisted spire of fire. In its light, the shadows on the walls had transformed. They were no longer abstract shapes, but figures, people. They stood silently, their heads turned toward her, though their faces were featureless. The whispering grew louder. "Who's there?" Mara demanded, her voice shaking. The figures didn't move, but one shadow stepped forward, its edges sharp and jagged. "Extinguish it," the shadow hissed, its voice a dry rasp. "I tried," Mara stammered, backing away. The shadow grew closer, looming over her as the candlelight flared brighter. "Extinguish it before it's too late." Desperate, Mara grabbed a glass of water and splashed it onto the candle. The water hissed as it hit the wax, but the flame didn't go out. Instead, it grew darker, turning from orange to a deep, eerie blue. The shadows around her began to shift violently, their movements frantic. "You shouldn't have lit it," one whispered, its tone accusatory. The blue flame pulsed, casting the room into an unnatural glow. Mara tried to grab the candle, but it was searing hot. Her hands recoiled as the shadows began to encircle her, their murmurs growing into a deafening roar. Just as she thought the darkness would consume her, the flame abruptly flickered out. The room fell silent, the shadows retreating into the corners. The candle sat on the desk, its wax untouched, as if it had never burned at all. Mara stood frozen, her heart pounding. She didn't sleep that night. The next morning, she returned the candle to the curiosity shop. The old shopkeeper took it back without a word, his clouded eyes twinkling knowingly. "Did it burn?" he asked after a long silence. Mara nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "What is it?" The shopkeeper smiled faintly. something that remembers the hands that light it. You're lucky it let you go. Mara didn't ask anything else. She left the shop and never returned. But sometimes when she sat at her desk late at night, she could still see flickering shadows out of the corner of her eye, as though the candle's light had left something behind. When Clara moved into the boarding house, she didn't expect much. The building was old with creaky floors and faded wallpaper, but it was cheap and quiet, perfect for her studies. Her room, 206, was small but cozy, with a single bed, a desk, and a window overlooking the street. The landlady, a pale woman with a stiff smile, handed her the key with a peculiar warning. "Don't open the door at the end of the hall," she said. Clara frowned. "Why not?" The landlady hesitated before replying. "It doesn't lead anywhere you want to go." Curious but unwilling to press further, Clara nodded and settled into her new home. For the first week, everything was uneventful. The other tenants kept to themselves, and Clara spent her days studying and her nights enjoying the peace and quiet. But one evening, as she returned from class, she noticed the door at the end of the hall. It was unremarkable, plain wood with a tarnished brass knob, yet something about it seemed wrong. It wasn't just that it was slightly ajar, but that it seemed to lean into the shadows, as if the hallway itself bent around it. Clara felt a strange pull, a compulsion to look inside. Shaking her head, she hurried past, reminding herself of the landlady's warning. That night, she couldn't sleep. The image of the door lingered in her mind, and she swore she heard faint noises, soft creaks and muffled whispers. By midnight, her curiosity got the better of her. Clara crept down the hall, her bare feet silent on the worn floorboards. The door stood ajar, just as it had earlier, the darkness beyond it impenetrable. She hesitated before pushing it open. Inside was a narrow, dimly lit corridor that stretched impossibly far. The walls were lined with cracked mirrors, their surfaces warped and foggy. The air was cold, carrying a faint metallic scent. "Hello?" Clara called, her voice trembling. The word echoed down the corridor, growing fainter until it disappeared. Against her better judgment, she stepped inside. The door creaked shut behind her, but when she turned, it was gone. There was only more hallway stretching endlessly in both directions. Panic set in, and she began to walk, hoping to find an end, or at least a way back. The mirrors on the walls reflected her, but something was wrong. Her reflection lagged behind her movements like a poorly synced video. "Keep going," a voice whispered. Clara froze, spinning around. The corridor was empty, but the voice came again, this time from the mirrors. "Keep going, Clara." Her name. Heart pounding, she began to run, the sound of her footsteps echoing loudly. The mirrors blurred as she passed, the reflections growing darker and more distorted. Eventually she stopped, gasping for breath. She turned to one of the mirrors and her blood ran cold. Her reflection wasn't her anymore. It stared at her with hollow eyes, its mouth stretched into a wide, unnatural grin. "Why are you here?" it asked, its voice soft but dripping with malice. Clara backed away, but the reflection moved closer, pressing its hands against the inside of the glass. "Let me out," it hissed. She screamed and ran, the corridor twisting and narrowing as if the walls were closing in. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a cacophony of voices. Finally, she saw it. A door ahead, identical to the one she had entered. She lunged for it, flinging it open and tumbling through. Clara landed on the worn carpet of the boarding house hallway. Gasping, she looked back, but the door was gone. The end of the hall was smooth, unbroken wall. The landlady appeared, her face grim. "You opened it," she said softly. Clara could only nod, trembling. "I told you not to," the landlady said, her tone almost pitying. "Once you open it, it never truly closes." That night, Clara packed her belongings and left the boarding house. But wherever she went, she couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Every reflective surface, windows, mirrors, even puddles, seemed to hold something just beyond her vision. And at night, when the world was quiet, she would hear it. Let me out. In the small fishing village of Blackwater Cove, there was a legend about a lighthouse that stood on a jagged cliff overlooking the sea. Its light had guided countless ships to safety for over a century, but the keeper who once maintained it had disappeared without a trace. Since then, the lighthouse had been abandoned, its light extinguished, and the villagers warned against going near it. They say the keeper never left, an old sailor told Jonah, a traveling journalist who had come to Blackwater to write about its maritime history. And they say he's still waiting for someone to take his place. Intrigued, Jonah decided to investigate. He hiked up the rocky path to the lighthouse one overcast afternoon. The building was weathered and crumbling, its paint peeling in long, jagged strips. The wind howled as he pushed open the rusted door, stepping into the cold, damp interior. The air inside was heavy, carrying the scent of salt and decay. The spiral staircase that led to the lantern room creaked ominously, and each step Jonah took echoed unnervingly. At the top, he found the lantern room shrouded in darkness. The great lens that once cast its guiding beam was intact but coated in a thick layer of dust. In the corner of the room sat an old oil lantern, its glass cracked and its metal tarnished. Jonah reached for the lantern, and as his fingers brushed against it, the room grew deathly quiet. The wind outside stopped and the air turned icy. Then he heard it, a low, rhythmic sound, like the heavy tread of boots climbing the staircase. "Hello?" Jonah called, his voice unsteady. The footsteps stopped, replaced by a faint, raspy whisper. "You shouldn't be here." Jonah spun around, but the room was empty. The lantern in his hand flickered to life, casting a pale, flickering light. Shadows stretched across the walls, moving as though they had a life of their own. He tried to put the lantern down, but it seemed to cling to his hand, its cold metal biting into his palm. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a haunting chorus. "Take the light." Jonah shook his head, panic rising in his chest. "I don't want it." "Take the light," the voices insisted. The lantern's glow intensified, illuminating the lens. To Jonah's horror, he saw a face reflected in the glass, gaunt, pale, and hollow-eyed. It stared back at him, its lips curling into a grim smile. "The light must stay lit," the figure whispered. Jonah turned and bolted down the spiral stairs, the lantern still clutched in his hand. He stumbled out into the open air, the wind roaring to life around him. But as he reached the bottom of the cliff, he realized something terrible. The lantern's light hadn't dimmed. It cast a beam across the turbulent sea, cutting through the mist like a beacon. Jonah's heart sank as he heard the whispers again, faint but clear. "Keep the light. Keep the watch." That night, back in the village, Jonah tried everything to extinguish the lantern. He doused it with water, buried it in sand, even threw it into the sea. But every time the light reappeared, flickering softly in his hand. The villagers wouldn't look at him as he passed. The old sailor simply shook his head. "The keeper chooses his replacement," he said. "The light can't go out or the sea will take us all." Jonah never left Blackwater Cove. He was last seen hiking back to the lighthouse, the lantern glowing in his hand. To this day, the villagers say the light atop the cliff burns once more, its beam steady and unyielding. And on stormy nights, if you listen closely, you can hear a faint whisper carried on the wind. "Keep the light, or it keeps you." In the quiet town of Ravensbrook, there was an art gallery that had been closed for decades. The building, with its arched windows and ivy-covered facade, was a relic of another time. When Evelyn, an aspiring artist, inherited the property from a distant relative, she was thrilled to restore it and make it her studio. Inside, the gallery was a time capsule. Dust-covered frames lined the walls, and easels stood frozen in mid-creation. At the back of the main hall was a single large portrait, draped in a tattered black cloth. Evelyn felt an odd pull toward the covered painting. Its presence was almost oppressive, as if the room itself revolved around it. One stormy evening, Unable to contain her curiosity, Evelyn decided to unveil the portrait. The cloth fell to the floor, revealing a stunning oil painting of a man in a crimson coat. His face was striking, sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and an enigmatic smile. For a moment, Evelyn could have sworn his eyes followed her. She shook the thought away, chalking it up to her imagination. The next day, as she worked on her own sketches, she found herself glancing at the portrait. There was something captivating about it, something that made her feel both inspired and unsettled. By evening, she noticed something strange. The man's expression seemed different. His smile was no longer subtle. It had grown wider, almost predatory. Evelyn froze, staring at the portrait. "That's not possible," she whispered. The gallery felt colder, the shadows stretching longer as the sun disappeared. She draped the cloth back over the painting, but the feeling of being watched lingered. That night she dreamed of the man in the portrait. He stood in the gallery, his crimson coat vivid against the dim surroundings. His voice was low and smooth. "Paint me," he said. Evelyn woke with a start, her heart racing. She told herself it was just a dream, but the next morning, she found a blank canvas on her easel, a palette of fresh paints laid out beside it. She hadn't prepared them. The day passed uneventfully, but as night fell, the gallery seemed to come alive. The floorboards creaked and faint whispers echoed through the halls. When she glanced at the portrait again, the man's hand had moved. It now rested on the edge of the frame, his fingers curling slightly as if ready to step out. Panicked, Evelyn locked the gallery and went to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. She heard footsteps in the room below her apartment, soft but deliberate. Summoning her courage, she crept downstairs with a flashlight. The gallery was empty, but the cloth that covered the portrait lay on the floor. The man's smile was wider still, his eyes gleaming with something almost alive. Evelyn backed away, but as she turned, she bumped into an easel. It toppled over, scattering her supplies. "Paint me," the voice from her dream said, this time clear and unmistakable. Evelyn spun around, the beam of her flashlight flickering wildly. The gallery seemed to breathe, the walls groaning softly. The next morning, she decided to destroy the painting. She set up a bonfire in the gallery's yard and carried the portrait outside. But as the flames licked at the edges of the canvas, the man's face seemed to shift, his eyes locking onto hers. The fire sputtered and died, leaving the portrait untouched. "You can't escape me," the voice whispered, cold and sharp. Desperate, Evelyn locked the gallery and fled to a nearby town. But the man from the portrait haunted her dreams, always saying the same thing: "Paint me." Weeks later, neighbors reported seeing light in the gallery, even though Evelyn had abandoned it. The portrait was gone, replaced by a new painting, a self-portrait of Evelyn, her face frozen in an expression of terror, a crimson coat draped over her shoulders. And in the shadows of the frame, if you looked closely, you could see the faint outline of the man, his smile wider than ever. In a small town surrounded by thick woods, there was a toy shop called Little Wonders. It had once been bustling with children and laughter, but after the owner, Mrs. Hawthorne, mysteriously vanished, the shop closed its doors. The townsfolk whispered that the shop was cursed, but no one ever said why. Years later, Tessa, an antique collector, came across the shop while exploring the town. Its windows were covered in grime, and the sign above the door hung crookedly. Though the shop looked abandoned, the front door was unlocked. Curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped inside. The air was musty, carrying the scent of wood and decay. Dust covered every surface, and the shelves were lined with old toys, tin soldiers, wooden trains, and porcelain dolls. The dolls were the most unsettling. Each one had glassy eyes that seemed to follow her as she moved. Tessa picked up one of the dolls, its delicate face cracked but still eerily lifelike. Its painted lips were frozen in a faint smile, and its dress, though faded, was finely stitched. As she turned the doll over in her hands, she noticed something odd. A faint whisper, barely audible, like someone speaking from far away. Startled, she set the doll down. The whisper stopped. Tessa shook her head and chuckled nervously. Just my imagination. She wandered further into the shop, her footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. At the back of the store was a glass cabinet filled with more dolls. They were larger, almost the size of small children, with intricate features and expressions that seemed frozen mid-thought. One doll in particular caught her eye. It wore a dark velvet dress and had long black curls. Its eyes were a piercing blue, and its expression was not a smile, but something closer to a smirk. As Tessa stared at it, she thought she saw its head tilt slightly. She blinked and stepped back. The doll was still. Shaking off the unease, Tessa decided she'd seen enough. But as she turned to leave, the whispering started again, louder this time. It came from every corner of the shop, the words overlapping and incomprehensible. Her heart raced as she hurried toward the door, but it slammed shut before she could reach it. The whispers stopped, replaced by a soft giggle. Tessa spun around, her back pressed against the door. The dolls on the shelves were all facing her now, their glassy eyes unblinking. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. Another giggle answered her, followed by the faint creak of wood. One of the larger dolls in the cabinet was moving, its head turning slowly to look at her. "Stay and play," a soft voice said, though the doll's lips didn't move. Tessa bolted toward the counter, hoping to find another way out. But the dolls were no longer on the shelves. They were on the floor, standing in a circle, their painted faces tilted up at her. "Stay with us," the voices whispered, their tone pleading. "No," Tessa shouted, grabbing a heavy metal candlestick from the counter. She swung it at the nearest doll, shattering its face. But instead of falling, the doll simply stood there, the cracks in its face knitting back together. Tessa backed into the corner, clutching the candlestick. The large doll in the velvet dress stepped forward, its head tilting as if in curiosity. "Mrs. Hawthorne made us," it said, "and now you'll join us." The room spun as the whispers grew deafening, wrapping around her like a suffocating fog. When Tessa woke, the shop was quiet again. But she wasn't herself anymore. Her limbs felt stiff, her body frozen. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. From her new place on the shelf, she could see her reflection in the glass cabinet. Her face was smooth porcelain, her eyes wide and glassy. The doll in the velvet dress stood beside her, whispering softly, "You're one of us now." And when the shop door creaked open, welcoming its next visitor, Tessa could only watch, helpless, as the whispers began again. In the quaint village of Ashwick, there was a peculiar clock tower in the town square. Its hands had been stuck at 3:15 for as long as anyone could remember. The villagers avoided it, whispering stories about how the clock had stolen time from those who tried to fix it. Elena, a young clockmaker traveling through the region, was intrigued. She didn't believe in curses or superstitions, and the thought of repairing a legendary clock thrilled her. She approached the mayor, who hesitated but eventually handed her the tower's rusted key. "Be careful," he warned. "Some things are better left untouched." That evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, Elena unlocked the clock tower and stepped inside. The air was cold and damp, and the scent of rust and old wood filled her nose. The narrow staircase spiraled upward into darkness. She climbed carefully, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. At the top, she found the clock's mechanism, a series of gears, chains, and weights, all frozen in place. Elena examined the machinery, her fingers tracing the intricate design. "Just needs a little love," she murmured, pulling out her tools. As she worked, the tower seemed unnaturally quiet. Even the wind outside had stopped. The only sound was the faint ticking of her pocket watch. Suddenly, her watch stopped. Elena frowned, tapping its face. Strange. She looked up at the clock's gears. One of them shifted slightly, as if responding to her presence. And then she heard it. A faint, rhythmic ticking. It didn't come from the clock's mechanism, but seemed to echo from the walls themselves, growing louder with each passing second. "Elena." She froze. The voice was soft and distant, yet unmistakable. "Elena, help me." "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. The ticking stopped. For a moment, the silence was overwhelming. Then the hands of the clock moved, jerking forward violently until they struck midnight. The bell above her rang out, the sound deafening in the confined space. Elena covered her ears, but the ringing seemed to vibrate through her entire body. When the final chime faded, she realized the room had changed. The gears were turning now, slowly but steadily, and the air felt heavier, as if time itself had thickened. "Elena." The voice came again, louder this time. She turned and saw him. A man stood in the shadows, his face pale and gaunt, his clothes tattered and gray with age. His eyes were hollow, and his movements were jerky, as if he were being pulled by invisible strings. "I tried to fix it," he rasped, his voice echoing strangely. "But it fixed me instead." "What do you mean?" Elena asked, backing away. "The clock doesn't measure time," he said. "It takes it, and now it's yours." The gears behind her began to spin faster, their metallic grinding filling the room. The hands of the clock jerked forward, spinning wildly out of control. Elena's vision blurred, and she felt an unbearable pressure, as if something was pulling at her from all directions. "Stop it!" she screamed, but the man only shook his head. "You can't," he said. "It's already begun." In a final burst of motion, the gears stopped abruptly. The clock hands froze at 3:15 once more, and the room fell silent. Elena tried to move but found herself rooted in place. Her limbs felt stiff, her breaths shallow. She looked down at her hands and gasped. They were turning gray, her skin hardening into stone. Her reflection in the clock's glass face revealed the truth. She was becoming part of the tower, her body merging with its mechanism. As the transformation completed, she heard the faint ticking resume, steady and unrelenting. The next morning, the villagers noticed that the clock had begun working again, its hands ticking forward for the first time in decades. But no one ever saw Elena again. And at precisely 3:15 every day, the bell rings, followed by the faintest echo of a voice whispering, "Help me." In the heart of a crumbling old city stood a library no one dared to enter. The sign above its iron doors had long since faded, and its windows were darkened with grime. Locals claimed the library was cursed, that anyone who read its books would vanish, leaving nothing but their shadow behind. Marion, a bookbinder and lover of rare texts, didn't believe the stories. She had heard rumors that the library contained volumes lost to time, books that existed nowhere else in the world. Unable to resist, she made her way there on a cold, misty evening. The library door groaned as she pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and silence. The towering shelves stretched far beyond the reach of her flashlight, disappearing into the darkness above. Books of every shape and size lined the shelves, their spines cracked and faded. Marion marveled at the collection. Some titles were written in languages she couldn't recognize, their covers adorned with strange, intricate symbols. As she ran her fingers along the spines, a peculiar hum filled the air. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing. There was no reply, but the hum grew louder, almost like a whispering chorus. She turned a corner and found a reading table at the center of the room. Atop it lay a single book, bound in black leather with no title. Curious, Marion opened it. The pages were filled with flowing, elegant script, but the words seemed to shift as she read them. The letters rearranged themselves, forming sentences that spoke directly to her. "Welcome, Marion," the book read. "We've been waiting." Her heart skipped. She slammed the book shut and stepped back, but the hum around her grew louder, the whispers forming distinct words. "Stay. Read. Remember." The shelves seemed closer now, looming over her as if the library itself were alive. "No," she muttered, clutching the book. "This isn't real." The book flipped open in her hands, the pages turning on their own. Images appeared, faint, ghostly scenes of people sitting at the very table she stood beside, their faces lit by the glow of similar books. One by one, the figures in the images looked up at her, their eyes hollow and accusing. "Finish the story," they whispered. Marian dropped the book and ran toward the door. But the shelves shifted, forming a maze around her. No matter which way she turned, the exit seemed further away. The whispers grew louder, echoing in her ears. "Finish the story, Marian, or become part of ours." Desperate, she turned back to the book, now lying open on the floor. Its pages glowed faintly, and the words on them shifted again. Once there was a reader who refused to see. The library trembled, the floor vibrating beneath her feet. Shadows stretched from the corners of the room, reaching toward her. "Finish it," the voices demanded, deafening now. Marian grabbed the book and flipped through its pages, the words blurring and reforming faster than she could comprehend. Finally, she stopped at the last page. It was blank, save for a single line. "The story ends when the reader disappears." The room went silent. The next day, the library door stood ajar, and the villagers whispered of faint footprints leading inside, though none left. On the reading table, the black book sat closed once more. Inside, a new story had appeared, its title etched in delicate gold letters. "The Librarian's Apprentice," by Marian Carter. And if you dared to open it, the first sentence would read, "She had been warned, but she stayed." In a remote village surrounded by rolling hills, there was a stone church abandoned for decades. The bell tower was cracked, the pews were rotting, and the altar was cloaked in dust. But the most unsettling feature was a door at the back of the church, a door that led nowhere. The villagers spoke of strange occurrences tied to the door. Some claimed it had appeared one morning without explanation. Others swore they heard faint knocks coming from the other side. No one dared touch it, let alone open it. When Lucas, a historian researching ancient architecture, heard of the church, he was intrigued. The villagers tried to dissuade him, warning him of the cursed door, but Lucas was skeptical of such tales. On a cloudy afternoon, he made his way to the church, his boots crunching on overgrown gravel. The interior was dim, with broken stained glass casting fractured light onto the stone floor. At the back of the church, he found the door. It was tall and heavy, made of dark oak with no visible hinges. The wood was unnaturally smooth, as though it hadn't aged with the rest of the building. Carved into its surface were intricate patterns, swirls, spirals, and symbols that Lucas couldn't decipher. He touched the door's surface. It was cold, sending a shiver through him. Lucas leaned in, examining the carvings closely. As his fingers traced the symbols, he heard it. A faint knock from the other side. His breath caught. He stepped back, his heart pounding, but curiosity outweighed his fear. "Is someone there?" he asked. No answer. He placed his ear against the door. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a muffled voice. "Help me." Lucas hesitated. The voice was soft, pleading. Against his better judgment, he gripped the iron ring that served as the door's handle and pulled. The door opened silently, revealing nothing but darkness. The air beyond was thick and cold, carrying a faint metallic scent. "Hello?" Lucas called, peering into the void. Something shifted in the darkness, and his flashlight flickered as if reacting to an unseen force. He could barely make out a figure, a shadowy shape that seemed to ripple like water. "Please," the voice said again, but this time it was clearer, closer. Lucas stepped forward, his curiosity overriding the chill creeping up his spine. As he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening thud. The darkness swallowed him. He turned, banging on the door, but it wouldn't budge. His flashlight sputtered and died, plunging him into silence. And then he felt it, something brushing against his arm, cold and insubstantial. "Who's there?" he whispered, his voice trembling. A faint light appeared in the distance, illuminating a long corridor. The walls were made of the same smooth oak as the door, and the floor seemed to stretch endlessly. The light flickered, and Lucas saw figures along the corridor, shadowy shapes watching him from the edges. They didn't move, but their presence was suffocating. "Turn back," a voice hissed, low and menacing. Lucas moved toward the light, his footsteps echoing unnaturally. The corridor seemed to shift around him, the walls narrowing and expanding as though the space itself were alive. At the end of the corridor, he found another door. This one was smaller, simpler, with a single word carved into its surface. "Choose." The whispers grew louder, overlapping into an unintelligible cacophony. Lucas hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. As he turned the knob, the figures in the shadows moved closer, their shapes twisting into grotesque forms. He opened the door, expecting to find freedom, but instead he was met with his reflection. A mirror covered the other side of the door, and in it, he saw himself. Older, gaunt, his eyes hollow and despairing. The reflection smiled. "You've chosen," it said, its voice echoing with finality. The light went out. The villagers noticed the door at the back of the church was locked again the next morning. But when they looked closely, they saw something new. A faint carving of a man's face on its surface, his expression frozen in silent terror. And on quiet nights, if you stood outside the church, you could hear a voice from behind the door, whispering, "Help me. Please." In the heart of the Thornmere Woods, there was a trail no one dared to walk after dark. It was said that if you followed it too far, you'd see a lantern glowing in the distance. And if you followed the lantern, you'd never return. Sophia had heard the tale as a child, but she dismissed it as an old story meant to scare people. Now, as an amateur filmmaker looking for eerie locations, the woods seemed perfect. One crisp autumn evening, armed with her camera and flashlight, Sophia ventured into the woods. The air was cool, the trees casting long shadows in the fading light. The trail was overgrown, but the atmosphere was perfect. Twisted roots, gnarled branches, and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. She filmed as she walked, narrating the local legend. "This is where the lantern supposedly appears," she said into the camera, her voice steady. "No one knows who or what carries it." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew eerily quiet. The usual chirping of crickets and hoots of owls were absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. And then she saw it. A faint golden glow appeared ahead, bobbing gently as if someone were walking with a lantern. Sophia's breath hitched. She hesitated, her rational mind screaming at her to turn back, but her curiosity and the thrill of capturing something extraordinary pushed her forward. The lantern moved deeper into the woods, its light casting faint shadows on the trees. "Hello?" Sophia called, her voice trembling. "Is someone there?" The lantern paused, swaying slightly, as if in response. She quickened her pace, the glow always just out of reach. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees growing denser, their twisted branches forming a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. Sophia stopped abruptly, realizing she had no idea where she was. She turned to retrace her steps, but the path behind her was gone, swallowed by the forest. Panic set in. She aimed her flashlight in all directions, but it barely penetrated the thick darkness. The lantern's glow flickered, and for a moment she thought she saw a figure holding it, a tall, shadowy form with no discernible features. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. Instead, the lantern moved closer, its light brighter now, illuminating the surrounding trees. Sophia backed away, clutching her camera. The figure stepped into the light, and she saw its face, or lack of one. Its head was smooth and featureless, like a shadow given form. "Leave," it whispered, though its mouth didn't move. Sophia stumbled, her flashlight slipping from her hand. The figure loomed closer, the lantern's light casting sharp, unnatural shadows around it. The whispers began, soft at first, then growing louder, overlapping and echoing as if the forest itself were speaking. "Stay with us," they hissed. "Stay. Forever." Sophia turned and ran, her heart pounding. The trees seemed to shift around her, the roots reaching out to trip her. The lantern's glow followed, always just behind her. Finally, she burst into a clearing and saw the edge of the woods in the distance. She sprinted toward it, never looking back. When she reached her car, she collapsed against it, gasping for air. The forest behind her was silent, the lantern's glow nowhere to be seen. She drove back to town, vowing never to return. But when she reviewed her footage later, she froze. The camera had captured the lantern's light, growing brighter and brighter until the screen went black. And in the final frame, just before the darkness swallowed the image, a single phrase appeared, written in pale, glowing letters: "We'll find you." That night, as Sophia lay in bed, she noticed a faint golden glow outside her window, swaying gently in the dark. On the edge of a remote village stood a crumbling manor, long abandoned and whispered to be haunted. Its most striking feature was a large, round window on the second floor, framed by twisted iron. No matter the time of day, villagers claimed they could feel someone watching them from that window, though the house had been empty for decades. Aidan, a photographer seeking eerie landscapes, arrived in the village on a chilly autumn evening. When he heard about the manor, he couldn't resist visiting. "Don't go near it," the innkeeper warned. "The house doesn't like visitors." Aidan laughed it off, brushing aside the warning. He had heard similar stories in countless towns before. The manor was just as haunting as described. Its walls were cloaked in ivy, and its roof sagged with age. The window on the second floor gleamed faintly in the twilight, as though reflecting a light from within. Aidan set up his camera, snapping shots of the manor from different angles. As he focused on the window, he thought he saw a shadow pass behind the glass. "Probably just a bird," he muttered, though a shiver ran down his spine. Determined to get the perfect shot, Aidan decided to venture inside. The front door groaned as he pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty halls. The air was cold and stale, carrying the faint scent of mildew. Dust covered every surface, and the wooden floor creaked beneath his boots. As he climbed the grand staircase, his footsteps stirred faint whispers, though he couldn't make out the words. Reaching the second floor, Aidan found the room with the round window. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a dim interior. Inside, the room was nearly empty, save for a single chair positioned in front of the window. The chair faced outward, as if someone had been sitting there, watching the village below. Aidan felt a strange pull toward the chair. He stepped closer, raising his camera to capture the eerie scene. As he framed the shot, he felt a chill run down his neck. Turning slowly, he saw a faint outline in the dusty mirror on the opposite wall. Someone was standing behind him. Spinning around, he found the room empty. But when he looked back at the mirror, the outline was still there, growing sharper. Aidan stepped back, his breath quickening. The figure in the mirror was now fully visible, a gaunt, shadowy man with hollow eyes and a pale face. The man raised a hand, pointing toward the chair. A whisper filled the room, low and chilling. "Sit." Aidan shook his head, backing toward the door. "I'm not sitting anywhere," he said, his voice trembling. The figure in the mirror tilted its head, and the room grew colder. "Sit," it repeated, the word sharper this time. Before Aidan could leave, the door slammed shut, and the chair creaked as if someone had just sat in it. He turned to the window and saw a reflection of the room in the glass. The chair was no longer empty. The shadowy man sat there, his hollow eyes staring directly at Aidan through the reflection. Slowly, he raised a hand and pointed. Aidan followed the direction of the point and froze. His own reflection was gone from the window. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and incomprehensible, until they suddenly stopped. Aidan woke the next morning, sprawled on the village green. His camera was gone, and the manor stood in the distance, quiet and still. When he told the villagers what had happened, they exchanged uneasy glances. "No one who enters the house comes back the same," the innkeeper said. Aidan left the village that day, vowing to forget what he had seen. But as he drove away, he glanced in his rearview mirror and froze. In the reflection, he saw the round window of the manor, and from it, a shadowy figure watched him go. In a quiet seaside town, there was an antique shop that no one visited. Its sign, faded and worn, read, "Curiosities and Keepsakes," and its owner, Mr. Eames, was rarely seen outside. Locals whispered that the items in the shop carried curses, but no one could confirm it. Most were too frightened to step inside. When Lila, a collector of rare trinkets, moved to the town, the shop intrigued her. She had a love for the strange and forgotten, and the rumors only piqued her interest. One rainy afternoon, she decided to visit. The bell above the door jingled faintly as she stepped inside. The air smelled of old wood and lavender, and the shelves were crammed with objects, tarnished jewelry, faded photographs, and strange devices whose purposes were unclear. In the corner of the shop, on a pedestal beneath a glass dome, sat a small music box. Its wooden surface was painted with delicate roses, and a tiny silver crank protruded from its side. Lila leaned closer, captivated by its beauty. "That's not for sale," came Mr. Eames's voice, startling her. He emerged from the shadows, his face lined with age. "Why not?" Lila asked, her curiosity growing. He hesitated. "It plays a song that shouldn't be heard." Lila laughed softly, thinking it was just a ploy to make the box seem more mysterious. "I'll pay whatever you ask." Mr. Eames's expression darkened, but he finally relented. "Fine," he said, "but don't play it at night." That evening, Lila placed the music box on her desk. It was even more beautiful in her home, the roses shimmering faintly in the lamplight. Ignoring Mr. Eames's warning, she turned the silver crank. The melody that filled the room was hauntingly beautiful. It was slow and melancholic, each note resonating deep in her chest. She felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as if the song were calling her to a place she couldn't remember. As the final note faded, she thought she heard something, a faint echo, almost like a whisper. She turned the crank again, and the melody began anew. This time, the whispers grew louder, forming indistinct words. Lila. Her name. She froze, her hand hovering over the music box. The room had grown colder, and the shadows cast by her lamp seemed to stretch unnaturally. "Who's there?" she asked, her voice trembling. The whispers didn't answer, but the music box continued to play, though she hadn't wound it again. The melody shifted, becoming discordant, and the whispers grew louder, overlapping one another. Lila grabbed the box and tried to close it, but the lid wouldn't budge. The room dimmed, the lamp flickering wildly. And then she saw them. Figures began to form in the shadows, vague, human-like shapes that swayed with the music. Their hollow eyes locked onto her, and their mouths moved in time with the whispers. "Join us," they murmured. Lila stumbled back, her breath coming in short gasps. The figures moved closer, their outlines rippling like smoke. Desperate, she grabbed the music box and threw it to the floor. It shattered, the melody cutting off abruptly. The room fell silent. The shadows receded, and the lamp burned steadily once more. Lila stood frozen, staring at the broken pieces of the music box. The roses on its surface were gone, replaced by strange, etched symbols. The next morning, she returned to the shop to confront Mr. Eames, but the building was empty. The sign above the door was gone, and the interior had been stripped bare. Lila never found him, but sometimes, late at night, she would hear a faint melody drifting through her home, a slow, melancholic tune, accompanied by soft whispers. And no matter how hard she tried, she could never find the source of the sound. On the outskirts of a forgotten town stood a peculiar house that no one dared to enter. Its windows were blackened, and its roof sagged under the weight of years. But what unnerved people most was the sheer number of doors. On every wall, inside and out, doors of every size and shape, leading to places unknown. When Ella, a curious traveler, heard the stories. She decided to see the house for herself. The locals warned her to stay away. "Once you go in, you might not come out," one old man said. But Ella's curiosity was stronger than her fear. She arrived at the house on a cloudy afternoon. Its facade was a jigsaw of doors, some tall and narrow, others small enough for a child to crawl through. Most were locked, their doorknobs cold and unyielding. The main entrance, however, creaked open at her touch. Inside, the air was heavy and still, carrying a faint metallic tang. The walls were lined with more doors, each one slightly different. The floorboards groaned under her feet as she stepped inside. "Hello?" she called, her voice echoing faintly. There was no reply, only the eerie silence of the house. Ella abrió la primera puerta a su izquierda. It revealed another hallway lined with more doors. Each one was slightly ajar, as if inviting her to explore. She opened another door, and another, each leading to more hallways, more doors. It felt like the house was folding in on itself, an endless maze of choices. The air grew colder the deeper she went, and she started to notice things. Faint footprints in the dust that didn't belong to her, doors that swung shut behind her without a breeze. At one point, she opened a door and found a room filled with mirrors. They reflected her from every angle, but as she stepped inside, she noticed something wrong. Her reflections didn't move with her. They stared at her, their expressions blank, their eyes unblinking. She backed away, closing the door quickly. Her heart pounded as she moved to another door, desperate to find her way out. But every door she opened seemed to lead her further into the house. The hallways grew darker, the doors more warped and irregular. Some were covered in scratches, others smeared with what looked like old, dried handprints. "Let me out," she whispered, her voice trembling. A door ahead creaked open slowly, and she felt a chill run down her spine. The hallway beyond was pitch black, but she could hear something, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps echoing in the dark. She stepped back, but the doors behind her slammed shut. The tapping grew louder, closer. "Who's there?" she called, her voice shaking. The only answer was a whisper, soft and menacing. "Keep going." Ella had no choice. She stepped through the open door, her flashlight trembling in her hand. The room she entered was empty, save for a single door on the far wall. Unlike the others, this one was pristine, painted white with a gleaming brass knob. Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, but the whispers were relentless now, urging her forward. She reached for the doorknob and turned it. The door opened into a void, an endless, swirling darkness that seemed to pull at her very soul. She tried to close the door, but an unseen force tugged her forward. The last thing she heard before she fell was a voice, cold and final. "You shouldn't have come." The next day, the house appeared unchanged, silent and empty as always. But the locals noticed something new. A single door on the exterior wall that hadn't been there before. It was small and unremarkable, except for one detail, a brass plaque with a name etched into it. Ella. And at night, if you stood near the house, you could hear faint knocking coming from behind that door, followed by a desperate whisper, "Let me out." In the remote mountain village of Cold Hollow, there was a bell tower that hadn't rung in over a century. Its iron bell, cracked and rusted, hung suspended in the icy air. Villagers claimed it only rang under one condition, when someone was about to disappear. Kara, a journalist chasing local legends, arrived in Cold Hollow during a biting winter storm. She'd heard whispers of the midnight bell and was determined to uncover the truth. The villagers, wary of strangers, were reluctant to speak to her. "Stay away from the bell tower," the innkeeper warned her gravely. "It doesn't ring for no reason." But warnings only fueled Kara's curiosity. That night, wrapped in a heavy coat and clutching her camera, she ventured out into the cold. The bell tower loomed at the edge of the village, its stone facade weathered by time. Snow swirled around it, and the icy wind howled through its hollow frame. Kara pushed open the heavy wooden door, her boots crunching on the frost-covered floor. Inside, the air was colder than outside, and the only sound was the faint creak of the bell swaying slightly in the draft. The iron stairs spiraled upward into darkness. Kara climbed cautiously, each step echoing through the tower. At the top, she found the bell, a massive ancient thing with deep cracks running along its surface. She touched it gently, her fingers numb from the cold. As she stepped back to take a photo, she froze. A faint vibration ran through the bell, and the air seemed to hum around it. Suddenly, the bell rang. The sound was deafening, a deep, resonant tone that reverberated through the tower and out into the night. Kara clapped her hands over her ears, but the sound seemed to burrow into her skull. When the ringing stopped, the silence was oppressive. Kara looked out from the tower, expecting to see lights in the village or people rushing to investigate. But the village below was dark. The houses were gone, replaced by an endless expanse of snow-covered emptiness. The road she had taken to the village had vanished, and the mountains were shrouded in a swirling fog. Panic set in. She hurried back down the stairs, but when she reached the bottom, the door was gone. The walls of the bell tower stretched endlessly in every direction, forming a labyrinth of stone corridors. Kara. The voice was faint, a whisper carried on the cold air. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. No answer came, but the voice whispered her name again, closer this time. The corridors seemed to shift as she walked, leading her in circles. Her flashlight flickered and the cold seeped into her bones. Then she heard it, the bell ringing again, its tone deeper and slower. Each chime sent vibrations through the floor, pulling her toward the sound. When she rounded the next corner, she saw them. Figures stood in the shadows, their forms hazy and indistinct. They didn't move, but their heads turned toward her, their eyes hollow and glowing faintly in the dark. "Kara," they whispered in unison. "You shouldn't have come." She stumbled backward, her flashlight clattering to the ground. The figures advanced slowly, their shapes rippling like smoke. Desperate, she turned and ran, the sound of the bell growing louder with every step. When she reached the top of another staircase, she found herself back at the bell. It swayed gently, though there was no wind. "Kara," the voices whispered again, this time from all around her. The bell's surface shimmered and she saw her reflection in the metal, except it wasn't her. The face staring back at her was gaunt and pale, its eyes wide with terror. The bell rang one final time, the sound shattering the air. Kara's scream echoed through the tower as the darkness closed in. The next morning, the storm passed, and the villagers found the bell tower untouched. But Kara was never seen again. The bell, once silent for over a century, had new cracks along its surface, as if it had rung louder than ever before. And on quiet, snowy nights, if you stand near the bell tower, you might hear it. A single, mournful chime, followed by a faint whisper. Kara. In the quiet town of Ashgrove, there was a house that had been abandoned for decades. It sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, its windows boarded up, its once bright paint faded to a dull gray. The house had a strange reputation, not for being haunted, but for being wrong. The townspeople spoke of a staircase in the house that didn't belong. It wasn't there when the house was built, and no one could explain where it led. When David, a historian fascinated by urban legends, heard the story, he knew he had to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a notebook, he convinced the local real estate agent to let him inside. The house was cold and damp, its air thick with mildew. The wooden floors groaned under David's weight as he explored the first floor, taking notes on the peeling wallpaper and dusty furniture. Then he found it. In the dining room, where the floor plan showed there should have been nothing but a wall, there was a staircase leading down. It wasn't an ordinary staircase. The wood was dark and polished, gleaming as though it had been recently cleaned. The steps seemed to spiral endlessly into the shadows. David felt a chill but brushed it off. "Just an old cellar," he muttered, turning on his flashlight. He descended cautiously, the beam of light barely cutting through the darkness. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence pressed in around him. After what felt like minutes, he realized something unsettling. The staircase wasn't ending. He stopped, shining his flashlight below. The steps continued downward, disappearing into the void. He glanced back up, expecting to see the faint light of the dining room, but there was nothing. Only darkness. Panic bubbled in his chest. He turned and hurried back up, but no matter how many steps he climbed, he couldn't reach the top. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice trembling. The air grew heavier, the silence replaced by faint whispers. They were distant at first, like voices carried on the wind, but they grew louder, overlapping into a cacophony. David froze as a single word cut through the noise, clear and sharp. "Stop." He turned his flashlight downward again. A figure stood on the steps below him. It was faint, more shadow than substance, but its outline was unmistakably human. Its head tilted as if studying him, and though it had no eyes, David felt its gaze pierce through him. "Leave," the figure said, its voice low and echoing. David tried to speak, but his throat tightened, and no sound came out. He turned and ran, his footsteps pounding on the wooden stairs. The whispers followed him, growing louder and more frantic. "You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come." Finally, he tripped and fell, sprawling onto a cold, hard floor. Gasping, he looked up and found himself back in the dining room. The staircase was gone. He scrambled to his feet and fled the house, his flashlight left behind in his panic. The next day, when he returned with a group of locals, the dining room was as it should have been. 4 walls, no staircase. David tried to explain what he had seen, but the villagers only shook their heads. "You're not the first to see it," one of them said quietly. "But you're lucky you came back. Most don't." David left Ashgrove that evening, vowing never to return. But the staircase didn't leave him. At night, in the silence of his own home, he could hear faint footsteps echoing from below. And sometimes, when he turned a corner too quickly, he would glimpse it out of the corner of his eye. A spiral staircase, waiting for him to descend once more. Deep in the woods near the forgotten village of Black Hollow, strange lights appeared on moonless nights. The villagers called them the Wandering Lanterns, and they warned outsiders never to follow them. "Once they lead you off the path," an old man told Clara, a traveler passing through, "you won't come back." Clara dismissed the warnings as folklore. She loved uncovering the truth behind local legends, and the idea of mysterious lights intrigued her. That night, armed with a flashlight and her journal, she ventured into the woods to find them. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of crickets and rustling leaves absent. The trail was narrow, the trees thick and twisted, their branches blotting out the stars. After an hour of walking, Clara saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance. It bobbed gently, like someone carrying a lantern. Her heart raced with excitement. She followed it, careful to keep her distance, her flashlight turned off to preserve the darkness. The lantern moved deeper into the woods, its glow casting strange shadows on the trees. Clara hurried to keep up, her boots crunching on the dry leaves. But as she walked, the path began to change. The ground became softer, almost marshy, and the air grew colder. She realized with a sinking feeling that the trail had vanished. The lantern stopped ahead of her, hovering motionless. "Hello?" she called. "Is someone there?" The light dimmed, then flared brighter, almost as if it were responding. Clara hesitated but stepped closer. Suddenly more lights appeared. First one, then 2, then a dozen. They surrounded her, flickering and swaying like fireflies. "Who's doing this?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The lights began to move, circling her slowly. Whispers filled the air, faint and unintelligible. Clara turned in place, trying to see who or what was speaking, but the woods were empty save for the glowing lanterns. Then she noticed the ground. Beneath the lights, the earth was disturbed, as though something had been buried there. Clara knelt, brushing aside the moss and dirt, and gasped. Bones. Everywhere the lanterns hovered, the earth was littered with fragments of bone, rib cages, skulls, hands frozen in unnatural positions. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. Stay. Stay with us. Clara staggered to her feet, panic surging through her. She turned to run but found herself face to face with a figure. It was human-shaped but translucent, its eyes glowing faintly like the lanterns. Its face was gaunt, its mouth twisted into a mournful expression. "You shouldn't have followed," it said, its voice low and hollow. Clara stumbled back, her hands shaking. The figure didn't move, but the lanterns closed in, their light growing blindingly bright. "You must stay," the figure said, its tone softer now, almost pleading. "No!" Clara shouted, bolting into the darkness. She ran blindly, the lanterns chasing her, their whispers merging into a single deafening chant. "Stay, stay, stay." Just as she thought the lights would overtake her, Clara burst through the tree line and onto the main road. She collapsed, gasping for air, her flashlight shattered in her hand. When she looked back, the forest was silent. The lanterns were gone, their glow swallowed by the shadows. Clara left Black Hollow the next morning, vowing never to speak of what she had seen. But at night, when she closed her eyes, she could still see them. The flickering lights, the translucent faces, and the words etched into the earth beneath the trees. "We were led. So are you." In the small village of Greystone, there was an ancient stone bridge that spanned a shallow creek. It was said that if you crossed the bridge at twilight, you might feel a shadow following you, one that wasn't your own. Mara, a skeptic with a passion for debunking ghost stories, decided to investigate. Armed with her camera and flashlight, she headed to the bridge one chilly autumn evening, just as the sun began to set. The bridge was weathered and overgrown, its stones slick with moss. The creek below murmured softly, its sound oddly soothing. Mara took a few photos, her breath visible in the crisp air. "Nothing spooky here," she muttered, snapping a picture of the far side of the bridge. As she crossed, the air grew colder. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, faded into an eerie silence. Mara stopped mid-step, feeling a strange pressure at her back, like someone standing too close. She turned quickly, her flashlight sweeping the bridge. There was nothing there. Shaking off the unease, she continued. But with every step, the feeling returned, stronger, heavier. It was as if something unseen was matching her movements. Reaching the far side, Mara turned and aimed her camera at the bridge, snapping a photo. The flash illuminated the stones, revealing nothing unusual. Relieved, she reviewed the picture on her camera screen. Her stomach dropped. In the photo, her shadow stretched unnaturally long, curling toward the center of the bridge. And behind it was another shadow, faint but unmistakable, taller, broader, and not hers. She glanced over her shoulder, her pulse racing. The bridge was empty. "Mara." The whisper was faint but chilling, carried on a breeze that sent shivers down her spine. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. The only response was the creek's faint gurgle. Determined not to scare herself, Mara shook her head and headed back across the bridge. But as she walked, her shadow on the stones shifted. It wasn't moving with her. It was lagging, twisting unnaturally, as if fighting against her steps. Then it stopped completely. Mara froze, staring at the shadow. It stood upright, no longer flat against the bridge, and began to pull away from her. She stumbled back, her flashlight shaking in her hand. The shadow solidified into a figure, a tall, featureless silhouette that loomed before her. "Why did you come here?" it asked, its voice deep and hollow. Mara couldn't respond. She turned and ran, her footsteps pounding against the stones. The shadow followed, gliding silently behind her. When she reached the end of the bridge, the air seemed to shift. The cold weight pressing on her lifted, and the sounds of the forest returned. She spun around, panting, but the shadow was gone. Or so she thought. Back at her inn, Mara reviewed the photos she'd taken. Each image showed the same thing: her shadow, and behind it, the taller, unnatural figure. That night, she lay awake, her curtains drawn tightly. But even in the safety of her room, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. And just before she drifted into a restless sleep, she saw it. A faint, dark shape cast against the wall. Her shadow. And standing just behind it, another. Nestled deep in the woods outside the forgotten town of Holleridge stood an old cabin. It belonged to a doll maker named Lenora, who had lived alone for years, crafting lifelike dolls that were said to be almost too real. When she disappeared one winter without a trace, the cabin was abandoned, but the dolls remained. Years later, Emma, a collector of antiques, heard about the cabin from a trader at the local market. Intrigued by the story, and hoping to find some of Lenora's legendary dolls, she set out to visit the cabin despite the warnings of the townsfolk. "Don't take anything," an old woman told her sternly, "and if the dolls move, leave immediately." Emma laughed it off, chalking it up to superstition. The hike to the cabin was long, the dense forest growing darker as the afternoon faded. When she finally arrived, the cabin stood in eerie silence, its windows fogged and its wooden frame weathered by time. She pushed open the creaky door, and the scent of pine and dust greeted her. Inside, the cabin was cluttered with workbenches, shelves, and unfinished dolls. Heads, arms, and legs lay scattered among tools and scraps of fabric. What struck Emma most was how lifelike the finished dolls were. Their glass eyes gleamed with an unsettling vitality, and their expressions seemed almost human, some joyful, some sorrowful, and others eerily blank. As she explored, she found a doll sitting upright in a rocking chair near the fireplace. Its hair was dark and glossy, and its dress was finely stitched. It looked almost new, as if someone had placed it there recently. She shivered but dismissed the thought. Carefully, she lifted the doll to examine it. Its eyes seemed to meet hers, and for a moment, she thought she felt warmth in its porcelain skin. A soft creak behind her made her spin around, but the room was empty. "You're scaring yourself," she muttered, setting the doll back in the chair. As she continued exploring, she found a journal on the workbench. It belonged to Lenora, and its pages were filled with sketches of dolls and notes about her craft. But the later entries grew darker. "They whisper to me at night," one page read. "They want to be free." Another entry was scrawled hastily. "I can't stop them. They move when I'm not looking." Emma felt a chill crawl up her spine. She set the journal down and turned to leave, but the rocking chair was empty. The doll was gone. Her breath quickened as she searched the room, but the doll was nowhere to be found. The cabin, once silent, now seemed alive with faint creaks and whispers. Emma bolted for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The air grew heavy, and the room seemed to darken. Then she heard it, a soft, childlike giggle. Spinning around, she saw them. The dolls were standing now, their heads tilted at unnatural angles, their glassy eyes fixed on her. Slowly, they began to move, their stiff joints creaking as they stepped closer. "Stay with us," a voice whispered, though none of the dolls' mouths moved. Emma backed into the door, her heart pounding. She fumbled with the lock, finally wrenching the door open and stumbling outside. As she ran through the woods, she could hear them, tiny footsteps chasing her, the whispers growing louder. When she finally reached her car, she drove away without looking back. But that night, as she unpacked her bag, she froze. Sitting on her bed was the doll from the rocking chair, its glass eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Its head tilted slowly and a faint voice echoed in the room. "You came to us. Now you're ours." On the edge of Greyhaven Bay, a small coastal village, the fog rolled in like a living thing. Thick and impenetrable, it swallowed the town whole on certain nights, muffling sounds and blurring the world. The villagers called it the calling fog, and they warned travelers never to wander out when it appeared. "It's not the fog you should fear," an old fisherman told Nora, a painter visiting the town. "It's what's in it." Nora dismissed the warnings. The idea of painting the eerie, misty coastline was too tempting, and the local stories only added to the allure. One moonless evening, when the fog began creeping in, she grabbed her easel and headed to the cliffs. The world quickly became shrouded in white. The air was damp and heavy, carrying the faint scent of salt and decay. Nora could barely see a few feet in front of her, but she set up her canvas, eager to capture the haunting atmosphere. As she painted, she heard it, a soft, distant voice calling her name. "Nora." She froze, her brush hovering over the canvas. The voice was faint, almost carried by the wind. "Hello?" she called, turning toward the sound. There was no response. The fog swirled around her, thick and unyielding. She shook her head, telling herself it was her imagination, and returned to her painting. But the voice came again, louder this time. "Nora, come closer." Her stomach knotted. She stood, straining to see through the fog. A faint silhouette emerged in the distance, humanoid but indistinct. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The figure didn't move, but the voice came again, soft and insistent. "Come closer." Against her better judgment, Nora stepped forward. The fog seemed to part slightly, revealing more of the figure. It was tall and cloaked in shadows, its edges blurring with the mist. The closer she got, the colder the air became. Her breath came out in short, visible bursts, and the whispers grew louder, overlapping and echoing around her. "Nora, we've been waiting." The figure raised an arm, pointing toward the shoreline. She followed its gesture and saw something through the fog, a faint, flickering light. It looked like a lantern, bobbing gently. Compelled by curiosity and an inexplicable pull, Nora moved toward the light. Her heart pounded as she reached the edge of the cliff, where the rocky shore stretched below. The lantern hung in midair, swaying as though carried by an unseen hand. "Come closer," the voices urged. Nora hesitated, stepping closer to the edge. The fog thinned just enough for her to see the rocks below, and the water that churned unnaturally, glowing faintly. Shapes moved beneath the surface, their outlines vague but unmistakably human. Panic surged through her. She turned to run, but the figure was behind her now, blocking her path. Its face was still obscured, but its eyes glowed faintly in the mist. "Don't go," it said, its voice a mix of pleading and command. "I have to leave," Nora whispered, her voice trembling. "You're already here," it replied, stepping closer. The fog thickened, and the whispers rose to a deafening roar. Shadows swirled around her, closing in. The last thing Nora saw was the lantern, its light flickering wildly as the cliff seemed to crumble beneath her feet. The next morning the fog lifted, and the villagers found her easel and canvas near the cliffs. The painting was finished, though no one could explain how. It showed a shoreline bathed in thick fog, with countless shadowy figures emerging from the mist. And in the center of the painting was a lantern, glowing faintly. Nora was never seen again. But on foggy nights, the villagers claimed they could hear a voice on the wind, soft and distant, calling her name. In the heart of an old city stood a decrepit boarding house, its once vivid red bricks now faded to a dull gray. It was said that one room, room 211, was never rented out. Guests who stayed there either left by morning, pale and shaken, or were never seen again. Despite the rumors, Jacob, a young traveler passing through, took the room. He loved a good ghost story, and wasn't one to be scared off by tales. The landlady, a frail woman with tired eyes, handed him the key with trembling hands. "Don't stay in there too long," she murmured. Jacob laughed. "I'll be fine." The room was small and unremarkable. A single bed, a desk, and a dusty window overlooking the empty street below. The wallpaper was peeling and the air smelled faintly of mildew. As night fell, the house grew quiet, the muffled sounds of other tenants fading into silence. Jacob unpacked his bag, setting up his camera to document his stay. Hours passed uneventfully, and Jacob began to think the stories were exaggerated. But just as he was about to turn in for the night, he noticed something odd. The room felt different. The air had grown heavier, colder, as if the walls were pressing inward. Then he heard it, a faint creak, like footsteps on the wooden floor. "Hello?" he called, his voice steady despite the chill that crept up his spine. There was no reply. He turned on his camera, aiming it at the room. The screen flickered as if the device were struggling to focus, but nothing appeared out of place. Shrugging it off, Jacob climbed into bed and turned out the light. That's when the whispers began. At first, they were faint, barely audible, just a murmur at the edge of perception. But as the minutes passed, they grew louder, clearer. "Why are you here?" Jacob sat up, his pulse quickening. The whispers were coming from all around him, though the room was empty. He grabbed his flashlight and shone it across the walls. The wallpaper was different. What had been faint floral patterns were now darkened shapes. Handprints, dozens of them, pressed into the walls as though burned into the fabric. The whispers grew more frantic. "You shouldn't have come back," they said, overlapping in an unsettling chorus. "I've never been here before," Jacob shouted, backing into the corner of the room. The air grew colder still, and the walls seemed to shift, the handprints writhing as if alive. Suddenly the door slammed shut, and the room plunged into darkness. Jacob fumbled with his flashlight, but it flickered and died. Then came the knocking. It started softly, tapping from inside the walls. The sound grew louder, closer, as though someone, or something, was trying to break through. A sharp voice cut through the whispers. "You left us here." "No," Jacob cried, his back pressed against the wall. "I don't know you." The whispers stopped abruptly, leaving a deafening silence. Then the wall behind him shifted, soft and cold, like flesh. "You remember," the voice hissed, now inches from his ear. Jacob screamed, clawing at the door until it finally gave way. He stumbled into the hallway, the whispers still ringing in his ears. He didn't stop running until he was out of the boarding house and onto the empty street. The next morning, the landlady found his camera outside room 211. The footage was intact, but when she played it, her blood ran cold. The video showed Jacob sitting on the bed, his back to the camera. But the reflection in the dusty window revealed the truth. The room was full of figures, their hollow eyes fixed on him, their mouths moving in whispers only he could hear. Room 211 was locked that day, and the landlady never rented it out again. But at night, passers-by claimed they could hear voices seeping through the cracks of the boarded-up windows, whispering the same question over and over. "Why did you leave us?" In a quiet, forgotten village stood an ancient church, its stone walls weathered by centuries of storms. Locked for decades, the church was said to hold a secret, one that no villager dared uncover. The legend spoke of a key, hidden within the church, that could open a door to the other side. No one knew what lay beyond, only that those who sought it were never seen again. When Leah, a historian researching abandoned buildings, arrived in the village, she was immediately drawn to the church. Its high spire cast a shadow over the crumbling graveyard, and the locked doors seemed to invite her curiosity. "Don't go inside," the innkeeper warned when she asked about the building. "It's not meant to be opened." But Leah was undeterred. Late that evening, she climbed over the rusted gate and pushed open one of the side doors, which creaked under her touch. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint scent of damp stone. The pews were rotting and the altar was cracked, but what caught her eye was a small pedestal at the center of the room. Resting on it was an ornate brass key, its surface engraved with intricate symbols. The whispers began as soon as she touched it. At first they were faint, like the rustling of leaves, but as she held the key, they grew louder, forming words she couldn't understand. "Hello?" Leah called, her voice echoing in the empty church. The whispers didn't stop. They seemed to come from every direction, growing more insistent. Clutching the key, she turned toward the altar and noticed something strange. The floor beneath it was different. A small rectangular outline marked a hidden door. The whispers surged, a single word rising above the others. Open. Against her better judgment, Leah knelt and placed the key into a small rusted lock hidden in the stone. The door opened with a low groan, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling into darkness. A cold draft rose from below, carrying the faint scent of decay. The whispers turned into a chorus, urging her downward. Heart pounding, Leah descended the stairs, her flashlight flickering. The walls grew damp and the air grew heavier with each step. At the bottom, she found herself in a small circular chamber lined with stone shelves. Resting on the shelves were countless objects: rings, necklaces, coins, and more, all tarnished with age. In the center of the room stood a stone pedestal, identical to the one above, but this one was empty. The whispers ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie silence. "Place it," a voice said, clear and sharp, though Leah couldn't tell where it came from. Her hands trembled as she set the key on the pedestal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the room began to tremble. The objects on the shelves rattled and a low hum filled the air, growing louder and deeper. Leah turned to run, but the staircase was gone, replaced by solid stone. "No, no, no," she cried, pounding on the wall. Behind her, a soft laugh echoed. She spun around to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was cloaked in darkness, its face obscured, but its eyes glowed faintly, like embers. "Thank you," it said, its voice dripping with malice. Leah stumbled back as the figure reached out a hand. The whispers returned, now deafening, wrapping around her like a storm. "Stay," the voices chanted. "Stay with us." The last thing Leah saw was the figure stepping closer, its hand outstretched, the whispers drowning her screams. The next morning, the villagers noticed that the church door was slightly ajar. Inside, the pedestal in the main hall was empty, and the key was gone. No one ever found Leah, but some claimed they saw her shadow through the church windows at night, moving as if searching for a way out. And in the graveyard behind the church, a new headstone appeared, its surface blank except for a single word: Keeper. I arrived at the old roadside inn early in the morning, holding the keys the owner had sent me along with a note. The job was simple: renovate the inn by the end of the month. The building had been abandoned for years, but the pay was too good to refuse. The inn stood alone, surrounded by dry grass and a pale sky. Its faded sign swayed slightly in the wind, and the cracked windows reflected the empty parking lot. Inside, the lobby smelled of mold and dust. The wooden floor creaked under my boots as I walked. Peeling wallpaper and broken furniture told stories of a forgotten past. I set up my sleeping bag in a small room on the ground floor. It had an old bed frame, a dusty chair, and a cracked mirror on the wall. After placing my tools and flashlight nearby, I spent the afternoon peeling wallpaper in the lobby. The silence inside the inn was unsettling. Even the wind seemed hesitant to stir. That night, I was jolted awake by a creaking sound outside my door. It was soft, like footsteps trying to be quiet. My breath caught as I listened. After a few moments, the sound stopped. Telling myself it was just the building settling, I rolled over and forced myself to sleep. In the morning, something strange caught my attention. My toolbox, which I'd left beside the bed, was now sitting near the door. I frowned, trying to recall if I had moved it, but my memory offered no answers. Shaking off the unease, I headed upstairs to continue my work. The upstairs rooms were just as neglected. Faded furniture was covered with white sheets, and the floors creaked with every step. However, as I worked, I noticed something odd. The sheets were no longer draped over the furniture. They had been neatly folded and stacked in the corner of the room. I didn't remember doing that. By the third night, the atmosphere in the inn had grown heavier. I moved to a room upstairs, hoping to escape the unsettling sounds. As I lay down, the whispering began. It was faint, like a distant voice carried on the wind. Robert. Robert. My name wasn't Robert, and I didn't know anyone by that name. Gripping my flashlight, I crept to the door and opened it. The hallway stretched ahead, empty and still. Yet the whispering continued, growing louder. My heart pounded as I shone the light down the hall, but nothing was there. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. The next morning, I found the dining room chairs arranged in a perfect circle. My skin prickled as I stared at them. Someone, or something, was moving things in the night. I locked every door and window, even barricading the attic stairs with furniture, but the strange occurrences didn't stop. On the fourth night, the whisper returned, louder and more insistent. "Robert," it called. The sound came from right outside my door. My pulse thundered as I pushed the dresser aside and opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the air felt cold, almost heavy. The next day, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my tools and left, locking the inn behind me. As I drove away, I glanced at the rearview mirror. The building stood silent and still, yet the feeling of being watched clung to me. The owner messaged me later, asking when I'd finished the job. I lied, saying I couldn't continue due to an emergency. He didn't reply. I don't care if someone else takes the job. I'll never return to that place. It was a quiet evening when Mia arrived at the small village of Willow Glen. She was a writer looking for inspiration, and the cottage she rented on the edge of the woods seemed perfect. The villagers were kind, but reserved, warning her to avoid the forest after sunset. They didn't say why, but their faces grew pale when she asked. Mia shrugged off their concerns. Writers needed their mysteries, after all. That night, the air was cool, and the woods looked peaceful under the silver glow of the moon. She sat by the window, jotting down ideas as the wind whispered through the trees. Her first night passed without incident, save for the faint sound of a melody, soft, like someone humming far away. The second evening, curiosity got the better of Mia. She ventured into the woods, her lantern casting long shadows. The trees seemed taller in the dim light, their branches interwoven like a canopy of secrets. She followed a narrow path, her footsteps muffled by moss and fallen leaves. The air was still, almost heavy, as if the forest were holding its breath. Then she heard it, a faint whisper. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too human. She paused, the hairs on her neck standing up. "Hello?" she called, her voice sounding small and uncertain. No answer came, but the whisper grew louder, weaving around her like a song she couldn't quite understand. Mia's lantern flickered, casting erratic shadows. A chill ran down her spine as she realized the whispers were not random. They were calling her name. She turned quickly, but there was no one in sight, only the dark outlines of trees. "Just my imagination," she muttered, her voice trembling. She retraced her steps, the path seeming longer than before. The whispers followed her, growing fainter as she reached the edge of the woods. Relief washed over her as she stepped into the light of her cottage. The next morning, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching her. She tried to focus on her writing, but her thoughts kept wandering back to the whispers. Why had they sounded so familiar, as if the forest itself knew her? By the third night, the whispers had grown bolder. They echoed around the cottage, even though the windows were shut tight. Mia tried to ignore them, burying herself in her work. But when the lantern in her room dimmed and the whispers turned into faint laughter, she couldn't stay inside any longer. Clutching her lantern, she stepped out onto the porch. The woods were still, the moonlight barely piercing the dense canopy. "What do you want?" she called, her voice breaking the silence. The laughter stopped. A single whisper came in reply. "Come back." Mia froze. The voice was unmistakable, her late grandmother's. Tears pricked her eyes as she stared into the shadows. Her grandmother had always told her stories about the forest, how it was alive, how it listened, but she had never believed them. The lantern flickered again, and Mia made her choice. She stepped off the porch and into the woods, her heart pounding. The whispers guided her, growing softer the deeper she went, until she reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a large oak tree, its trunk scarred with strange symbols. Mia felt drawn to it. As she placed her hand on the rough bark, the whispers stopped. In their place came a rush of memories: her grandmother's laughter, the warmth of summer afternoons, and a lullaby she hadn't heard since she was a child. The forest grew silent, almost reverent. Mia stepped back, her heart heavy but calm. The whispers no longer frightened her. They had been calling her home, reminding her of the bond she had forgotten. When she returned to her cottage, the air felt lighter, the forest less foreboding. Mia sat at her desk, her pen gliding across the paper as the story poured out of her. It wasn't about fear or darkness. It was about connection, memory, and the quiet power of the woods. And as she wrote, the forest whispered its approval. Lucy always loved her grandparents' old house. The creaking floors, the faded wallpaper, and the cozy fireplace felt like stepping back in time. When her grandparents passed away, Lucy inherited the house and decided to spend a few weeks there to sort through their belongings. It was a cool autumn evening when she arrived. The house was just as she remembered, though a layer of dust coated everything. She smiled as she unpacked her bags, feeling at home despite the stillness. But there was one part of the house she had never liked: the attic. The attic door was at the end of the upstairs hallway. It was small and unassuming, with a brass handle tarnished from age. As a child, Lucy had always felt uneasy near it. Her grandparents had told her it was just storage, but they never let her go inside. That night, as she sat by the fire, Lucy heard a faint thump from upstairs. She froze, the mug of tea in her hands trembling. It was probably just the old house settling, she told herself. But the sound came again, rhythmic and deliberate. Her gaze shifted to the ceiling. "It's nothing," she whispered, trying to shake the unease. She forced herself to focus on the book in her lap, but the thumping continued, each sound echoing faintly through the house. The next morning, Lucy decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of determination, she climbed the narrow staircase to the attic door. The brass handle was cold under her hand. She hesitated for a moment, then turned it. The attic was dimly lit by a single dusty window. Boxes and old furniture were scattered across the room, covered in sheets. The air smelled of mothballs and wood. As she stepped inside, the floor creaked beneath her feet. Lucy shone her flashlight around, her heart racing. Everything seemed normal at first, just forgotten belongings and cobwebs. But then she noticed a large old trunk in the corner. It was locked, with a heavy iron clasp covered in scratches. Curiosity got the better of her. She searched the attic until she found a rusted key hanging on a nail. When she inserted it into the lock, it turned with a satisfying click. Lucy lifted the lid, expecting to find old clothes or books. Instead, she found a mirror. The mirror was oval, its ornate frame tarnished silver. Its surface was surprisingly clean, reflecting her wide-eyed face. Something about it felt off, as if it were watching her. She reached out to touch it, but as her fingers neared the glass, she saw movement. Lucy jerked her hand back. The reflection had shifted, but not in the way it should have. The attic behind her looked darker in the mirror, the shadows deeper. And there, in the corner, she saw a figure, a pale face with hollow eyes staring back at her. She spun around, but the corner was empty. Her breath quickened as she looked back at the mirror. The figure was gone, but the shadows in the reflection seemed to writhe, like they were alive. Lucy slammed the trunk shut and stumbled out of the attic, locking the door behind her. For the rest of the day, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the house made her jump. That night she lay in bed, the silence pressing down on her. Just as she was drifting off, she heard the thumping again, louder this time. It was coming from the attic. Lucy pulled the covers over her head, her heart pounding. She tried to convince herself it was just her imagination, but the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, as if something was trying to escape. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her flashlight and crept upstairs. The attic door was closed, but the brass handle was icy to the touch. She opened it slowly, her flashlight beam trembling as she stepped inside. The mirror was out of the trunk, standing upright in the center of the room. Its surface was dark, as though it had absorbed all the light in the attic. Lucy stared, her throat dry. The shadows in the mirror began to shift, forming a shape, a hand pressing against the glass from the inside. "Help me," a voice whispered, soft and broken. The hand pushed harder, the glass rippling like water. Lucy backed away, her flashlight flickering. The voice grew louder, joined by others, a cacophony of desperate whispers. She turned and ran, slamming the attic door shut behind her. The next morning, she packed her bags and left the house, leaving the attic locked and untouched. She told herself she would come back one day to sell the house, but deep down, she knew she never would. The mirror stayed in the attic, waiting, its whispers fading into silence as the house grew cold and still. Ethan had never been to his great-aunt Clara's estate before her passing. The sprawling manor, surrounded by towering oaks, felt more like a labyrinth than a home. Clara had been a reclusive figure, and now Ethan was tasked with sorting through her belongings. The caretaker handed him a heavy ring of keys and a single warning. "If you hear knocking, don't open any locked doors." Ethan chuckled nervously, assuming it was a joke. "Sure thing," he replied, but the caretaker's grim expression lingered in his mind. The house was as grand as it was eerie. Dusty chandeliers hung from high ceilings, and faded portraits lined the walls. Ethan spent the day sorting through books, jewelry, and endless knickknacks. By evening, he had barely scratched the surface. Exhausted, he settled into a bedroom with creaky floorboards and a single cracked window. As the night deepened, the house creaked and groaned. Ethan dismissed the sounds as old wood shifting in the cool air, but around midnight a soft knocking echoed down the hallway. He sat up, his heart thudding. "Just the wind," he muttered, though the sound was deliberate. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then 3 more. It seemed to come from somewhere nearby. Grabbing a flashlight, Ethan ventured into the hallway. The knocking continued, leading him toward a locked door at the end of the corridor. He tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The knock stopped the moment he touched it. Ethan's pulse quickened. He fumbled with the keys until he found one that fit. The lock clicked, and the door creaked open to reveal a room he hadn't noticed on the floor plan. Inside, the air was cold, and the walls were bare except for a single painting. It depicted a woman sitting in a chair, her face partially obscured by shadows. Ethan recognized her immediately. It was Clara. As he stepped closer, he noticed the chair in the painting was the same as the one in the center of the room. Dust coated its surface, but the resemblance was uncanny. His flashlight flickered as he studied the painting, and for a moment he thought he saw the figure shift, her head tilting slightly toward him. Ethan backed away, his skin crawling. The door behind him slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. He fumbled with the flashlight, and when it flickered back to life, the painting was gone. In its place was a mirror, reflecting not the room, but a hallway filled with light. Ethan's breath caught. The hallway in the mirror was not the one outside the room. It was lined with doors, each slightly ajar, and shadows flitted between them. He turned around, expecting to see the same, but the room was empty save for the chair. Then, the knocking started again, this time from inside the mirror. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Ethan approached cautiously, his reflection distorted as he neared. The knocking grew louder, more insistent, until a hand pressed against the other side of the glass. "Help me," a voice whispered, faint but desperate. Ethan stumbled back, his flashlight flickering once more. The knocking stopped, replaced by a chilling silence. He turned toward the door, but it wouldn't open. Panic set in as the mirror darkened and the hand reappeared, pressing harder against the glass. The voice came again, louder this time. "Help me, Ethan." "How do you know my name?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty room. The shadows in the mirror coalesced into a figure, their face obscured but their posture familiar. It pointed toward the chair, its finger trembling. Ethan hesitated but sat down, the wood creaking under his weight. As soon as he did, the room seemed to dissolve, replaced by the bright hallway from the mirror. The doors were now fully open, revealing endless rooms filled with whispers and faint movements. Ethan stood, unsure whether he had stepped into a dream or something worse. The figure from the mirror appeared at the far end of the hallway, motioning for him to follow. He didn't want to, but his legs moved on their own, carrying him toward the shadows. The next morning, the caretaker found the house eerily silent. Ethan's car was still parked outside, but there was no sign of him inside. The locked door at the end of the hallway was closed, and the mirror in the forgotten room was shattered, its shards scattered across the floor. Ethan was never seen again, though some claim they hear knocking if they pass by the house late at night. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then 3 more. It was a cool evening when Jack arrived at the old roadside inn, nestled deep in the countryside. The building stood silent and solemn, its wooden shingles weathered by time. Jack had been hired to renovate the place before new guests arrived. As he unlocked the front door, a musty smell greeted him. The air inside was heavy with the scent of mold and damp wood. Dust danced in the fading sunlight streaming through the cracked windows. He set his tools and bag in one of the ground floor rooms and decided to explore. The inn had 10 rooms, most with peeling wallpaper and broken furniture. A spiral staircase led to the second floor, its banister smooth but damp to the touch. Jack made notes of what needed fixing, determined to finish quickly. By sunset, the inn seemed even quieter. Jack stepped outside to stretch, but the surrounding woods were unnervingly still. A dead tree near the empty parking lot swayed slightly, though there was no wind. Back inside, as darkness fell, Jack began peeling wallpaper in the lobby. The scraping sound of the knife filled the silence, but then he paused. Faint footsteps echoed from upstairs. "Hello?" he called out, shining his flashlight toward the stairs. There was no response. Shrugging it off as the creaking of an old building, Jack returned to work. But the sense of being watched lingered. That night, Jack unrolled his sleeping bag on the narrow bed frame in his chosen room. The air felt colder as the hours crept by. Just as he began to drift off, a creak outside his door made his eyes snap open. Holding his breath, Jack reached for his flashlight. He flicked it on and pointed it at the door. Nothing. No footsteps. Only silence. The next morning, Jack noticed his toolbox was not where he had left it. He was sure he'd placed it beside the bed, but now it sat near the door. Dismissing it as his own forgetfulness, he resumed work upstairs. While clearing one of the rooms, Jack found the sheets that had covered the furniture folded neatly in a corner. He was certain he hadn't done that. Nervously, he checked the windows, locked from the inside. By the afternoon, Jack felt the weight of the inn's silence. It wasn't just quiet, it was oppressive. While sanding floorboards, he swore he heard faint whispers behind him. That night, Jack heard it again. A voice low and raspy calling, "Robert! Robert!" Jack froze. His name wasn't Robert. He sat up in his sleeping bag, the flashlight shaking in his hand. The voice grew louder, seeming to come from the hallway. Summoning courage, Jack opened the door. The hallway was empty, but the whisper continued, retreating toward the stairwell. Jack followed, his flashlight beam trembling. At the base of the stairs, the whispers stopped abruptly. A heavy stillness filled the air, broken only by the sound of his rapid breathing. The next day, Jack worked feverishly, determined to leave as soon as possible. But the inn seemed intent on keeping him. Doors creaked open and closed by themselves. Tools he set down disappeared, only to reappear in strange places. That evening, Jack resolved to stay awake and catch whatever, or whoever, was causing the disturbances. Sitting in the lobby, flashlight in hand, he listened to the creaks and groans of the building. Around midnight, a loud thud came from upstairs. Jack raced up the stairs, his heart pounding. The furniture in the room at the end of the hall had been rearranged. The table and chair were now perfectly centered, facing the door. The whisper returned, louder now. "Robert." Jack felt a cold breeze, though the windows were shut tight. He turned to leave, but the door to the room slammed shut. Trapped, Jack heard the voice say one final time, "Leave. Now." He didn't wait to be told twice. Throwing his tools into his bag, Jack left the inn that very night. As he drove away, the inn stood silent in his rearview mirror, its dark windows watching him go. He never told the owner what happened, and when asked about the incomplete renovation, he simply said, "It's not a place for the living." Ellie loved the quiet of the countryside. She rented a small cabin on the edge of Pinewood Forest to work on her sketches and find inspiration in nature. The cabin was cozy, with a fireplace and a wraparound porch overlooking the dense woods. On her first evening, Ellie sat on the porch, sketchpad in hand as the sun dipped below the trees. The forest was alive with the sound of crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl. She sipped her tea and felt at peace, watching the sky turn shades of pink and purple. As she sketched the towering pines, a shadow caught her eye. It moved quickly between the trees, too large to be a deer but too small for a bear. She paused, her pencil hovering over the page. Whatever it was, it didn't appear again. Shrugging, Ellie went inside as the air grew chilly. She locked the door, stoked the fire, and settled in for the night. The next morning, the woods looked beautiful in the golden sunlight. Ellie decided to explore the trails nearby, her sketchpad tucked under her arm. She walked for hours, stopping to draw the intricate patterns of moss on rocks and the way sunlight filtered through the leaves. But as she ventured deeper, the forest grew darker and quieter. The cheerful chirping of birds faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. Ellie glanced around, a prickle of unease creeping up her neck. She decided to head back, but stopped when she noticed something odd on the trail ahead, a series of deep, claw-like marks in the dirt. They led off the path into the trees. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed the marks a few steps into the woods. The trees grew denser here, their branches intertwining like skeletal hands. She thought she heard a faint rustling behind her and turned, but nothing was there. Ellie shook her head and whispered, "It's just the wind." That night, as she sat sketching by the fire, she heard a faint tapping on the window behind her. She froze, her pencil slipping from her hand. Slowly, she turned to look. Nothing. The window was empty, reflecting only the warm glow of the fire and the dark shapes of the trees outside. She tried to convince herself it was a branch tapping in the wind, though the night was completely still. The tapping came again. This time, it sounded like it was coming from the porch. Ellie stood, her heart racing. Grabbing her flashlight, she opened the door and shone the beam into the night. The porch was empty, but the beam illuminated faint tracks leading down the steps into the forest, deep clawed impressions in the dirt, just like the ones she'd seen earlier. Ellie quickly retreated inside, locking the door and pulling the curtains tight. She told herself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog, but unease settled in her chest. She didn't sleep well that night. The following day, Ellie decided to sketch near the cabin, keeping the forest at a distance. But she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She caught herself glancing over her shoulder, searching for something she couldn't name. As the sun set, she noticed a dark figure standing at the edge of the woods. It was tall and still, like a shadow cast by an unseen light. She blinked, and it was gone. Ellie's breath quickened. She grabbed her sketchpad and hurried inside, locking the door behind her. That night, the tapping returned, louder this time, accompanied by the faint sound of scratching. Ellie stayed in her bed, clutching her flashlight, too afraid to look. At some point, she fell into an uneasy sleep. When she woke, pale morning light streamed through the curtains. She gathered her belongings, deciding to leave the cabin and its eerie surroundings behind. But as she packed, she found her sketch pad open on the table. The last page she had worked on was different now. Instead of her sketch of the pines, there was a rough drawing of a shadowy figure, its clawed hands reaching toward the cabin. Ellie's hands trembled as she stared at the page. She hadn't drawn this. Without wasting another moment, she threw her things into her bag and left the cabin. As she drove away, the trees seemed to press closer to the road, their shadows long and dark. Ellie didn't look back, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her until she was miles away. She never returned to Pinewood Forest, but sometimes, when she was alone in her apartment, she thought she heard faint tapping on the window. On a lonely stretch of rocky coastline, an old lighthouse stood sentinel against the crashing waves. Mia had always been drawn to such places, and when she was offered a summer job maintaining the lighthouse's records and equipment, she jumped at the chance. Her first evening there was peaceful. The salty breeze swept through the cracked windows of the small living quarters, and the rhythmic crash of the waves was calming. The lighthouse had been automated for years, its beams sweeping the dark sea without human assistance. Yet it still needed someone to check on its systems, and that someone was now Mia. She spent her first day sorting through the dusty records in the keeper's office. Most of it was mundane, logs of passing ships, weather reports, and notes about maintenance. But one entry caught her eye. July 15th, 1982. The light flickered last night. Heard footsteps above me. No one's here but me. Maybe I'm just tired. Mia frowned. The entry was out of place, wedged between two routine reports. Shrugging, she dismissed it as the ramblings of a sleep-deprived worker. As night fell, Mia climbed the winding staircase to check the lamp at the top. The view was breathtaking. Endless waves bathed in silver moonlight. She stayed there for a while, soaking in the serenity. But as she descended, a chill swept through her. The air felt heavy, as though something unseen pressed against her. She paused, gripping the railing, and listened. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed up from below. It was slow, deliberate, like someone tapping their fingernails on the metal stairs. "Hello?" Mia called out, her voice trembling. The tapping stopped. Her heart pounded as she quickened her pace down the steps. When she reached the bottom, the small living quarters were exactly as she had left them. The door was locked, and there were no signs of anyone else. Trying to shake the unease, Mia made herself some tea and settled into bed with a book. But sleep didn't come easily. The lighthouse groaned and creaked, as old structures often do, but Mia swore she heard faint footsteps above her room. The next day, she busied herself with work, climbing up and down the lighthouse to inspect its equipment. She reminded herself that isolation could play tricks on the mind. That night, however, the tapping returned. This time it was louder, echoing through the stairwell. Mia grabbed her flashlight and stepped into the corridor. The beam of light trembled as she pointed it up the staircase. "Who's there?" she demanded, trying to sound braver than she felt. No response. She climbed the stairs cautiously, her flashlight sweeping the shadows. When she reached the top, the lantern room was empty, its massive light silently turning. Yet something was off. The air smelled faintly of smoke, though the beacon was electric. And then she saw it, a handprint, smeared in soot, on the glass. Mia's breath caught. She wiped it away with her sleeve, telling herself it must have been left by a previous keeper. But deep down, she didn't believe it. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences escalated. Lights flickered even when there was no storm. The footsteps grew louder, as though someone was pacing just above her. One night, Mia awoke to find the sound of tapping coming from the foot of her bed. Her flashlight revealed nothing but the empty room. Determined to uncover the truth, Mia delved deeper into the old records. She found scattered notes about keepers reporting strange noises, shadows moving in the lantern room, and unexplained flickers in the light. One entry chilled her to the core. October 3rd, 1967. Found a figure standing in the beam of the light. thought it was a trick of the shadows, but it moved. No one should be up there. That night, Mia decided to stay awake in the lantern room. If something, or someone, was haunting the lighthouse, she wanted to see it for herself. She sat by the giant lamp, its rotation casting sweeping beams of light across the ocean. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just as she began to relax, the light flickered. Mia turned, expecting to see a loose connection, but instead her heart stopped. A figure stood on the other side of the glass, silhouetted by the moonlit sea. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by darkness. "Who are you?" Mia whispered, her voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. It raised a hand, pressing it against the glass, leaving a dark smear like soot, and then it vanished. Mia fled down the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the tight stairwell. She locked herself in her room, her hands trembling as she clutched her flashlight. The tapping started again, slow and deliberate, just outside her door. By morning, Mia packed her things and left the lighthouse. She sent an email to the organization managing it, claiming the equipment needed repairs she couldn't handle. As she drove away, the lighthouse's beam continued to sweep the ocean, steady and unyielding. Mark had been traveling for hours, his car winding through endless country roads. When he saw the vacancy sign at the old inn by the side of the road, relief washed over him. The building looked quaint but sturdy, with ivy crawling up its brick walls and dim, warm lights glowing in the windows. The receptionist was a middle-aged woman with kind eyes. "Welcome to the Hollow Creek Inn," she said. "We've only got one room left. It's at the end of the hall on the second floor." Mark thanked her, grabbed the key, and headed upstairs. The hallway was quiet, the soft creak of the floorboards the only sound. Room 213 was at the very end, its number slightly tarnished. Inside, the room was small but cozy. The bed looked inviting and a single armchair sat near the window. Mark tossed his bag on the bed, opened the window slightly to let in the cool night air, and lay down. Exhaustion overtook him quickly, but just as he was about to drift off, a faint sound broke the silence. "Mark!" He sat up abruptly, his heart pounding. The voice had been soft, almost like a whisper, but it was unmistakable. "Is someone there?" he called out, his voice shaking. No answer. Mark got up and checked the hallway. It was empty, the other rooms silent. Shrugging it off as his imagination, he returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, Mark mentioned the incident to the receptionist. "It's probably just the wind," she said with a nervous smile. "These old buildings make all kinds of noises." Mark wasn't convinced, but he let it go. He spent the day exploring the nearby town, returning to the inn as dusk settled over the countryside. That night, the whisper came again. "Mark." This time it was louder, more insistent. He turned on the bedside lamp and scanned the room. The light flickered for a moment, then stabilized. He got up, checking the closet and under the bed. Nothing. As he stood in the middle of the room, his ears caught another sound, a faint tapping coming from the window. He turned, and his stomach dropped. A pale handprint was smudged on the outside of the glass. Mark rushed to the window and threw it open, shining his flashlight into the darkness. The grounds below were empty, the air still and cold. When he turned back, the handprint was gone. The rest of the night was a blur of unease. Mark barely slept, his ears straining for any sound. The following day, he demanded to know if anyone else had reported strange happenings. The receptionist hesitated, then said, "Room 213 has history. Some guests say they've heard things, seen things." "What kind of things?" Mark pressed. She sighed. "The previous tenant disappeared. He was a man traveling alone, much like yourself. His name was Robert. All we found was his bag, neatly packed, sitting by the door. No sign of him otherwise." Mark felt a chill run down his spine. That night he decided to leave, but as he packed his bag, the lights in the room flickered and went out. "Mark." The voice was louder now, closer. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. Slowly, he turned toward the closed door. "Mark, help me." The whisper was almost a plea. Against his better judgment, Mark stepped toward the closet. His hand shook as he reached for the knob. When he opened it, the small space was empty, but the air inside was icy. And then, from the mirror above the dresser, he saw it. A shadowy figure stood behind him, its face blurred, its hand reaching toward his shoulder. Mark spun around, but there was nothing there. The room felt suffocating now, the air heavy and cold. His name echoed again, this time from the hallway. Grabbing his bag, Mark bolted from the room. As he ran down the stairs, the whispers followed him. When he reached the lobby, the receptionist looked up, startled. "I'm leaving," Mark stammered. "I don't care about a refund." Without waiting for a response, he rushed to his car and drove off, the inn's dark silhouette disappearing in his rearview mirror. As the miles stretched behind him, Mark's pulse began to steady. He told himself it was over. But just as he reached for the radio to calm his nerves, he heard it again. "Mark, you can't leave." Mira had always loved old churches, with their stained glass windows and timeless stone walls. When she was asked to photograph an abandoned church in a remote village for a historical project, she eagerly accepted. The church stood at the edge of the village, its towering bell tower rising into the cloudy sky. The wooden doors creaked as Mira pushed them open, revealing a dim interior filled with dust motes swirling in the faint light. Rows of broken pews led to an altar, and above it a massive bell hung silent in the tower. Mira set up her camera and began taking pictures of the intricate carvings and faded murals. As she adjusted her lens, she noticed something odd. A faint shadow moved near the bell tower staircase. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing in the empty space. There was no reply. Mira told herself it was nothing. She'd read that the mind could play tricks in places like this, especially in silence. But as she continued photographing, the feeling of being watched crept in. Her footsteps echoed as she climbed the spiral staircase to the bell tower. The air grew colder with every step, and a strange metallic smell lingered. When she reached the top, she marveled at the massive bell, its surface tarnished and weathered. She touched the edge lightly, and the metal felt strangely warm. Suddenly, Mira heard a faint whisper behind her. She spun around, but the staircase was empty. "Must be the wind," she muttered, though the air was perfectly still. Back on the ground floor, Mira began packing her equipment, eager to leave before sunset. But as she folded her tripod, a low humming sound filled the air. She froze, listening. It seemed to come from the bell tower. "Mira." Her name echoed faintly through the church. A chill ran down her spine. She grabbed her camera and flashlight, determined to find the source. As she climbed the staircase again, the humming grew louder. When she reached the top, she found the bell swinging gently, though no wind stirred the air. Her breath caught as the humming transformed into a deep, resonant tone, filling the tower with sound. "Mira, why did you come back?" The voice was deep, echoing as if it came from the bell itself. She stumbled back, gripping the railing. "I don't understand," she whispered, her voice shaking. The voice grew quieter, almost sad. "You left us here." Mira's mind raced. "Who are you? I've never been here before." The bell stopped moving, and the silence that followed was deafening. Suddenly, Mira felt a presence behind her. She turned slowly and saw a faint figure standing in the corner of the tower. It was tall and translucent, its face obscured by shadow. The figure raised an arm, pointing toward the ground below. Mira followed its gesture, peering over the edge of the tower. For a moment, she saw the ground covered with people, figures in old clothing, their faces turned up toward her. Their expressions were blank, but their eyes seemed to plead for something. Mira stumbled back, nearly dropping her flashlight. When she looked again, the ground was empty. The whisper returned. louder now. "Free us!" "I don't know how," Mira cried. The bell began to hum again, its tone rising to a deafening pitch. She clapped her hands over her ears and bolted down the stairs, the sound following her all the way to the church's entrance. As she burst outside into the fading daylight, the humming stopped abruptly. The church stood silent once more, its bell tower looming over her like a watchful eye. Mira didn't stop running until she reached her car. She threw her camera bag into the back seat and sped away, her heart racing. For weeks afterward, she avoided looking at the photos she had taken. When she finally mustered the courage to review them, she gasped. In every shot of the bell tower, faint, ghostly figures stood at the edges of the frame, their faces blurred but unmistakably watching her. She never returned to the village, but sometimes late at night, she thought she heard a faint humming in the distance. The villagers always warned Clara not to go near the lake after dark. "It's not safe," they would say, their voices tinged with unease. But Clara wasn't the superstitious type. She had come to the quiet village to escape the noise of city life, and the lake, with its still waters and dense fog, had a beauty she couldn't resist. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara decided to take her sketchpad to the lake. The air was cool, and a faint mist hovered over the water's surface. The reflection of the rising moon shimmered like a silver coin in the distance. She found a spot near an old wooden pier and began sketching the way the trees framed the lake, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky. The quiet was calming at first, but as the light faded, an unsettling silence blanketed the area. Clara glanced around. Even the crickets had stopped chirping. Then she heard it, a soft ripple in the water. She looked up, expecting to see a fish or perhaps a bird landing. The lake was still. Shrugging, she returned to her sketch. But the sound came again, this time accompanied by a faint whisper. It was so soft she almost thought she imagined it. "Clara." Her pencil froze mid-stroke. She whipped her head around, searching the shoreline. "Is someone there?" she called, her voice quivering slightly. The only answer was the gentle lap of water against the pier. Telling herself it was just the wind, Clara packed her things. But as she turned to leave, she caught movement out of the corner of her eye. A figure stood on the far side of the lake, partially obscured by the fog. It was tall and dark, its outline distorted by the mist. "Hello?" Clara called, her voice louder this time. The figure didn't respond. Clara felt a chill creep up her spine. She backed away, her shoes crunching on the gravel path. The next day, she asked the innkeeper about the lake. "Do people ever go there at night?" Clara asked casually. The woman's cheerful demeanor faltered. "No one goes to the lake at night. Not anymore." "Why not?" The innkeeper hesitated, then leaned in closer. "Years ago, a man drowned there. Some say he still lingers, calling to those who stray too close." Clara laughed nervously. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" The woman didn't answer. That evening, Clara couldn't shake the memory of the figure. Against her better judgment, she returned to the lake, determined to prove to herself there was nothing to fear. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the water. The mist was thicker tonight, curling around the pier like pale fingers. Clara sat down on a rock and stared at the lake. For a while, nothing happened. The stillness began to lull her into a false sense of security. Then she heard it again. "Clara." Her name floated across the water, soft and mournful. She stood up, her heart pounding. The voice seemed to come from the middle of the lake. "Who's there?" she shouted, her voice echoing. The lake answered with a ripple, its surface breaking as if something moved beneath it. A dark shape rose slowly from the water. At first, Clara thought it was a log, but then it shifted, revealing the outline of a face. It was pale and featureless, with hollow eyes that seemed to glow faintly. "Clara." The voice came again, louder this time. She stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. The figure began to move toward her, gliding over the surface of the water, its movements unnaturally smooth. Panicking, Clara turned and ran, her feet slipping on the damp stones. The whisper followed her, growing louder, more insistent. When she finally reached the village, she burst into the inn, her chest heaving. The innkeeper took one look at her and nodded grimly. "You saw him, didn't you?" Clara could only nod, her voice failing her. The next day, she packed her bags and left the village. As she drove away, the image of the pale, hollow-eyed figure haunted her. She swore she would never return, but even now, miles away from that cursed lake, she sometimes hears her name whispered at night. In a forgotten village surrounded by hills, there was an old well that no one used. The villagers whispered about it, warning their children never to go near. They said the well could call to you if you got too close. Amir didn't believe the stories. He had come to the village to help his aunt with her farm for the summer. On his first day, he noticed the well sitting alone in a field, its stones covered in moss. The wooden cover over its mouth looked weathered and cracked. "Why does no one use that well?" he asked his aunt during dinner. She frowned. "It's cursed," she said simply. "People say they hear voices coming from it, voices that shouldn't be there." Amir laughed. "It's probably just the wind or animals." His aunt's face darkened. "Stay away from it, Amir. I mean it." But Amir's curiosity got the better of him. The next evening, as the sun set behind the hills, he walked to the well. The air was still, and the fields were quiet. Standing in front of the well, he placed his hand on the wooden cover. It felt damp and cold. He leaned closer, peering through the gaps between the boards. "Hello?" he called, his voice echoing softly. For a moment there was silence. Then faintly, he heard it. "Help me." Amir stepped back, his heart pounding. It had been a whisper, soft but unmistakable, rising from the darkness below. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Please, help." The voice sounded desperate, weak. Amir hesitated. It could be someone trapped, he thought. He grabbed the edges of the wooden cover and heaved it aside. The old boards groaned as they slid away, revealing the black void of the well. The air smelled damp and earthy. He shone his phone's flashlight down, but the beam couldn't reach the bottom. "I can't see you," Amir called. "Are you hurt? How did you get down there?" The voice didn't answer his questions. It only whispered again, softer this time. "Come closer." A chill ran down Amir's spine. He didn't move. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Please. I'm so cold," the voice said, almost like a sob. Amir's hands trembled. He wanted to help, but something about the voice felt wrong. As he backed away from the well, the whispers grew louder. "Don't leave me." Amir froze. The voice wasn't coming from the well anymore. It was right behind him. He spun around, but the field was empty. The voice whispered again, this time louder and more urgent. "Don't turn away." Amir ran. He didn't stop until he was back at his aunt's house, slamming the door behind him. "What happened?" his aunt asked, alarmed by his pale face. "The well. There's something in the well," he gasped. She shook her head grimly. "I told you. It's not a person, Amir. Whatever you heard, it's not human." That night, Amir lay in bed, unable to sleep. The room was silent, but his mind replayed the voice over and over. Just as he began to drift off, he heard it again. "Amir." It was faint but clear, coming from outside his window. He didn't look. He didn't move. And for the rest of the night he prayed he wouldn't hear it call his name again. Maya had been searching for an affordable apartment for weeks when she stumbled across the listing. The rent was unbelievably low, and the location was perfect, a quiet building near the edge of the city. The landlord, a nervous-looking man, handed her the keys after a quick walkthrough. "It's all yours," he said. Then, as if unable to stop himself, he added, "Just don't open the door at the end of the hallway. It's locked anyway." Maya raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "What's in there?" He smiled awkwardly but said nothing, quickly leaving after the papers were signed. The apartment was small but cozy, with a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. The hallway had 3 doors, one to the bathroom, one to a storage closet, and the third, at the very end, was the locked door the landlord had mentioned. Maya unpacked her belongings, ignoring the odd instructions. By nightfall, she had settled in, her books on the shelves and her favorite blankets draped over the couch. The first night was quiet, the faint hum of city traffic her only company. But as she lay in bed, just as she was about to drift off, she heard it. A faint scratching noise coming from the hallway. She sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The sound stopped. "Old building," she muttered, forcing herself to lie back down. The next day, curiosity got the better of her. She walked to the end of the hallway and examined the locked door. The doorknob was old and tarnished, and there was no keyhole, just a smooth, seamless lock. Maya pressed her ear to the wood. Nothing. But that night, the scratching returned. It was louder this time, a steady, deliberate sound. She crept into the hallway, flashlight in hand, and stopped in front of the door. "Hello?" she whispered. The scratching stopped abruptly. A chill ran down her spine as she stepped back into her bedroom, locking the door behind her. Over the next few days, the noises became more frequent. Scratching, faint whispers, even the sound of something tapping lightly against the door. Maya called the landlord, demanding answers. "It's nothing to worry about," he said hastily. "Just ignore it. Please." That night, Maya decided to stay awake and watch the hallway. She set up a chair by her bedroom door, her phone and a flashlight in hand. Around midnight, the noises started again. Scratching, whispering, tapping. Then, the doorknob began to turn. Maya's breath caught as she stared at the locked door. The knob twisted slowly, rattling as if someone on the other side was trying to open it. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The noises stopped. Maya didn't sleep that night. The next morning, she examined the door again. The tarnished doorknob looked untouched, but there were faint scratches around its edges as if something had clawed at it. Desperate for answers, she asked a neighbor about the apartment's history. The older woman hesitated, then sighed. "No one stays there long," she said. "That door, it wasn't always locked." "What's behind it?" Maya pressed. The woman shook her head. "Just don't open it, dear. Some things are better left alone." Maya returned to her apartment, her unease growing. That night, the noises started earlier, as soon as the sun set. The scratching was more frantic, the whispers louder. And then she heard it. "Maya." The voice was soft, almost pleading. "Maya, let me out." She froze, her heart hammering. "No," she whispered. The voice grew louder, angrier. "Let me out." The doorknob rattled violently, the entire door shaking in its frame. Maya grabbed her phone and fled the apartment, spending the night in a hotel. The next day, she returned with a locksmith, determined to get rid of whatever was in the room. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour before stepping back, his face pale. "This lock, it's not normal. I can't open it." Frustrated, Maya packed her things, vowing to leave the apartment for good. As she left, she glanced back at the locked door one last time. The scratching had stopped, the whispers gone. But the doorknob turned, just once, as if something was waving goodbye. The inn stood at the edge of the forest, weathered and worn by years of neglect. Daniel, a handyman, had agreed to renovate it, knowing little of the stories whispered in the nearby town. The owner, eager to reopen it, had paid him well. But the terms were unusual. Daniel had to stay overnight until the job was done. The first day passed uneventfully. Daniel took inventory of repairs, peeling wallpaper, creaky floorboards, and broken furniture. By nightfall, he unrolled his sleeping bag in a small room near the lobby. The wind outside howled faintly, and the building groaned in protest as if adjusting to its unexpected guest. As Daniel drifted to sleep, a faint creak pulled him back to consciousness. He sat up listening. The sound repeated, a soft shuffle like footsteps just outside his door. He shone his flashlight into the hallway. It was empty. He shook his head, attributing it to old wood settling. The next morning, he found his toolbox not where he had left it. It sat near the door, though he was certain he had placed it by the bed. Shrugging off the oddity, he resumed work, stripping wallpaper and repairing the banister. But unease crept in. Chairs seemed slightly moved, and objects he set down often weren't where he expected them to be. That evening, Daniel explored the upper floor. Dust lingered in the air as his flashlight beam cut through the shadows. Most rooms were barren except for one where furniture was eerily arranged in a circle. Sheets that had covered the chairs were folded neatly in the corner. A cold draft made him shiver despite the windows being sealed shut. Lying in his sleeping bag later, Daniel heard it again, the faint steps. This time, they were closer. His pulse quickened as the footsteps paused outside his door. A whisper followed, soft and unintelligible. Daniel held his breath, gripping his flashlight tightly. The whispering ceased, replaced by silence. The next day, Daniel discovered a guest ledger behind the reception desk, its pages filled with faded names. One caught his eye. Robert. He recalled the whispers from the night before. Had they been calling that name? As the sun set, Daniel fortified his nerves with a mug of strong coffee. The lobby felt colder, the air heavier. Determined to ignore the unease, he worked late into the night. Around midnight, the whispers began again. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Robert, they repeated, soft and mournful. Daniel decided to confront the source. He followed the whispers to the stairwell, each step creaking beneath his weight. At the top, a shadow flickered across the wall, a fleeting movement, gone too quickly to confirm. Heart pounding, he approached the furthest room, where the whispers were loudest. The door creaked open to reveal the same furniture circle he had seen before, now centered with a single candle burning dimly. On the table lay an old photograph of a man with a kind smile. Scrawled beneath it was the name Robert. Daniel shivered as the air seemed to press against him. The whispers grew louder, forming fragmented sentences. Still here? Forgotten? Help? A sudden chill raced down Daniel's spine as the candle snuffed itself out. In the pitch dark, he fumbled for his flashlight, its beam catching a faint outline in the corner, a shadowy figure, barely perceptible, yet unmistakably human in shape. Daniel backed away, whispering, "What do you want?" The figure didn't move, but the air vibrated with a single word. Remember. At dawn, Daniel packed his tools, leaving much of the work unfinished. He couldn't explain the unease, the whispers, or the figure. But as he drove away, he glanced in the rearview mirror. The inn's silhouette loomed against the forest, a shadow in the growing light. Though he had escaped, the name Robert lingered in his mind, carried like a whisper on the wind. The old lighthouse stood on a jagged cliff overlooking the restless sea. Its white paint had peeled away in streaks, and its light no longer shone. Eleanor, a history student, had come to document its story for her thesis. Rumors of strange occurrences had made the lighthouse infamous among the locals, but Eleanor dismissed them as superstitions. She arrived at dusk, the sky awash with hues of orange and violet. Her car was parked a mile away, the trail to the lighthouse too narrow for vehicles. She climbed the winding path, her footsteps crunching against the gravel. The lighthouse loomed above, its windowless tower casting a long shadow. Inside, the air smelled of salt and damp stone. Dust danced in the dim light that seeped through cracks in the walls. Eleanor set her backpack down and lit a lantern. She found a desk covered with old logbooks, their pages warped with age. She flipped through one, noting meticulous entries about the weather and passing ships. The final entry, dated 50 years ago, read, "Light extinguished. Storm rising. Keepers missing." Eleanor's curiosity deepened. She decided to spend the night, hoping to uncover more. She climbed the spiral staircase to the living quarters where rusted bunk beds lined the walls. An old gramophone stood in the corner, its needle resting on a broken record. The place was eerily quiet, save for the distant crash of waves below. As darkness fell, Eleanor lit a small fire in the hearth and settled into a chair with her notebook. The flickering light cast dancing shadows on the walls. She began sketching the tower, her pencil scratching softly against the paper. Then she heard it, a faint tapping sound from above. She paused, straining to listen. The tapping grew louder, steady and deliberate, like footsteps on the iron stairs. "Hello?" she called, her voice echoing up the hollow tower. No response. Eleanor grabbed her lantern and ascended the stairs. The wind howled through cracks in the structure, carrying the faint scent of rain. She reached the lantern room at the top, where the massive glass lens sat dark and lifeless. The tapping had stopped. She shone her light across the room. Empty. The steel walls glinted dully in the lantern's glow. She turned to leave, but her lantern flickered, and for a moment she saw a shadow, tall, human-shaped, standing by the lens. She spun around, heart racing, but the shadow was gone. "It's just the light playing tricks," she whispered to herself, though her hands trembled. Back in the living quarters, she tried to focus on her notes, but unease settled over her. Shadows seemed to stretch farther than the fire should have allowed. Shapes flickered at the edge of her vision, disappearing when she turned to look. Around midnight, the gramophone crackled to life. A low, distorted melody played, its eerie notes echoing through the room. Eleanor froze. The gramophone hadn't worked in decades. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice shaking. The music stopped abruptly. The room fell silent, save for the sound of her own breathing. Eleanor decided she had seen enough. She packed her things, ready to leave. As she descended the spiral staircase, her lantern flickered again. Shadows darted along the walls, moving too fast to follow. She reached the bottom and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The wind outside was fierce, tugging at her coat. But as she stepped out, she stopped cold. A figure stood on the edge of the cliff, silhouetted against the stormy sea. It was tall and unmoving, its features hidden in the dark. Eleanor called out, but the figure didn't respond. Suddenly, the lighthouse door slammed shut behind her. She spun around, heart pounding. When she turned back to the cliff, the figure was gone. Eleanor ran down the path, her lantern swinging wildly. The wind seemed to carry whispers, faint and indistinct, as if the lighthouse itself were speaking. When she finally reached her car, she dared to look back. The lighthouse stood silent, its windows dark. But in the lantern room, a faint light glimmered, circling slowly, as though the tower had awakened once more. Eleanor didn't wait to see more. She drove away, vowing never to return. But for the rest of her life, she couldn't forget the shadows that moved when they shouldn't, or the figure on the cliff that seemed to watch her leave. The village of Willow's End was quiet, nestled between hills and surrounded by dense woods. The forest was ancient, its towering trees casting shadows that seemed to linger even on the brightest days. Maisie, a botanist, arrived to study the unique plants that thrived in the area. But the villagers warned her, "Don't wander into the woods at dusk. The murmurs begin then." Maisie dismissed their caution as local folklore. On her first day, she hiked into the woods, the crisp air filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. She spotted vibrant flowers and strange mushrooms growing in clusters near the roots of enormous oaks. Enthralled, she barely noticed the sun dipping lower in the sky. As the light faded, the forest grew eerily quiet. The usual hum of insects and rustling leaves ceased, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Maisie paused, her camera in hand, and that's when she heard it. A soft murmur, faint and indistinct, like voices carried on the wind. She turned, scanning the woods. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. No answer came, but the murmuring continued, now joined by the sound of distant footsteps crunching through leaves. Maisie quickened her pace, heading back toward the village. The path seemed longer than she remembered, the trees pressing closer, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal hands. The murmurs grew louder, almost surrounding her, yet she could not make out the words. Finally, she stumbled onto the main trail and hurried back to her small cottage. The villagers watched her from their windows, their faces shadowed by worry. That night, Maisie couldn't sleep. The murmurs seemed to linger in her mind, as if they'd followed her home. The next morning, she questioned an elderly villager about the strange phenomenon. The woman's weathered face grew pale. "They're the voices of the lost," the woman said. "Those who wandered too far into the woods and never came back. Some say the forest keeps them, and their whispers try to lure others." Despite the warning, Maisie's curiosity grew. She resolved to return to the woods, this time with more caution. The following evening, armed with a flashlight and her notebook, she ventured back in. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the murmurs returned, soft at first, then louder, as if they recognized her. She followed the sound, weaving between the trees, until she came to a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, weathered and covered in moss. The air around it felt heavy, charged with something she couldn't explain. Maisie approached cautiously, her flashlight revealing strange symbols etched into the stones. The murmurs grew clearer. They sounded like pleas, fragments of sentences overlapping. "Help. Don't leave. Stay with us." Maisie shivered, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. She reached out to touch one of the stones, its surface unnaturally warm despite the chill. "Why are you here?" she whispered, more to herself than to anything around her. A sudden gust of wind extinguished her flashlight. She stood frozen in the dark as the murmurs rose into a cacophony. The voices surrounded her, desperate and urgent. She turned to run but found herself disoriented. The trees now seemed endless, and the path had vanished. Her breathing quickened as the voices shifted, some laughing, others crying. Finally, in a moment of clarity, she spotted a faint light through the trees. She ran toward it, branches clawing at her clothes and skin. The murmurs chased her, growing louder with every step. Bursting out of the forest, she collapsed onto the dirt road near her cottage. The light she had seen was her own porch lamp, a beacon in the night. The murmurs stopped abruptly, as if they could not leave the woods. Inside, Maisie bolted the door and sat trembling in the corner. She didn't sleep that night, her ears straining for any sound from the forest. The next morning, she packed her belongings. The villagers watched her leave, their faces grim. As Maisie drove away, she glanced in the rearview mirror. The wood stood silent and unyielding, but she could have sworn she saw shadows moving between the trees, watching her leave. The murmurs never left her mind, and for years, she dreamt of the voices calling her back to the stone circle, whispering promises she dared not believe. In the middle of a vast, misty moorland, Sophia stumbled upon a village she hadn't expected. The houses were made of weathered stone, their windows dark and lifeless. A crumbling wooden sign at the edge of the cobbled path read, "Hollow Shade." Sophia was traveling alone, taking photographs of old, forgotten places for her blog. This village wasn't on any map she'd studied. Curious, she parked her car on the outskirts and ventured in with her camera slung over her shoulder. The village was silent. No people, no animals, not even the sound of the wind. Sophia walked through the narrow streets, her footsteps echoing unnaturally. Doors hung ajar, and furniture was visible through broken windows, as though the inhabitants had left in a hurry. She reached the village square, where a stone fountain stood. Its basin was dry, but the statue of a cloaked figure pouring water from a jug remained intact. Sophia snapped a photo, noticing how the mist seemed thicker here, swirling sluggishly around the fountain. As she reviewed the picture on her camera, she frowned. In the photo, the windows of the buildings were not empty. Dark shapes stood just inside, faint but unmistakable. She glanced up, her heart racing, but the windows were vacant. "Just a trick of the light," she muttered, shaking her head. Sophia continued exploring, drawn to a tall building at the far end of the village. Its spire stretched into the mist, and a weathered plaque near the entrance identified it as a town hall. Inside, the air was stale, and the faint scent of damp stone lingered. The main hall was vast and empty, save for a long wooden table surrounded by chairs. Papers were scattered across the table, their ink faded. She picked up one sheet, which listed names followed by dates. The last date was over 100 years ago. As Sophia placed the paper down, she felt a sudden draft. Turning, she saw the door she had entered was now closed. Her pulse quickened. She walked back to open it, but it wouldn't budge. A faint sound reached her ears, a low hum, like distant voices blending together. She froze, straining to hear. The hum grew louder, resolving into words she couldn't understand, a language unfamiliar and fragmented. Sophia backed away from the door and turned to the table. The chairs, once scattered, were now neatly arranged as though someone had just straightened them. "Hello?" she called, her voice unsteady. The only response was the hum, now circling the room. Shadows flickered in the corners, though there was no source of light to cast them. Grabbing her camera, Sophia snapped a picture of the table. When she looked at the image, her breath caught. The chairs were filled with dark figures, their heads turned toward her. Her hand trembled as she lowered the camera. The chairs were empty. "Okay," she whispered. "Time to go." She turned back to the door and shoved it with all her strength. It creaked open, and she stumbled into the misty street. The humming followed her, faint and persistent. As she hurried toward her car, the mist seemed alive, coiling around her legs and blurring her vision. The village twisted into an unfamiliar maze, each street looking identical to the last. Panic set in as she realized she couldn't find her way back. She stopped to catch her breath, her heart hammering in her chest. Behind her, the hum grew louder. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the shadows, dozens of them standing still in the mist, watching. Sophia broke into a run, not caring where she went as long as it was away from Hollowshade. She tripped over a loose cobblestone and fell hard, her camera skidding away. As she pushed herself up, she saw her car in the distance. Relief surged through her and she sprinted toward it. Jumping inside, she locked the doors and started the engine. The humming stopped abruptly as the car roared to life. She looked back at the village one last time. The mist had cleared slightly, revealing the fountain and the dark shapes standing motionless around it, their cloaks billowing in an unseen breeze. Sophia drove away as fast as the narrow road allowed. When she reached the main highway, she pulled over to catch her breath. Her camera lay on the passenger seat, the lens cracked. Later, when she reviewed the photos, every image from Hollowshade showed the same thing: shadowy figures standing in the windows, the streets, and the town hall. In every picture, they were closer than before. Sophia never shared the photos. She couldn't bring herself to look at them again, knowing that in some the shadows stood just inches behind her. Emily had always been fascinated by old architecture. When her aunt inherited a crumbling Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town, Emily eagerly volunteered to help catalog its treasures. The mansion, known locally as Ravenswood, had a reputation for being haunted, though no one could agree on the details. "It's just stories," Emily told herself as she pushed open the creaking front door. Dust motes swirled in the fading sunlight, and the air smelled of aged wood and neglect. For the first few days, Emily worked without incident. The house was vast, with dozens of rooms filled with antique furniture, paintings, and forgotten trinkets. She explored with her camera, documenting every room meticulously. On the fourth day, as she climbed the grand staircase to the second floor, something odd caught her eye. A door stood at the end of the hallway that she hadn't noticed before. It was slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. "That's strange," Emily muttered. She was certain she had explored every inch of the house. She approached the door cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the silent hallway. The doorknob was cool under her fingers as she pushed the door open wider. The room was small and unfurnished, its walls bare except for faint marks, as if something had once hung there. The floorboards groaned beneath her weight. Emily stepped inside, her camera at the ready. A strange sensation washed over her, as though the air were heavier in this room. She took a few photos and reviewed them on the screen. Her stomach dropped. In the first photo, the room was empty. In the next, a faint outline appeared in the corner, a shape vaguely human. Emily's pulse quickened. She glanced up, but the corner was empty. Telling herself it was just a trick of the light, she backed out of the room and closed the door firmly behind her. That night she couldn't stop thinking about the room. Its walls had been bare, but something about it felt occupied. The next day, curiosity got the better of her. She returned to the hallway, but the door was gone. Emily blinked, certain she was in the right place. The wall was smooth, with no sign a door had ever been there. She ran her hands over the wallpaper, searching for seams or hidden hinges, but found nothing. Confused and unsettled, she continued her work, trying to focus on cataloging the remaining rooms. But as the hours passed, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows in her peripheral vision seemed to move, only to vanish when she turned her head. That evening, as she reviewed her photos, a chill ran down her spine. In several images taken in different parts of the house, the same faint shape appeared. A figure standing just out of focus, always in the background. Emily's hand trembled as she zoomed in. The figure was clearer now. A man in old-fashioned clothing, his face obscured by shadow. The following day, determined to solve the mystery, Emily returned to the second floor with a flashlight. She searched every inch of the hallway, tapping on the walls until, finally, she heard a hollow sound. Her fingers found a faint crack in the wallpaper. She peeled it back, revealing the outline of a door. Heart racing, she pushed it open. The room was exactly as she remembered, but this time, something had changed. On the far wall, a mirror hung crookedly. Its surface was cloudy, but Emily could see her reflection faintly. As she stepped closer, the temperature dropped. Her breath fogged in the cold air. She reached out to touch the mirror, and her reflection didn't move. Emily froze, her hand hovering inches from the glass. Her reflection tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion. She stumbled back, panic rising in her chest. The mirror's surface rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. Her reflection was no longer her own. It was the man from her photos, his shadowed face turning toward her. "Why are you here?" a voice whispered, low and hollow. Emily bolted from the room, slamming the door shut. She leaned against the wall, her heart pounding, but when she looked back, the door was gone again, replaced by smooth wallpaper. She fled the house that evening, leaving her work unfinished. Days later, she tried to rationalize what she had seen, but the photos on her camera told a different story. The shadowy figure appeared in every image, closer each time until the final photo, a close-up of her face, staring into the lens with wide, terrified eyes. Emily never returned to Ravenswood. The house remains empty, its secrets hidden behind walls that change and a room that shouldn't exist. But sometimes when she's alone at night, she catches her reflection lingering just a moment too long, its gaze darker than it should be. Anna inherited the old farmhouse from her great-uncle Walter, a man she barely remembered. The property sat on the edge of a quiet town, surrounded by acres of overgrown fields. Locals spoke of the house in hushed tones, calling it the Watcher's House, but they never explained why. Anna didn't believe in ghost stories. She saw the house as a chance to start fresh. Armed with cleaning supplies and determination, she arrived on a crisp autumn morning. The house was exactly as she remembered from childhood visits, creaky floors, peeling wallpaper, and a faint musty smell. The attic, though, was the one place she had never explored. Walter had always kept it locked, warning her and her cousins to stay away. That first night, as Anna settled into the old master bedroom, she noticed something odd. The house was silent. Too silent. No creaking floorboards, no distant hum of pipes, not even the rustle of wind against the windows. It felt as if the house itself were holding its breath. She woke around 3 a.m. to a faint sound. It was a steady tap, 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 coming from the ceiling above her. The attic. Anna tried to dismiss it as a tree branch brushing against the roof, but there were no trees near the house. The sound continued for several minutes, then stopped abruptly. The next morning, she searched the house for the attic key. She found it in a small wooden box on Walter's desk. The key was heavy, its metal tarnished with age. Curiosity won out, and Anna climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The air grew colder with each step. At the top, she hesitated before inserting the key into the lock. It turned with a loud click. The attic was dim, lit only by a single dusty window. Boxes and old furniture were piled haphazardly, draped in yellowing sheets. Cobwebs hung from the beams, and the air smelled faintly of mothballs. Anna explored cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the shadows. Most of the boxes contained mundane items, old clothes, faded photographs, and brittle books. But in the far corner, she found something unusual. A rocking chair facing the window. The chair was perfectly positioned as if someone had been sitting there to watch the fields below. A blanket was folded neatly over the backrest, and a cup of cold tea sat on a nearby crate. Anna frowned. The tea looked fresh, the surface still faintly rippled. A chill ran down her spine, and she turned to leave. As she descended the stairs, she felt a prickle of unease, as if unseen eyes were following her. That night, the tapping returned, louder and more insistent. It was joined by a soft creaking sound, like the gentle sway of a rocking chair. Anna lay frozen in bed, clutching the blanket to her chest. Just the wind, she whispered to herself. The following morning, she decided to investigate further. She returned to the attic, determined to uncover the source of the strange noises. The rocking chair was still there, but this time, it was slightly turned, no longer facing the window. Anna's stomach tightened. She approached the chair cautiously, her flashlight trembling in her hand. As she reached out to touch the armrest, she heard it. A faint exhale, soft and deliberate. She whipped around, but the attic was empty. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. The only response was silence. Anna fled the attic, slamming the door behind her. She locked it and stuffed the key deep into her pocket, vowing not to return. That night, the noises grew worse. The tapping turned into a loud thud, and the creaking of the rocking chair was almost rhythmic. Then, just as she was about to drift off, she heard a voice. It was low and raspy, barely a whisper. "Why did you lock the door?" Anna bolted upright, her heart racing. The voice had come from the attic stairs. She grabbed her phone and fled the house, driving to the nearest motel. The next day, she hired a moving company to clear out the house. The workers didn't last long. They came down from the attic pale and shaken, refusing to say what they'd seen. Anna sold the house within a week, never returning to the property. But sometimes, in the dead of night, she swears she can still hear the sound of a rocking chair, creaking softly, as if waiting for her to come back. In a small coastal town, there was an antique shop that most people avoided. Tucked away in a narrow alley, it was filled with forgotten trinkets and relics. The shopkeeper, Mr. Calloway, was a quiet man with silver hair and an air of mystery. His most peculiar item was a large grandfather clock that stood in the center of the store. The clock, intricately carved with scenes of stars and moons, hadn't worked in decades. Its hands were frozen at midnight, and the faint smell of old wood clung to it. Mr. Calloway never spoke of it, and when curious customers asked, he only smiled and said, "It's not for sale." One stormy evening, Ellie, A college student visiting her grandmother wandered into the shop to escape the rain. She was drawn to the clock immediately. Its presence felt magnetic, as if it were silently calling her. "What's its story?" Ellie asked, her voice echoing in the quiet shop. Mr. Calloway's smile faltered for a moment. "The clock is unique," he said. "Best to leave it be." But Ellie couldn't resist. She spent hours in the shop, returning day after day, studying the clock's intricate carvings. One evening, just as the shop was about to close, she asked, "What would happen if it started working again?" Mr. Calloway's expression grew serious. "Some things are better left as they are," he said. Ellie didn't press further, but her curiosity burned. That night she returned to the shop. The rain had stopped and the alley was eerily quiet. Peeking through the window, she saw the shop dark and empty. The clock stood in its usual place, bathed in moonlight streaming through the high windows. Unable to resist, Ellie slipped inside. She didn't understand why, but she felt drawn to the clock. Its stillness seemed unnatural, as if it were holding its breath. She reached out and touched the clock's face. The wood was cool, almost cold. Her fingers brushed the hands, and to her surprise they moved. Slowly, the minute hand crept forward. A loud chime echoed through the shop, reverberating in the stillness. Ellie stepped back, startled as the clock's pendulum began to swing. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. Ellie glanced around, her unease growing. Then she noticed it, the reflection in the glass covering the clock's face. It wasn't her reflection. The image showed a tall figure cloaked in darkness, standing just behind her. Ellie spun around, but the shop was empty. The clock chimed again, louder this time. Midnight. The lights flickered, and the air seemed to hum with energy. Ellie tried to move, but her legs felt rooted to the floor. The pendulum swung faster, and the carvings on the clock seemed to shift, the stars and moons twisting into unfamiliar shapes. A whisper filled the air, low and chilling. "You woke me." Ellie's heart raced as she backed away. The whisper grew louder, transforming into a voice, guttural and echoing. "You shouldn't have touched the clock," it said. The shop seemed to warp around her. Shadows stretched and twisted, forming figures that moved toward her, their shapes undefined but menacing. Desperately, Ellie grabbed the pendulum, trying to stop it. Her hands burned as if she'd touched ice, but she forced the pendulum to still. The clock's chimes ceased abruptly, and the shop fell silent. For a moment, everything was still. Then the figures in the shadows dissolved, and the carvings on the clock returned to their original form. Ellie staggered out of the shop, her breath coming in short gasps. She didn't stop running until she was safely home. The next day, she returned to the alley, but the shop was gone. The space where it had stood was an empty lot, overgrown with weeds. There was no sign of Mr. Calloway or the clock. Ellie tried to tell herself it had all been a dream, but when she looked at her hands, faint burn marks in the shape of a pendulum remained. She never spoke of the clock again, but late at night when the world was quiet, she swore she could still hear it ticking in the back of her mind. In a quiet countryside estate, Elizabeth inherited a sprawling but decaying mansion from her late great-aunt Margaret. The house had been in the family for generations, filled with heirlooms and antiques. Among the many treasures was a grand portrait that hung in the drawing room, a painting of a woman in a dark green gown, her expression serene but her eyes piercing. The woman in the portrait was Margaret's mother, Helena. Elizabeth had heard stories about her, a mysterious figure who rarely left the house and who, according to family lore, had a habit of knowing things she shouldn't. Elizabeth arrived at the mansion late one afternoon. The autumn sun cast long shadows across the overgrown gardens as she pushed open the creaky front door. Dust floated in the air, and the scent of old wood and mothballs filled her nose. The portrait caught her eye immediately. It was enormous, dominating the drawing room. Helena's eyes seemed to follow Elizabeth as she moved. "That's unsettling," Elizabeth muttered, brushing the feeling aside. She spent the day unpacking and exploring. The house was full of locked doors, and Elizabeth found an old ring of keys in Margaret's desk. That night, exhausted from her work, she collapsed into bed. At midnight, she woke abruptly. The house was silent except for the faint creak of floorboards. Sitting up, she strained to listen. It sounded like footsteps moving through the drawing room. Grabbing her phone for light, she crept down the stairs. As she entered the drawing room, the air felt colder, and the faint smell of roses lingered. Helena's portrait loomed in the moonlight. Elizabeth's breath caught. The woman in the painting seemed different. Her serene expression had shifted subtly, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. "It's just my imagination," Elizabeth whispered, backing out of the room. The next day, she focused on cleaning and sorting through her great-aunt's belongings, but she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Wherever she went, she felt the weight of unseen eyes. That evening, Elizabeth avoided the drawing room entirely. She made herself a simple dinner and curled up in the library with a book. But as the night deepened, she began to hear noises again. A faint tapping sound came from the direction of the drawing room. It grew louder, more insistent. Reluctantly, Elizabeth stood and made her way to the source of the sound. As she entered the room, she froze. The tapping was coming from the portrait itself. Helena's hand, painted delicately in her lap, now rested against the frame, her fingers pointing downward. Elizabeth's throat tightened. She stepped closer and saw what the hand was pointing to: a small keyhole carved into the ornate wooden frame of the portrait. "What in the world?" she muttered, pulling out the ring of keys she'd found earlier. She tried several before one finally fit. The lock clicked, and a hidden compartment in the frame slid open. Inside was a small leather-bound journal. Elizabeth took it to the table and began to read. The entries were written in Helena's hand, detailing strange and unsettling experiences. Helena spoke of whispers in the house, dreams of shadowy figures, and the feeling that the portrait was no ordinary painting. One passage stood out. "The painting holds her, but not forever. When the moon wanes and the hour strikes 12, she will try to return." Elizabeth's hands trembled as she closed the journal. She glanced at the portrait. Helena's smile was now unmistakable, and her painted eyes gleamed with something Elizabeth could only describe as malice. The clock in the hall began to chime midnight. The room grew colder and the shadows seemed to shift. The painting shimmered faintly, and Helena's hand moved again, reaching out of the frame. Elizabeth stumbled back, her mind racing. The shadows coalesced into a figure, a tall woman with flowing hair and hollow eyes. "You should have left it alone," a voice whispered, cold and echoing. Elizabeth ran, slamming the drawing room door behind her. She grabbed her car keys and fled the house, not stopping until she was miles away. The next morning, she returned with a locksmith and a painter, determined to lock and seal the room. But when they entered, the portrait was gone, and the wall where it had hung was bare. Elizabeth sold the house soon after. She kept the journal, though she never read it again. But sometimes, late at night, she dreamed of Helena's eyes, watching her still. Nestled deep in the forest, there was a cabin that had been abandoned for decades. The locals spoke of it in whispers, warning travelers to stay away. They said the cabin was cursed, that anyone who stayed there overnight would hear the whistling. Emma, a nature photographer, wasn't one to believe in curses. She had heard about the cabin from a hiker and thought it would make the perfect subject for her next project. Armed with her camera and supplies, she set off into the woods. It was late afternoon when Emma reached the cabin. The structure was weathered but sturdy, its wooden walls darkened by years of rain and moss. The door creaked as she pushed it open, revealing a single room with a small fireplace, a wooden table, and a cot in the corner. Dust coated every surface and cobwebs hung from the beams. "This will do," Emma said to herself, setting up her gear. The evening passed quietly as she photographed the cabin and its surroundings. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and rustling leaves, and the sunset painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson. By the time Emma settled in for the night, the forest had grown silent. Too silent. Around midnight she woke to a sound. A faint whistle, distant but clear, drifted through the cabin walls. The tune was slow and haunting, rising and falling like a mournful melody. Emma sat up, her heart pounding. "Hello?" she called out, but the only response was the whistle, now slightly closer. Grabbing her flashlight, Emma stepped outside. The forest was shrouded in darkness, the trees casting long, eerie shadows. The whistling stopped. She scanned the woods with her flashlight, her breath visible in the cold air. Nothing moved, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Back inside the cabin, she locked the door and sat by the fireplace, her nerves on edge. As the minutes ticked by, the whistle began again. This time it was louder, as if coming from just outside the cabin. Emma froze. The tune was the same, but now it had an almost mocking tone. She approached the window and peered out, her flashlight trembling in her hand. The beam of light caught a figure standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall and thin, its face obscured by shadow. The whistling grew louder, and though the figure didn't move, Emma felt its presence pressing against her. Panic surged through her. She shut the curtains and backed away, her mind racing. The whistle continued, now echoing inside the cabin as if the walls themselves were humming the tune. Emma grabbed her camera, hoping to capture proof of what she was experiencing. She snapped several photos blindly, the flash illuminating the room in bursts. When she checked the camera's screen, her blood ran cold. In every photo, the figure was inside the cabin, standing closer with each flash. The last photo showed it standing directly behind her. Emma turned, her flashlight swinging wildly, but the room was empty. The whistle had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. She didn't wait to find out more. Grabbing her bag and camera, she fled into the forest, running blindly through the dark. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches clawing at her clothes. The whistling started again, faint and distant, but no matter how far she ran, it seemed to follow. When Emma finally reached the trailhead in her car, the whistle faded. She didn't look back as she sped away, her hands trembling on the wheel. The next morning she reviewed the photos. The last image, where the figure stood behind her, was now blank, as though the figure had never been there. But in every photo she had taken since leaving the cabin, faint musical notes had appeared, scratched into the corners of the frames. Emma never returned to the forest. She told herself it was just a trick of her mind, but sometimes, when the wind blew just right, she swore she could hear the faint sound of whistling calling her back to the cabin. In the small town of Hollow Creek, there was a railroad crossing said to be haunted. The locals called it the Phantom Crossing. They claimed that late at night, a stranger would appear, walking along the tracks, always heading toward the distant woods. Those who followed never returned. Jake, a skeptic, had grown tired of the town's ghost stories. He was visiting his cousin Lily, who insisted the crossing was cursed. People vanish there, Lily said over dinner. Stay away from it at night. Jake smirked. I'll prove there's nothing to it. That evening, he grabbed a flashlight and headed to the crossing. The air was cool and damp, and the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the tracks. The distant hoot of an owl was the only sound as Jake reached the crossing and sat on an old wooden bench. Hours passed with nothing unusual. The tracks stretched endlessly into the darkness, rusted and silent. Just as Jake began to feel vindicated, he heard faint footsteps. He stood, scanning the area with his flashlight. A figure emerged from the fog, a man in a dark coat and wide-brimmed hat, walking slowly along the tracks. "Hey!" Jake called out. "Are you lost?" The figure didn't respond, continuing its steady pace. Jake hesitated, then followed, his curiosity piqued. The man's footsteps were soft, almost soundless, despite the gravel crunching under Jake's boots. "Hey, I'm talking to you!" Jake shouted. But the figure didn't stop. The stranger reached a section of the tracks where the woods began, the trees dense and looming. Jake felt a chill but pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. As he stepped deeper into the woods, the air grew colder. The sounds of the night, the crickets, the rustling leaves, faded into silence. The figure finally stopped at a clearing, its back still to Jake. "What's your deal?" Jake demanded, stepping closer. The man turned slowly and Jake's stomach dropped. The stranger's face was featureless, as if someone had smoothed it away like wet clay. Jake stumbled back, his flashlight shaking in his hand. The figure raised an arm and pointed toward the tracks behind Jake. Confused and terrified, Jake turned to look. The tracks were no longer empty. Instead, they were filled with shadowy figures, standing still, their forms barely visible in the pale moonlight. The stranger's voice broke the silence, low and echoing. "You shouldn't have followed." Jake turned back, but the figure was gone. The clearing was empty, but the shadows on the tracks remained, unmoving yet growing clearer. He didn't wait to see more. Jake ran, his breaths ragged, his legs trembling. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches reaching out like claws. The shadows followed, flickering between the trees, faster than they should have been able to move. When he finally reached the crossing, Jake stumbled onto the bench, gasping for air. The shadows stopped just beyond the tree line, watching. The air was deathly still. As the first light of dawn broke, the shadows melted away, leaving the tracks empty once more. Jake sat there until the sun rose fully, unable to move. When he returned to Lily's house, pale and shaking, she knew without asking what had happened. "They warned you," she said softly. Jake never spoke of what he saw that night, but he couldn't shake the image of the faceless man and the shadows that followed. The crossing remained quiet during the day, but at night when the fog rolled in, the locals swore they could hear faint footsteps on the tracks. And sometimes, if you looked closely, a stranger in a dark coat could be seen walking toward the woods, waiting for someone to follow. On the edge of a forgotten village stood a house that no one dared to enter. It was called the House of Echoes, and the villagers spoke of voices that repeated your words in ways that weren't quite right. Maria, a journalist, had heard the rumors and decided to investigate. She specialized in uncovering truths behind urban legends, and the eerie tales of the house intrigued her. She arrived on a gray, overcast afternoon. The house loomed before her, its windows cracked and its wooden walls weathered with age. Vines twisted up the sides like fingers clinging to the decaying structure. Maria pushed the creaking door open and stepped inside. The air was stale, and dust swirled in the faint light streaming through broken shutters. Her boots echoed on the wooden floor, the sound unnervingly loud. "Hello?" Maria called, her voice breaking the silence. "Hello?" A faint voice answered. She froze. The voice wasn't hers. It had a warped, hollow quality, as though it were trying to mimic her but didn't quite know how. Maria swallowed hard and gripped her flashlight. "Is someone here?" "Someone here," the voice repeated, slower this time, its tone almost mocking. Maria's pulse quickened, but she told herself it had to be an echo, a trick of the acoustics in the old house. She ventured further, her flashlight cutting through the dimness. The living room was sparse, with tattered furniture and a broken clock on the mantel. A large mirror hung on the wall, its surface clouded and cracked. Maria stepped closer, her reflection distorted in the fractured glass. "Why are you here?" she asked aloud, testing the echo. "Why are you here?" the voice responded, each word stretching unnaturally. Maria turned away from the mirror, her unease growing. The sound didn't feel like a reflection of her voice. It felt like someone, or something, was answering her. She moved into the hallway, where faded wallpaper peeled from the walls. At the end of the corridor, a door stood ajar. As Maria approached, she heard a faint whispering. Pushing the door open, she found herself in a small bedroom. The bed was covered in a thin layer of dust, and the window was shattered, letting in a faint draft. On the nightstand sat an old music box. Maria lifted the lid. The melody was faint and out of tune, but as it played, she heard a voice whisper, "Stay." Her breath caught in her throat. "Who's there?" she demanded. "Who? There?" The voice echoed, closer now, almost beside her. She turned sharply, but the room was empty. The music box stopped abruptly, its final note hanging in the air. Maria backed out of the room, her heart pounding. She needed to leave. As she turned toward the front door, she heard it again, her own voice, calling from upstairs. "Maria, come upstairs." She froze. Her throat went dry. "I didn't say that," she whispered to herself. "Didn't say that," the voice responded, almost gleeful. Against her better judgment, Maria climbed the stairs, her flashlight beam shaking as it illuminated the narrow steps. The second floor was darker, the windows boarded up. At the end of the hall was another mirror, larger and more intact than the one downstairs. Maria's reflection stared back at her, but something was wrong. Her reflection was smiling. She wasn't. She stepped closer, her pulse racing. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" Her reflection replied, its grin widening unnaturally. The reflection's lips moved again, but this time, no sound came. Maria watched, paralyzed, as a reflection raised a hand and pointed behind her. She spun around, but the hallway was empty. When she turned back to the mirror, her reflection was gone. Maria bolted down the stairs, the house seeming to groan around her. The echoes followed her, repeating fragments of her panicked breathing and hurried footsteps. When she reached the front door, it wouldn't budge. "Let me out," she screamed. "Let me out." The echoes mocked, their tones merging into a chorus. With one last effort, Maria threw herself against the door. It burst open and she stumbled onto the porch. The echoes stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of her ragged breathing. She didn't look back as she ran to her car. That night, Maria reviewed the recordings on her phone. In every clip, faint whispers repeated her words, growing louder with each response. At the end of the last recording, a new voice whispered, "Come back, Maria." She deleted the files and never returned to the House of Echoes. But in the silence of her apartment, she sometimes heard faint whispers repeating her thoughts, as though the house had followed her home. On the outskirts of a small fog-shrouded village lay Blackwater Lake, a place avoided by all but the bravest or most foolish. The villagers whispered of voices that called from its depths, luring the curious to their doom. But Alex, an amateur photographer, didn't believe the stories. The tales were perfect for her next project, and the eerie lake seemed like an ideal subject. She arrived just before dusk, the air heavy with mist. The lake was still, its surface as smooth as glass. Tall reeds lined the shore, their tips swaying in the faint breeze. Alex set up her camera and began taking pictures of the fading light reflecting off the water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lake seemed to darken unnaturally, the shadows deepening across its surface. Alex felt a strange stillness settle over the area, as though the lake were holding its breath. Then, faintly, she heard it. A soft whisper, carried on the breeze. "Come closer." She froze, scanning the shore for any sign of movement. There was no one else there. "Hello?" Alex called, her voice breaking the silence. The whisper returned, this time more distinct. "Come to the water." Her heart pounded. It must be the wind, she thought. But the voice was too clear, too deliberate. Against her better judgment, Alex stepped closer to the edge of the lake. The reeds rustled faintly, though the air had gone still. The water shimmered, and for a moment she thought she saw something beneath the surface, a pale shape moving slowly, almost human in form. She raised her camera and snapped a photo. As she reviewed the image, her stomach dropped. The photo showed a figure standing waist-deep in the water, its face obscured by ripples. But when she looked up, the lake was empty. A chill crept down her spine. "It's just a trick of the light," she whispered, trying to calm herself. But the whisper came again, louder this time. "Join us." Alex backed away, her hands shaking. The stillness of the lake felt oppressive now, the air heavy with an unnatural chill. She gathered her gear quickly, but as she turned to leave, the whispering grew louder, overlapping voices rising in an eerie harmony. They seemed to come from all around her, though the lake remained still. "Stay," they pleaded. "We've been waiting." Alex broke into a run, her boots crunching against the gravel path. The whispers followed, their tone shifting from pleading to insistent. "Don't leave us." Reaching her car, Alex threw her gear into the back seat and slammed the door. As she started the engine, she glanced in the rearview mirror. Figures were emerging from the lake, pale and featureless, their forms barely human. They stood at the water's edge, unmoving, their heads tilted as if watching her. She sped away, not stopping until she reached the safety of the village. That night, Alex reviewed the photos she had taken. Each image showed more than she had seen with her eyes. Shadows in the reeds that hadn't been there before. Faces in the ripples. And in the final photo, taken as she fled, a pale hand reaching out of the water toward the shore. Alex deleted the pictures and vowed never to return to Blackwater Lake. But sometimes late at night she hears whispers in her dreams calling her back to the water. And in the quiet moments when she's alone, she feels a damp chill in the air, as though the lake is still waiting for her to answer its call. On a remote cliff overlooking a restless sea stood an old lighthouse. It hadn't been used in decades, its light extinguished long ago. Yet villagers in the nearby town swore they still saw a faint glow from the top on stormy nights. They called it the work of the lantern keeper, a figure said to haunt the lighthouse, warning sailors of unseen dangers. Emma, a travel writer, heard the tale while staying in the village. Intrigued, she decided to investigate. The locals warned her not to go. "It's not a story," an old fisherman said, his voice trembling. "He doesn't want visitors." But Emma was undeterred. She set off one windy afternoon, hiking the narrow path that led to the lighthouse. The structure loomed ahead, battered by years of storms. Its windows were broken, and the paint peeled from its walls. The air smelled of salt and decay. Inside, the lighthouse was eerily quiet. The floorboards groaned under Emma's boots as she climbed the spiral staircase. Dust coated the railing, and the faint scent of oil lingered in the air, as though the lantern had been recently lit. When she reached the top, she found the lantern room empty. The massive lens stood silent, its glass cracked and tarnished. Yet the feeling of being watched was impossible to ignore. Emma set up her camera, snapping pictures of the room and the view of the churning sea below. A sudden gust of wind slammed the window shut, making her jump. She laughed nervously. "Just the wind," she said aloud. "Just the wind," a voice whispered, soft and raspy. Emma froze. The sound hadn't come from her. She spun around, but the room was empty. "Hello?" she called, her voice shaky. The only response was the faint creak of the lantern's mechanism, though it hadn't moved in decades. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, Emma descended to the keeper's quarters below. The room was sparse, with a small bed and a desk covered in faded papers. Among them was a logbook, its last entry written in shaky handwriting. "Storm approaching. Light extinguished. He watches." Emma shivered, the temperature seeming to drop. A faint glow caught her attention from the corner of the room. Turning, she saw a lantern sitting on a shelf, its light faint but steady. The lantern flickered as if in response to her presence. She reached out to touch it, and a voice stopped her cold. "Leave it." The voice was calm but firm, echoing through the room. Emma turned slowly and saw a figure standing in the doorway. A tall man in an old-fashioned keeper's uniform, his face obscured by shadow. "Who are you?" Emma whispered. The figure didn't answer. Instead, he stepped toward the lantern, his movements slow and deliberate. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his tone grave. "I just wanted to know the truth," Emma stammered. The keeper picked up the lantern, its glow intensifying. For a moment, Emma thought she saw his face, pale and weathered, his eyes filled with sorrow. "The truth is in the light," he said softly. The lantern's glow filled the room, blinding Emma. She shielded her eyes, but the light seemed to pierce her mind, flooding her with visions. Stormy seas, shattered ships, and sailors crying out in terror. Amid it all, the keeper stood alone, his lantern raised, watching helplessly as ship after ship met its fate. When the light dimmed, Emma found herself alone in the room. The lantern was gone, and the air was still. Shaken, she hurried out of the lighthouse and back to the village. The locals didn't question her pale face or trembling hands. They knew. That night, Emma wrote her account, but decided not to publish it. The story felt too personal, too haunting. Yet sometimes on stormy nights she looked toward the cliffs. A faint light glimmered in the distance, steady and unwavering, as if the lantern keeper still watched, guarding the restless sea. The village of Grey Hollow was perpetually cloaked in mist, its winding paths and old stone cottages barely visible in the gray haze. At the heart of the village stood a church, abandoned for decades. Its bell tower loomed high above the fog, though the bell itself hadn't rung in living memory. Legend had it that the bell rang only for the lost, and those who heard its toll would vanish into the mist, never to return. Isaac, a young historian, arrived in Grey Hollow to document its folklore. The stories of the bell intrigued him most. The villagers avoided talking about it, their faces growing pale when he asked questions. "It's just a bell," Isaac said with a shrug, dismissing their warnings. That evening, as the village quieted, Isaac decided to visit the church. The fog was thicker than usual, curling around him like ghostly fingers as he approached the crumbling stone structure. The church doors groaned as he pushed them open. The air inside was damp and heavy, and the faint scent of mildew clung to the ancient pews. His footsteps echoed as he explored, his flashlight casting long shadows on the cracked walls. At the base of the bell tower, Isaac found a spiral staircase. The iron steps were rusted but sturdy, winding upward into the gloom. He began to climb, his breath fogging in the cold air. Halfway up, a low hum filled the air. Isaac paused, straining to listen. The hum grew louder, resonating through the tower like a distant vibration. He reached the top and stepped into the bell chamber. The massive bronze bell hung motionless, its surface tarnished and green with age. Isaac raised his flashlight, inspecting the intricate carvings on its surface, symbols he didn't recognize. A sudden breeze swept through the chamber, making him shiver. The hum grew louder, and then, to Isaac's astonishment, the bell began to sway gently. "It's just the wind," he muttered, though the stillness of the air told him otherwise. The bell swung higher, and then it rang. The sound was deafening, reverberating through the tower and out into the foggy night. Isaac clapped his hands over his ears, but the tolling seemed to bypass sound, sinking deep into his bones. When the bell stopped, silence fell like a weight. Isaac turned to leave, but froze. The staircase he'd climbed was gone, replaced by a sheer drop into darkness. Panic set in as he searched for another way down. A faint whisper reached his ears, soft and beckoning. "Come to us." Isaac spun around, his flashlight flickering. Shadows moved in the corners of the bell chamber, growing darker and denser. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice trembling. The shadows shifted, forming vague shapes, figures with hollow eyes and outstretched hands. "The lost," they whispered in unison. "You heard the bell. You belong to us now." Isaac stumbled backward, nearly falling into the void where the staircase had been. He turned toward the window, seeing only endless fog outside. The whispering grew louder, a chaotic chorus of pleading and anger. Desperate, Isaac grabbed a loose piece of wood from the floor and struck the bell with all his strength. The toll echoed through the chamber, louder than before. The shadows recoiled, their forms dissolving into the fog. Taking his chance, Isaac leapt through the bell tower window, the fog swallowing him whole. When he awoke, he was lying on the grass outside the church, the sun just beginning to rise. The tower stood silent, its bell motionless once more. Isaac stumbled back to the village, his clothes damp and his mind reeling. The villagers said nothing, but their wary glances told him they knew where he'd been. He left Grey Hollow the next day, but the sound of the bell never left him. At night, in the quiet of his room, he sometimes heard its faint toll, as though calling him back to the fog. In a quiet, forgotten corner of the countryside stood a small, abandoned cottage. The villagers nearby spoke of its strange history, how its last owner, an old woman named Agnes, vanished without a trace decades ago. They whispered that the cottage held secrets, buried beneath its rotting floorboards. Lila, a curious hiker, stumbled upon the cottage during an afternoon walk. The overgrown path had led her there, the air growing colder as she approached. The front door hung slightly open, and though she hesitated, her curiosity got the better of her. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of damp wood and decay. Dust blanketed every surface, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the walls, illuminating the worn floorboards. As Lila wandered through the cottage, something caught her eye in the corner of the living room. A single floorboard was loose, its edges slightly raised. "Strange," she murmured, kneeling to inspect it. She pried the board loose with a rusted fireplace poker. Beneath it lay an old iron key, its surface tarnished and cold. Beside the key was a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. Lila opened the note. The handwriting was shaky, but legible. "The key is not yours. Do not use it." She frowned, the warning stirring unease. But her curiosity won out, and she slipped the key into her pocket. The cottage creaked around her as she continued exploring. In the back room, she found a locked chest, its metal hinges rusted but intact. Without thinking, she retrieved the key and inserted it into the lock. It fit perfectly. As the chest opened, a rush of cold air swept through the room. Inside, she found a bundle of letters tied with a red ribbon. The letters were addressed to Agnes, written by someone named Elias. The words spoke of longing and regret, but the final letter was different. "Agnes, I have made a terrible mistake. The key must stay hidden. If you use it, you will let them in. Forgive me." Lila's hands shook as she set the letters aside. From the corner of the chest, a faint glow caught her attention. Reaching in, she pulled out a small, ornate mirror. Its silver frame was intricately carved with strange symbols. The surface of the mirror shimmered unnaturally, as though it were alive. When Lila tilted it, her reflection didn't move. Instead, it smiled. Startled, she dropped the mirror, its glass shattering on the floor. The air in the room grew colder, and a low hum filled her ears. Shadows began to gather at the edges of the room, swirling and shifting. The faint sound of whispers echoed around her, voices overlapping in a language she didn't understand. "Who's there?" Lila called out, her voice trembling. The shadows grew darker, forming the outline of figures with hollow eyes and elongated limbs. "You've unlocked the door," one of them whispered, its voice echoing in her mind. Panic surged through Lila. She grabbed the letters and the key, shoving them back into the chest and slamming it shut. The shadows recoiled slightly, but the whispers persisted. "You can't undo this," the voices said in unison. "We're here now." Lila fled the cottage, the sound of her own breathing loud in her ears. She didn't stop running until she reached the village. When she told the villagers what had happened, their faces grew pale. "You should have left it alone," one of them said. Lila returned home that night, but sleep didn't come. She could feel the weight of the key in her pocket, as though it were pulsing faintly. In the darkness of her room, she heard whispers coming from the floorboards, growing louder with each passing moment. And in the mirror above her dresser, her reflection watched her with a smile that wasn't her own. In the heart of a dense forest, there was an ancient stone bridge that spanned a slow black river. The bridge was covered in moss, its stones worn smooth by centuries of rain. The villagers called it the Singing Bridge, though no one knew why. The stories warned against crossing it at night, claiming that the bridge sang only for those it wanted to claim. Nina, an aspiring folklorist, had heard the tale from an old book in the library. Determined to uncover the truth, she ventured into the forest on a cool autumn evening. The path to the bridge was narrow and winding, flanked by towering trees that blocked out the fading sunlight. By the time Nina reached the bridge, the forest was bathed in twilight, the air still and heavy. The bridge stood silent, its stones slick with dew. Nina set down her bag and began taking notes, describing the ancient carvings along the edges, twisting patterns that seemed to move in the fading light. As the last rays of the sun disappeared, a soft hum filled the air. Nina froze, her pen hovering over her notebook. The hum deepened, resolving into a melody, haunting and beautiful, like the song of a distant choir. She turned toward the bridge, her breath catching in her throat. The sound seemed to come from beneath the stones, rising and falling in waves. "It's just the wind," she whispered to herself, though her voice sounded hollow. The song grew louder, weaving itself into a harmony that sent chills down her spine. The air grew colder, and the forest seemed to darken further. Nina stepped onto the bridge, her footsteps echoing faintly. The song shifted, becoming clearer, almost like words. "Come closer," it seemed to say. "Come to the river." She stopped in the center of the bridge, peering over the edge. The river below was unnaturally still, its surface like a black mirror reflecting the starless sky. Her heart raced as the song grew louder, the words more insistent. "Come to the water." Nina backed away, but her foot slipped on the slick stone. She grabbed the railing, her flashlight tumbling from her hand and landing in the river below with a faint splash. The music stopped abruptly. The silence was deafening, pressing against her ears. Then, from the darkness below, a voice called out. "Nina," it whispered, soft and mournful. Her name echoed back to her, but the voice wasn't hers. It was deeper, layered, as though many voices were speaking at once. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The river rippled, and a pale hand broke the surface, followed by another. Figures began to rise from the water, tall and skeletal, their hollow eyes fixed on her. "Stay with us," they whispered, their voices weaving into the song. "It's so quiet here." Nina stumbled backward, her legs shaking. She turned and ran, the song chasing her through the forest. The path twisted and turned, but she didn't stop until she burst into a clearing, gasping for air. The song faded, leaving only the sound of her pounding heart. The next morning, she returned to the village, shaken but determined to make sense of what she'd experienced. She asked the oldest villager about the bridge. The woman's face grew pale. "It sings for the lonely," she said. "It calls them to the river, and once you hear it, it never truly leaves you." Nina never returned to the bridge, but the song stayed with her, soft and distant, always just at the edge of hearing. And at night, when the world was quiet, she dreamed of pale hands reaching for her, pulling her toward the still black water. In the middle of a vast overgrown field near the village of Ashwick stood a door. It wasn't attached to a building, nor did it seem to lead anywhere. The wooden frame was weathered, and the door itself was painted a deep red, though the paint had chipped over the years. The villagers avoided the field, warning travelers to do the same. They claimed that anyone who opened the door disappeared. Sam, a travel blogger, came across the story during his trip to Ashwick. Intrigued, he decided to visit the field. He didn't believe in superstitions, and the idea of a mysterious door in the middle of nowhere was too enticing to resist. He arrived at the field just as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the tall grass. The door stood exactly as the villagers described, silent and solitary, its surface weathered but still striking against the landscape. Sam approached cautiously, the dry grass crunching under his boots. He circled the door, inspecting it. From the back, it was just a plain wooden panel, held upright by unseen means. "Just an old door," he muttered, snapping a few photos. But as he raised his camera for another shot, he noticed something strange. The door was slightly ajar now, though he hadn't touched it. A chill ran down his spine, but curiosity pushed him forward. He placed a hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. It swung open smoothly, revealing not the field beyond, but an empty, swirling darkness that seemed to stretch forever. A faint hum emanated from the void, low and resonant. Sam stepped back, his pulse quickening. The air around the door grew colder, and the grass nearest to it seemed to wilt. Then he heard it, a voice, faint and echoing. "Help me." The word sent a shiver through him. "Who's there?" he called. "Please," the voice said again, louder this time. It was soft and desperate, as though coming from far away. Against his better judgment, Sam leaned closer. The darkness seemed to pull at him, the hum growing louder. "Where are you?" he asked. "Inside," the voice whispered. Sam hesitated, but before he could decide what to do, a pale hand emerged from the darkness. It reached toward him, its fingers long and thin, the nails cracked and jagged. Panic surged through Sam. He stumbled back, the door slamming shut with a deafening boom. The field fell silent. The air warmed slightly, and the grass straightened as though nothing had happened. Sam stared at the door, his heart racing. Slowly, the door began to open again, creaking on its unseen hinges. "No," he whispered, turning and running toward his car. He didn't look back, though he swore he heard footsteps in the grass behind him, light and quick. That night, he tried to rationalize what he had seen. Perhaps it was a hallucination, a trick of the fading light. But when he reviewed the photos on his camera, his stomach dropped. In every image, the door was wide open, and faint shapes lurked in the darkness beyond. In the last photo, a face stared back at him, pale and hollow-eyed, its mouth open in a silent scream. Sam left Ashwick the next morning, shaken and determined to forget the door. But sometimes, in the stillness of the night, he hears the faint hum, and when he closes his eyes, he dreams of the field, the red door standing ajar, and the pale hand reaching out for him. In a small, windswept village by the sea, there was an old stone chapel that had been abandoned for years. Inside its crumbling walls stood an altar, and on the altar was a single white candle. The villagers claimed the candle never burned down, and no matter what they tried, it couldn't be extinguished. Mara, a university student studying folklore, heard about the candle during a weekend trip to the area. The story fascinated her, and despite the villagers' warnings, she decided to see it for herself. The chapel was easy to find. It stood on a rocky hill overlooking the ocean, its roof partially caved in, and its stained glass windows shattered. As Mara stepped inside, the wind howled through the gaps in the stone, carrying the salty tang of the sea. There it was, the candle. It stood tall and pristine on the dusty altar, its flame flickering steadily despite the gusts of wind that swept through the chapel. Mara approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing on the cold stone floor. She reached out, holding her hand close to the flame. It gave off no heat, yet the light danced as if it were alive. "How is this possible?" she murmured, pulling out her phone to record the phenomenon. As she filmed, she noticed something strange. In the flickering light of the candle, shadows seemed to shift unnaturally across the walls. They moved in ways that didn't match the light's direction, twisting and curling like living things. The villagers' warnings echoed in her mind, but she shook them off. It was just an illusion, she told herself. She pulled a small notebook from her bag and jotted down her observations. The air around the candle felt heavy, and the sound of the wind seemed muted, as though the candle absorbed the noise. Mara decided to test the villagers' claims. She took a deep breath and blew hard on the flame. The candle didn't flicker. Frowning, she tried again, this time using her jacket to fan the flame. It remained steady, unaffected by her efforts. "Okay, that's creepy," she muttered. Suddenly the chapel grew colder, and the shifting shadows began to coalesce on the walls. They formed shapes, human-like figures with hollow eyes and elongated arms. Mara backed away from the altar, her heart pounding. The shadows turned toward her, their forms dark and wavering. "Leave," a voice whispered, low and guttural, echoing through the chapel. "Who's there?" Mara asked, her voice shaking. The shadows moved closer, their edges blurring and reforming. The candle's flame flared brighter, casting eerie light across the room. "You shouldn't have touched it," the voice said again, louder this time. Mara grabbed her notebook and phone, stumbling toward the door. The shadows seemed to follow her, their hollow eyes fixed on her as she fled the chapel. Outside, the wind roared and the sea crashed against the cliffs below. Mara ran down the hill, not stopping until she reached the village. The next morning, she returned to the chapel with a group of locals. The candle was still there, its flame burning steadily as if nothing had happened. The villagers refused to go inside, watching from a distance as Mara approached the altar. This time, she didn't try to extinguish the flame. Instead, she left a note beside it. "I'm sorry." Mara never spoke of what she saw in the chapel, but the memory of the candle and its unyielding flame haunted her. And sometimes, in the quiet of her room, she saw shadows flicker across the walls, shadows that didn't belong to her. In the heart of a forgotten town stood an old clockmaker's shop, its windows coated in grime and its sign faded to illegibility. No one had set foot inside in decades, yet the shop was never quiet. At odd hours, the sound of ticking clocks would echo from within, though no one could explain how. Cassie, a collector of antiques, stumbled upon the shop during a weekend drive. The peculiar building, nestled between abandoned houses, caught her attention. Drawn by curiosity, she parked her car and walked toward it. The door creaked open with surprising ease. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint scent of oil. Clocks of all shapes and sizes covered every surface. Grandfather clocks, cuckoo clocks, pocket watches, but all of them were still, their hands frozen in place. "Hello?" Cassie called, her voice muffled by the quiet. No answer came, but as she moved deeper into the shop, she heard a faint ticking sound. It was steady, rhythmic, coming from the back room. A doorway hung open, revealing a small workshop. Tools were scattered across a wooden table, and a single clock sat in the center. It was an ornate piece, its golden frame gleaming despite the room's decay. Unlike the others, this clock was running. Its hands moved steadily, ticking louder than seemed possible for such a small device. Cassie reached out to pick it up. The moment her fingers touched the cool metal, the ticking stopped. The silence was sudden and oppressive, making her ears ring. Cassie frowned, turning the clock over in her hands. Then it began to chime. The sound was low and haunting, echoing through the shop. Cassie's grip tightened as the chimes grew louder, their tones overlapping until they sounded like whispers. "Fix us," a voice said, soft and raspy. Cassie froze, her breath hitching. "What?" The clocks on the walls began ticking in unison, their frozen hands spinning wildly. "Fix us," the voice repeated, now coming from everywhere at once. Cassie stumbled backward, the golden clock slipping from her hands and landing on the table with a thud. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into an incoherent chorus. Desperate to escape, she turned to leave, but the doorway was gone. The walls seemed to shift, enclosing her in the workshop. "Fix us," the voices chanted, their tone insistent. Cassie looked at the golden clock, its hands now spinning backward at an impossible speed. Trembling, she grabbed the nearest tool and tried to open its casing. As the clockwork was exposed, the air grew colder and the whispers softened. Cassie's hands moved on their own, guided by an unseen force. Gears clicked into place, springs wound tightly, and the clock began to chime once more. The room fell silent. Cassie looked around, her heart racing. The doorway had reappeared and the clocks on the walls were still again. She didn't wait for an explanation. Leaving the golden clock on the table, she fled the shop, her footsteps echoing on the empty street. Deep in the heart of a sprawling forest lay a library that few had ever seen. It was said to house books that didn't exist anywhere else. Volumes of forgotten stories, journals of vanished lives, and tomes filled with words no one could understand. Eleanor, a linguistics professor, had spent years chasing rumors of the Library of Lost Words. The locals called it a myth, but when she found an ancient map etched into the back of an old book, she knew she was close. The trail was arduous, twisting through dense trees and over moss-covered rocks. At last she found it, a stone building half swallowed by the forest, its arched doorway obscured by ivy. The air grew colder as Eleanor stepped inside. Shelves stretched impossibly high, disappearing into darkness. Dust motes danced in the faint light that filtered through cracked windows. She ran her fingers along the spines of the books, their titles faded or written in languages she didn't recognize. Some were bound in materials that felt oddly warm, as if alive. "Hello?" she called, her voice echoing. There was no answer, only the faint rustle of unseen pages turning. Eleanor pulled a book from the nearest shelf. Its cover was blank and the pages inside were filled with strange symbols. She couldn't read them, but the longer she stared, the more the symbols seemed to shift, forming words in her own language. "What do you seek?" Startled, she dropped the book. The symbols dissolved back into unreadable shapes. As Eleanor backed away, the rustling grew louder. The library felt alive, its shelves looming closer, the shadows between them deepening. She turned to leave but froze when she saw a figure standing at the far end of the room. It was cloaked in tattered robes, its face hidden in shadow. "Who are you?" Eleanor asked, her voice trembling. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised a hand pointing toward a book lying on a nearby table. Eleanor hesitated but approached the table. The book was massive, its cover bound in dark leather. The title read, "Eleanor's Story." Her breath caught. She opened the book and saw her own handwriting on the first page. It described her journey to the library, word for word. As she turned the pages, the words continued to match her thoughts and actions, right down to the moment she reached for the book. The final page was blank except for one line. "The door closes now." A loud slam echoed through the library. Eleanor spun around to see the doorway she had entered was now gone, replaced by an endless wall of books. "Wait!" she cried, running to where the door had been. She clawed at the wall, but the shelves seemed to stretch higher, pressing her back. The figure appeared again, standing impossibly close. Its voice was soft, yet it filled the room. "You sought knowledge. Now you are part of it." Eleanor's vision blurred as the air grew thick. The rustling of pages surrounded her, and the books on the shelves began to glow faintly. The last thing she saw was her own reflection in the polished surface of the book, her face dissolving into words. When the villagers spoke of the library, they would say it was quiet as ever, its doors sealed. But on certain nights, when the wind was just right, you could hear faint whispers from the forest. And if you listened closely, they sounded like someone reading aloud, their voice lost among the endless pages. At the edge of a long-abandoned town stood an eerie carnival, its colorful banners now faded and tattered. The wooden stalls leaned precariously, the once lively carousel frozen in time. Locals called it the Silent Carnival, because no matter how loud the wind howled, the air within the carnival grounds remained deathly still. Megan, a freelance photographer, discovered the place while exploring forgotten landmarks for her portfolio. She had heard rumors of the carnival, but didn't expect to find it so intact. It was as if the performers had packed up in a hurry and never returned. She arrived just before sunset, her camera slung around her neck. The entrance arch creaked as she passed under it, the words "Starling Spectacle" barely legible under the layers of peeling paint. Megan wandered through the grounds, snapping photos of rusted rides and decayed game stalls. Stuffed animals hung limply from their hooks, their fur matted and grimy. The air felt heavy, the silence pressing against her ears. As she stood near the carousel, she noticed something odd. The horses seemed to be facing her, their painted eyes following her movements. She shook off the feeling and kept walking. The Ferris wheel loomed in the distance, its metal frame glinting faintly in the fading light. That's when she heard it. A faint melody. Megan froze. The music was soft, almost a lullaby, drifting from deeper within the carnival. "Hello?" she called, her voice breaking the silence. No response. The music continued, growing slightly louder, beckoning her. Against her better judgment, Megan followed the sound. It led her to a small tent with faded stripes of red and gold. The entrance flap swayed gently, though there was no breeze. Inside, the air was colder, and the smell of old wood and damp fabric filled her nose. At the center of the tent was a small stage with a single spotlight illuminating a mannequin dressed as a carnival ringmaster. Its painted face smiled brightly, but its eyes were cold and lifeless. As Megan raised her camera to take a picture, the mannequin's head tilted slightly. She gasped, stumbling backward. Her camera slipped from her hands, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The music stopped. The tent was silent, but the mannequin's painted smile seemed wider now, almost predatory. Megan snatched up her camera and turned to leave, but the entrance flap had vanished. Panicking, she spun around. The mannequin was gone. The spotlight flickered, casting long shadows that moved unnaturally. The air grew colder and a voice echoed through the tent. "Stay for the show," it said, soft and teasing. The stage creaked, and figures began to emerge from the shadows. They were mannequins too, dressed as performers, jugglers, acrobats, and clowns. Their painted faces twisted into grotesque grins as they moved jerkily, surrounding her. Megan backed into the corner, her heart racing. "I don't want to stay," she shouted. The ringmaster's voice echoed again, laughing this time. "Oh, but you've already joined us." The mannequins closed in, their hands reaching for her. Megan screamed as the spotlight flared, blinding her. When she opened her eyes, she was outside the tent, lying on the cold ground. The carnival was silent again, the music gone. She stumbled to her car, driving away without looking back. Later, when she reviewed the photos on her camera, her blood ran cold. In every image, the mannequins were there, standing just behind her, their grins fixed and unchanging. And in the final photo, taken near the carousel, the ringmaster stood in the foreground, his painted eyes staring directly into the lens. Megan deleted the photos and never spoke of the carnival again. But sometimes, on quiet nights, she swore she could hear faint laughter, as if the silent carnival hadn't forgotten her. In the sleepy village of Fairbrook, there was a house at the top of Willow Hill. The locals called it the Watcher's House because of the window on the second floor. No matter where you stood, it felt as if someone, or something, was watching. Claire, a novelist searching for inspiration, rented the house for a month. She had heard the stories but dismissed them as small-town superstitions. The isolation was exactly what she needed to focus on her writing. The house was old but charming, with creaking floorboards and a wraparound porch. Claire spent the first few days settling in, writing by day, and enjoying the quiet nights. The window on the second floor, however, gave her an odd feeling. It was large and framed by heavy curtains, always casting strange shadows in the moonlight. On her third night, as Claire typed in the living room, she noticed something unusual. The light from the second-floor window reflected faintly on the trees outside, as if someone had turned on a lamp. Frowning, she climbed the stairs to investigate. When she reached the room, it was empty. The window opened slightly, letting in a cool breeze. "That's strange," Claire muttered, closing the window and pulling the curtains shut. She returned to her writing, but the uneasy feeling stayed with her. The next morning, she found the window open again, the curtains drawn wide. Claire convinced herself it was just the wind, though she double-checked the latch this time. That night, as she lay in bed, she woke to a faint tapping sound. It came from the window. Heart pounding, she grabbed her phone and tiptoed upstairs. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon. The tapping stopped as she approached. She opened the curtains, expecting to see a branch or bird against the glass, but the yard below was empty. Just as she turned to leave, her reflection in the window caught her eye. It wasn't her. The reflection moved independently, its head tilting as it stared at her. Claire stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the rug. The reflection's lips moved, forming silent words. Panicking, Claire yanked the curtains shut and ran downstairs, her heart racing. She didn't sleep that night, keeping all the lights on and her back to the wall. The following day, she tried to rationalize what she had seen. Exhaustion, she told herself. Stress. Still, she avoided the second floor, but the window wouldn't let her forget. That evening, as she sat in the living room, she noticed shadows moving across the ceiling. They flickered and once, as she passed a shop window in town, her reflection stopped walking and turned to watch her go.